Chapter 602. Five powerful men gathered in Yingjiang. It was late at night. The wind blew the leaves, rustling. 5 figures flew over the woods without making a sound. Among the 5 people, there was an old man, a middle-aged man with a big belly, a young woman with big breasts and long legs, a petite and cute girl, and a young man holding a bow. At first glance, they looked like a family out for fun: grandfather, father, mother, brother, and sister. But if there were knowledgeable people here, they would be shocked, because these 5 people are all well-known strong men in the Falling Sun Empire. Among them, the oldest old man with white hair on his temples is named Ankong, 746 years old, and at the peak of level 44. In the imperial capital, everyone who sees him has to respectfully call him Kong Lao. The middle-aged man, with a big belly, always has a naive smile on his face. His name is Dan Yuanlong, 556 years old, and level 44. Don't think he's clumsy just because he has a big belly. In fact, he's the most flexible and fastest among the 5 people present. The young woman with big breasts and long legs is a famous sleeping fairy in the imperial capital. Her name is Lu Minghua, 409 years old, and at the peak of level 43. Over the past few hundred years, Lu Minghua has used her superb charm to make countless people willingly dedicate their entire fortunes to her. The petite and cute girl is cute and sweet. Her name is Wu Ling, 185 years old, and at the peak of level 43. Wu Ling is a new star of the Wu family in the imperial capital. She has reached the peak of level 43 at the age of less than 200. She is a rare genius in a century. As for the last young man holding a bow, he was the guy who sniped at the middle gate of Nafeng this afternoon. His name was Qianyu, 219 years old, level 43, and the weakest one among the 5. At this time, Qianyu was hanging at the end of the team. His eyes were dull, and he kept muttering something. Grandpa Kong, what happened to brother Qianyu? Wu Ling looked at the old man Ankong with his big eyes flickering. You left this afternoon, and when you came back, he became like this. What happened? Ankong glanced back at Qianyu and sighed helplessly. In the afternoon, we wanted to get close to Blackwater City and find out about the enemy, but we didn't expect to meet the Lord of South City halfway. This kid insisted on fighting with the Lord of South City. Now, I guess his Taoism was broken by him. Everyone heard this, and couldn't help showing a look of surprise and doubt. Lu Minghua extended her sexy red tongue and licked her lips. Is the Lord of South City really that powerful? I really want to try him myself. But I remember the intelligence said that he was only level 42. Hee. Dan Yuanlong touched his big belly and said with a smile, the strength of the Chosen One cannot be simply measured by level. As far as I know, most of the Chosen Ones can fight above their level, and some can even fight 2 or 3 levels above, such as the Lord of Dragon City. Then, Dan Yuanlong looked at Ankong again and asked in confusion, Grandpa Kong, no matter how strong the Lord of South City is, he should not be your opponent, right? Since you were there at the time, why didn't you just kill him? Ankong shook his head slowly. I can feel that the guy is not so easy to die, and we were very close to Blackwater City at the time. I was afraid that the Lord of Dragon City would also come to support us, so I didn't take action. So that's how it is. Dan Yuanlong understood and didn't say anything more. Wu Ling turned his head and looked at Qianyu, who was at the end of the team with a dull look in his eyes, and said with sympathy, how pitiful. Brother Qianyu, your talent is not very good to begin with, and now your Dao heart has been broken by someone. How can you survive after you go back? Qianyu almost vomited blood when he heard this. What do you mean by talent is not very good? I, Qianyu, am also a well-deserved master among my peers. Okay. My Dao heart is not broken, Qianyu said calmly. It's just a battle. It won't break my Dao heart. Besides, although I can't beat the Lord of South City, he can't hurt me either. All in all, I didn't lose. Ankong heard this and sneered in his heart. This little guy is really thick-skinned. If it weren't for me taking action in the afternoon, you kids still want to come back alive? You may not even be able to keep your whole body. But Ankong didn't say it. After all, there were so many people here. If he didn't give this kid some face, he might really lose his faith. Brother Qianyu, what were you mumbling about just now? Wu Ling asked with big eyes blinking. I just felt a little strange. Qianyu slightly increased his flying speed and came to the crowd. In the afternoon, when I fought with the Lord of South City, He used a move that was enough to split mountains and open up the land. But the strange thing is that I can clearly feel that when he used this move, the magic power in his body did not move at all. Hearing this, Ankong frowned slightly and nodded. That's true. I also felt very strange at the time. But I don't know how to explain it. Oh! Dan Yuanlong's smile gradually faded. You mean? He can use extremely powerful attacks without consuming magic power? Then where does his power come from? Could it be that, in addition to magic power, there are other powers in the human body? Wu Ling suddenly thought of something. There is such a record in the ancient books of my family. There was a strong man in history who could store power in stones. When fighting, you only need to absorb the power stored in the stone to instantly return to the peak state. For a while, several people fell silent, lowering their heads to think about Wu Ling's words. If you can find a container to store the magic power in your body, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a backup hidden energy? After returning to the imperial capital, you have to study it carefully. While talking, the 5 people have already jumped nearly 100 kilometers and crossed 2 mountains. A city loomed in front of them. Dan Yuanlong narrowed his eyes and smiled. Everyone, we have arrived at Yingjiang City. Wu Ling raised his hand happily. Yeah, we are finally here. I am so tired after flying for so long. Qian Yi looked at the city in front of him and said proudly, I deliberately showed up around Blackwater City in the afternoon to attract the main force of the Chosen Ones to Blackwater City. They would never have thought that we would go around in a big circle to attack the weakly defended Yingjiang City. Suddenly, in the woods below the few people, a calm voice came into everyone's ears. Who said Yingjiang City has weak defense? Chapter 603 turned this place into a dead city. Who said Yingjiang City has weak defense? Ankong was startled, raised his hand, and slapped the woods below. Who are you? Eavesdropping on us? Boom! A huge handprint appeared in the woods, and countless towering trees were turned into dust under this handprint. A figure flew up from below, holding a short knife surrounded by lightning in his hand. Eavesdropping? I'm not eavesdropping. I came to this place first. Han Yuanido slash. Xiao Luo shouted, and the short knife in his hand slashed out. Lightning and thunder. Ankong snorted coldly. Little chosen one. You don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Not only did you not run away when you saw the 5 of us, but you dared to take the lead in attacking? Behind him, Dan Yuanlong narrowed his eyes slightly, and a long sword flew out of his sleeve, slashing toward Xiao Luo fiercely. Crack! Boom! The swords collided, and the momentum was overwhelming. The terrifying sound waves caused by the collision swept thousands of meters, blowing down all the big trees in the forest below. Xiao Luo was suppressed by this sword and retreated dozens of meters. His originally expressionless face turned pale. Hee. Young man, you are only level 42. But you can take my sword. You are really amazing. Yuan Danlong raised his sword and said with a smile, at this stage, there should be very few chosen ones who can reach level 42. You should not be an unknown person. Right? Killing you should eliminate a major threat to the Empire. Wu Ling on the side clenched his fists and shouted loudly, Come on! Uncle! Come on! Uncle! In the distance, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Xiao Luo's mouth. In addition to the purple electric light, there was a trace of black mist on the 7-star thunder in his hand. Kill me? You don't have the ability to do that. Ghost God's sword. Xiao Luo shouted, holding a short knife and killing again. Yuan Dianlong narrowed his eyes and showed a disdainful smile. You are really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. How long have you been the chosen one? How can you defeat me who has practiced hard for more than 500 years? Swish. The sword light is the best in the world. Yuan Dianlong just casually swung a sword and broke Xiao Luo's ghost god sword with a casual stroke. The sword light was still powerful, and it cut Xiao Luo in half. Xiao Luo opened his lips slightly, as if he didn't expect that he would lose so quickly. His body turned into starlight and dissipated between the world. What's going on? Dan Yuanlong opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He is just a clone? We didn't even see it? The old man Ankong put his hands behind his back, his face solemn. What a powerful clone technique. It has reached the level of being real, and he seems to be able to think independently. Lu Menghua hugged his chest with his hands to cover the majestic scenery on his chest. It seems that today's trip is not so easy. Ankong's eyes flashed a cold light. No matter whether it is easy or not. Since we are here, We can't just go back like this. Let's go and see what other tricks these chosen ones have. The 5 people no longer hesitated and flew to Ingjiang City in front of them at the fastest speed. Ingjiang City was very quiet in the middle of the night, and only some blocks were still lit. The 5 people flew over the city wall all the way, and did not encounter any obstacles, and entered Ingjiang City very easily. Strange. No one came to stop us. Qianyu looked around cautiously. Where are those chosen ones? Did they abandon the city and flee? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the roof of a tall building below. Ankong looked closely, and found that this person looked exactly like the chosen one, who was killed by Dan Yuanlong with a sword just now outside the city. Is it the real body, or the clone this time? Ha! No matter what it is, I can kill it with one palm. Ankong muttered a few words, raised his hand, and prepared to slap it down, smashing it and the building into slag. But Xiao Luo below opened his mouth and shouted loudly, Old man! Old man! Don't do it yet. I have something to say. Who are you calling old man? Ankong was furious, and just as he was about to take action, Dan Yuanlong stopped him. Mr. Kong, this should also be a clone. It's useless to kill him. Let's listen to what he wants to say. Yuan Danlong said slowly. It just so happens that we can give our little sister Wu Ling some time to find out where this guy's real body is. Ankong took a deep breath after hearing this, and then slowly withdrew his hand. Behind them, Wu Ling was holding a compass-like thing in her hand, muttering something. She was trying to find Xiao Luo's real body. Below, Xiao Luo, passionate version, raised the corners of his mouth and soared into the sky, looking at the 5 people at eye level. Then, Xiao Luo, passionate version, took the lead and said, Hello everyone. You can call me Passionate. The one you killed outside the city just now. We generally call him Focus. Passion? Focus? What a shitty thing. Qianyu stepped forward and said coldly, We are not here to listen to your self-introduction. Where are the other chosen ones in the city? Where did they go? Xiao Luo, passionate version, laughed and said, Don't be anxious, little brother. Please listen to me. Hey! You use a bow. I have a friend who also uses a bow, and he is very accurate. I will introduce you to each other when I have time. Swish. Golden light burst out from Qianyu's hand. He raised the bow and aimed at Xiao Luo, passionate version if you keep talking nonsense. Then go and see your focus. Okay. Don't get excited, little brother. Here's the thing. Seeing the golden arrow aimed at him, Xiao Luo, passionate version, was not afraid. He laughed and explained, Our city lord knows that you may come to Ingjiang City. So he specifically asked us to hand over this beautiful Ingjiang City to you, so that you don't have to make a wasted trip. The 5 people of Ankong looked at each other. We don't even need to fight. And we can take back a city? There is such a good thing? But, are you crazy? We are here to kill the chosen ones. Why take over a city of trade? Are the 5 of us really going to stay here to defend the city? After killing all the chosen ones, Nanjiang City will naturally send people to take over the city. We are masters, well-known and powerful people. You are giving it up like this, which makes us look useless. Xiao Luo, passionate version, saw that the faces of several people were not right, and hurriedly said, I know what you are worried about. Don't worry. The chosen ones in the city have all left. Now there are only the people of the Falling Sun Empire in the city. You can take over boldly without worrying about backstabs. In addition, during this period of time, under our painstaking management, the economy of Ingjiang City has risen by at least 20%. Congratulations. Everyone applaud. Oh, yeah. Our city lord also said that if you want Blackwater City, we can give it up. Ankong sneered, You know you are no match for us. So you want to avoid fighting? Unit Long's narrowed eyes also opened slightly. This is indeed a wise move. As long as people are still alive, you can take these cities back at any time. This is an open conspiracy. But this open conspiracy is not without a way to crack it. If we kill all the people in this city and turn it into a dead city, I wonder if you, the chosen ones, still want this city? Chapter 604 Acting. A good show. Kill all the people in the city? Xiao Luo, passionate version, laughed. These people are your compatriots, not the chosen ones. Kill them? You don't care. So why should I care? Humph. A cold light flashed in Dan Yuanlong's narrowed eyes, and the long sword in his hand had already slashed down at the street below. Under the cold sword light, a figure suddenly appeared and swung his knife to block the sword. Don't you care? Yuan Dianlong showed a hint of sarcasm. If you don't care, why do you take this sword? Xiao Luo, passionate version, shook his numb arms and said coldly, these are all fresh lives. As citizens of the falling Sun Empire, why can you be so cruel and attack your compatriots? They are just some useless civilians. Yuan Dianlong slowly raised the long sword in his hand. There are more than 3 billion people in my falling Sun Empire. Do you know how much food they consume every day? I kill some civilians to help the empire reduce its burden. Hula. Another sword. This sword is so powerful that it seems to fall from the sky and cut everything in the world. Xiao Luo, passionate version, shouted, I won't let you succeed. If you want to kill them, step over my body first. This clone tried his best and angrily slashed at the sky. But this could only weaken the power of this sword and could not completely block it. At the critical moment, 7 or 8 clones suddenly flew out from the city below. They worked in perfect harmony and drew their swords at the same time. I will protect the people here. Kill! Swords and sabers. A violent explosion occurred in the sky above Yingjiang City. Yuan Dianlong's sword was taken by a group of clones. Humph. A bunch of useless trash. Do you need to save them? Yuan Dianlong snorted coldly. He couldn't understand why the man in front of him did this. Although it was just a clone, the death of the clone would also cause considerable damage to the original body. This chosen one was willing to let these clones die for a group of useless civilians? You are really a good person with the world in mind. In this case, I will fulfill your wish. Yuan Dianlong raised his sword again. An old hand stretched out and blocked him. Yuan Dianlong turned his head in confusion. Mr. Kong. What are you doing? Kong's shrewd eyes stared at Xiao Luo, passionate version, below. Don't do it yet. Look at him. Xiao Luo, passionate version, spurted out a mouthful of blood and was dying. I'm sorry. Everyone in Yingjiang City. Xiao Luo, can't take the next sword. As he spoke, Xiao Luo, passionate version, spat out another mouthful of blood, looked up and fell to the ground, turning into stars and disappearing in the night sky. Next to him, there was a mirror, recording everything. Snap! A knife light suddenly came and cut the mirror in half. Good acting. Xiao Luo, calm version, came out from the dark corner, smiled and bowed to the 5 people in the sky. Thank you for your cooperation. I am very satisfied with your performance just now. Old man Kong's face froze. What was that? A mother and child mirror just now? Old man, you have good eyesight. Xiao Luo, calm version, slowly flew into the sky. To be precise, that was the mother mirror just now. The actions and conversations of the few people just now have been transmitted through the mother mirror. Now that the mother mirror has been broken, outsiders will not know what will happen next. However, if everyone in Yingjiang City is dead, no matter who did it, those who saw the live broadcast just now will think that you killed them. Hee. I believe that by tomorrow morning, the good show just now will spread to most of the falling Sun Empire? Well, it will even spread to the Haoyu Empire and the Wadika Empire? Yuan Yuanlong's face was livid, recalling what he said and did just now. He wanted to split Xiao Luo in half with a sword. How could this chosen one be so insidious and cunning? In fact, for a strong man of Yuan Yuanlong's level, killing all the civilians in a city is not a big deal. But the premise is that no one knows about it. If the whole empire knows about it, then Dan Yuanlong will become a rat that everyone hates and kills, and become a big devil in people's hearts. There will be strong people chasing Dan Yuanlong everywhere, just to gain a good reputation for themselves. It can be said that if Yingjiang City is really massacred today, then Dan Yuanlong will not be far from death. Fortunately, my sword just now was taken by this kid. Dan Yuanlong secretly rejoiced in his heart. As long as the civilians in Yingjiang City are still alive, he is not a devil, and there is still a chance to remedy the situation. This little brother is good at it. Lu Minghua licked her red lips and smiled evilly. You just used a little trick to resolve our late-night raid, which is amazing. How did you come up with such a clever plan? Xiao Luo, calm version, looked at Lu Menghua's charming eyes, and the two looked at each other for a few seconds. The smile on Lu Menghua's delicate face became even more intense. Little brother, why don't you come closer and talk to me? Xiao Luo, calm version, shook his head gently, stretched out a finger, and pointed at his head. With your IQ, it's hard for me to explain it to you clearly. After all, You don't even know what the word public opinion means. Also, don't think about seducing me with your fox eyes. I am famous for being calm. You? Luma Hua's eyes turned cold. Her charm technique actually had no effect on the person in front of her? Is it because he is just a clone? Yes, that must be the case. Xiao Luo, calm version, put his hands behind his back and said calmly, everyone. If there is nothing else, you can leave. Of course, if you want to fight, I will accompany you. But the people who die in this city will be counted on your heads. By the way, I would like to remind you that the chosen ones in other cities have also withdrawn. So it would be a waste of time for you to go there. If you want the city, you can take it. If you want to kill the chosen ones, then I would trouble you to go to the south gate of Nanjiang City and fight with us with real swords and guns. The faces of the 5 people of Ankang were gloomy, and they didn't know whether to leave or fight for a while. After a long time, Ankang sighed, it is indeed a good method. With just a simple move, it has resolved our tactics of going straight into the hinterland and forced us to fight with you chosen ones head on. I lost this battle, and I admit defeat. Xiao Lu, Xiao Dan, and the younger generations of the Qian and Wu families. Let's go back to southern Xinjiang. The 5 people rushed into the sky with gloomy faces and left here quickly. The originally murderous Yingjiang city calmed down in an instant, leaving only the noisy wind and the crescent moon. Xiao Luo, calm version, watched them leave before slowly landing on the ground. Another clone walked out of the dark corner. This clone was covered in a black robe, and his speed suddenly increased, stabbing the 7-star thunder in his hand into Xiao Luo's, calm version, heart. Why do you want to stop them from massacring the city? Chapter 605 Want to replace Xiao Luo? You have to get past me first. This good show in Yingjiang City was planned by Xiao Luo. At the beginning, Nafeng guessed that those strong men might attack other cities. So he urgently notified Su Zern and others to evacuate, not to confront the enemy head-on, and only leave a part of the secret sentinels. And the most suitable person to be a secret sentinel in Nancheng is naturally Xiao Luo's clone. His clones are strong enough. There are enough of them, and they are not afraid of death. Each of these clones carries the mother mirror and disperses to various cities and wilderness to observe the movements of the enemy. This good show in Yingjiang City was decided by Xiao Luo temporarily. But in fact, the direction of this script at the beginning was not like this. Xiao Luo, the chosen one who desperately protects the people of Yingjiang City, died tragically at the hands of the enemy. And Dan Yuanlong continued to draw his sword and slaughter the whole city. And all this was broadcast live by the mother mirror hidden in the dark. Afterwards, Dan Yuanlong and others became the big devils that everyone cursed. And the civilians of the falling Sun Empire were extremely disappointed with their empire. The people and the empire were alienated, and more people supported the chosen one and overthrew the dark rule of the emperor. This is the imagined script. But this script was destroyed by Xiao Luo, calm version. Xiao Luo, calm version, suddenly appeared, chopped the mother mirror with a knife, and told Dan Yuanlong and others bluntly about what was being broadcast here. Because of the calm version's actions, Dan Yuanlong and others stopped attacking and gave up the plan to massacre the city, directly led to the failure of the plot behind this script. So, why did you want to stop them from massacring the city? Xiao Luo, blackened version, was very angry and stabbed 7-star thunder another 2 centimeters in. You violated the boss's script. Do you want to die? Under the moonlight. Xiao Luo, calm version, looked calm after being stabbed in the heart, for a result that may not be achieved. I can't kill tens of thousands of lives in the city. I can't do this. Not only I can't do it, I believe the boss can't do it either. Such a vicious script was not written by the boss, but by you. Right? Xiao Luo, black version, shook his head gently, showing a helpless expression. You are really a woman's kindness. Can't do it? The dead are people from the falling Sun Empire, and the ones who took action are also people from the falling Sun Empire. We are just watching from the sidelines. Why can't we do such a simple thing? If you let the enemy live, countless chosen ones will die in the future because of your actions today, killing your compatriots. Is this the result you want to see? Xiao Luo, calm version, as expression was still calm, and his heart did not fluctuate at all because of the black version's words. He said calmly, you know, each of our clones has inherited some of Xiao Luo's characteristics. I abandoned other thoughts and remained absolutely calm. Since I chose to do this, it means that Xiao Luo will do the same. And you are just a little dark emotion deep in Xiao Luo's heart. Dreaming of replacing Xiao Luo. Dreaming of becoming the real Xiao Luo? Heh. You'll have to get past me first. With a flash of lightning, Xiao Luo, calm version, turned his wrist. And 7-star thunder appeared in his hand. He slashed with his sword and cut off Xiao Luo, black version's head. At the same time, Xiao Luo, black version, also laughed twice and stabbed Xiao Luo, calm version's heart with a sword. The two clones turned into starlight and dissipated in the dark alley. At the end of the alley, there were 2 more clones, squatting here and watching for a long time. Xiao Luo, silly version, scratched his head, cold. They have been talking for a long time. Why don't I understand a word? Do you understand? Xiao Luo, cold version, said with a cold face, if you don't understand, don't talk. Xiao Luo, silly version, oh. Then why are they fighting? I don't know. Do you know? Xiao Luo, cold version, if you don't know, don't talk. Xiao Luo, silly version, oh. Then, Xiao Luo, cold version, don't talk if you have nothing to say. Xiao Luo, silly version, cursed in his heart and squatted on the ground to play in the mud. In the endless wilderness, 5 uninvited guests flew past quickly, bringing a strong wind. Even though they were far away from Yingjiang City, Dan Yuanlong's face turned ashen when he thought of what happened in Yingjiang City. He looked back at Wu Ling behind him and said in a bad tone, Wu Ling, are you sure that guy's real body is in this direction? If you are wrong? Hey uncle, don't be so aggressive. Wu Ling fiddled with a compass-like thing in his hand, with a smile on his face. It can't be wrong. The guy's real body is not far ahead. Xianyu stroked the bow in his hand, his face gloomy. This kid dared to plot against us. I must make him pay the price tonight. Old man Ankong also nodded, yes. If the 5 of us attack at the same time, he can't escape even if he has wings. As they spoke, the 5 of them flew forward for several thousand meters. Wu Ling's eyes curved like crescents, and he laughed happily. Here we are. He is in front, not far. What's wrong with him? What's wrong? What happened? Dan Yuanlong frowned. The smile on Wu Ling's face disappeared, and she fiddled with the compass in her hand in a hurry. Strange. He was clearly here just now. How come he disappeared in the blink of an eye? Don't worry. He must have used some secret technique to hide his figure. Let me look for him carefully. The few people didn't wait too long. After about 5 seconds, Wu Ling clapped her hands happily and laughed. Let me find him. Let me see you. This guy. What's wrong? Unit Long was anxious and angry. What happened this time? Wu Ling pouted aggrievedly. My dragon hunting treasure book. It shows that the guy is already 1,000 miles away. How is it possible? Xianyu said coldly. In just a moment. He can escape 1,000 miles away? Even the old emperor can't do it. Sister Wu Ling. Is the thing in your hand broken? Wu Ling punched Xianyu angrily and sent him flying hundreds of meters away. You are the one who is broken. Okay. Old man Ankong stopped the 2 from fighting. Have you forgotten? The Chosen One has a secret teleportation technique, which can appear on the other side of the world in an instant. The guy's body should have sensed our arrival and escaped using the teleportation technique. Ankong looked up at the sky and sighed. We can't catch any of the Chosen Ones here. Let's go back to Nanjiang City. Just like what the guy in Yingjiang City said. Let's have a fair fight. The 5 people failed in this raid. On the way back to Nanjiang City, Lu Menghua suddenly said, You go back first. I have a friend's junior in Baishui City. I will bring him back. The other few people didn't doubt it, and flew to Nanjiang City on their own. Lu Menghua stayed there for a while, and when he saw the other 4 people walking away, he licked his red lips gently. I'm going back to massacre Yingjiang City now. Outsiders should think that it was you. Dan Long. Who did it? Right? He. You are really a perfect scapegoat. Chapter 606 The Fat Man Who Broadcasts Live. The next day. Early morning. In the Blackwater City camp. Nefeng yawned and walked out of the hut last night. He moved his hut, which he had just upgraded. Here. I haven't slept so well in a long time. The hut has air conditioning. The bed is big and soft. And Nefeng took a hot bath before going to bed. It's so comfortable. The most important thing is that outside the hut is the Dragon City military camp, with countless strong men. And the Blue Star's #1 Master Long Woody is in charge personally. So it's a safe group. When you sleep here, you only need to worry about insomnia. And you don't have to worry about anything else. Lord Nafong. You finally got up. Not far away. Fei saw Nafong and walked over quickly. Finally? Isn't it just dawn? Nafong stretched his body and said. You got up so early too? Fei's mouth twitched slightly. It's still early? The soldiers in the camp have finished morning exercises. And have run 20 kilometers with weights. And are eating breakfast now. What? Breakfast? Nafong automatically ignored the first half of the content. His eyes shining. Where is the canteen? Let me taste the breakfast in your camp. Fei stretched out his hand and pointed to the east. This way. Just walk to the end and you'll be there. By the way, Long Junshu is waiting for you in the conference room. Before Fei finished speaking, Nafong turned into a small whirlwind and rushed to the canteen. Fuck. Xiaolongbao. And soy milk. Huh? What is this? Yuzo rice noodle rolls? I can't eat it. Thank you for the generous gift. There are even hamburgers? Is it so international? I'm eat. After showing off for half an hour, Nafong walked out of the cafeteria with a toothpick in his mouth. I just heard Fei say that Long Woody was waiting for me in the conference room? Nafong thought and walked quickly to the conference room. Now that he had eaten and drunk enough, it was time to get down to business. According to the plan last night, he was going to challenge the gate of Nanjiang City early this morning. In the conference room, a dozen Dragon City chosen ones were sitting here with serious faces in a meeting. Nafong carefully slipped in from the back door and found a seat at the back to sit down. This feeling. How come it feels like being late for class? Brother Feng. Long Woody suddenly spoke. Here. Nafong stood up in a flash. Damn. I was late for class and was discovered by the teacher. So nervous. Brother Feng. What do you think of what happened last night? Long Woody supported the table with both hands. Your proposal yesterday was very good. It perfectly dealt with the emergency last night. Not only did no one die, but it also dealt a heavy blow to the reputation of those strong men. Nafong coughed twice, sorted out his thoughts, and slowly said, I think we should continue to implement this plan. Long Woody nodded gently. Just do as you said. After that, Long Woody continued to discuss today's battle plan with others. Nafong breathed a sigh of relief, sat on the chair, and opened the panel. What happened last night? I slept too soundly. I am Nan Phuket Island. After reading the chat records of everyone in the Handsome Guys group, Nafong learned about the situation last night. Well, isn't it just that there are 3 waves of strong men who sneak attack Jiang City, Ning City, and Lihua City respectively? I thought it was a small matter. I, Nan, had already guessed the enemy's idea and arranged for the evacuation of the chosen ones in various cities in advance, leaving the enemy empty-handed. It was really a master plan for such a small matter. The brothers in Nanchung did not at Nafong, so Nafong could sleep until dawn. However, Nafong looked through the chat records in the group and frowned slightly. Judging from the chat content of the brothers, there seems to be something wrong with the clone of Xiao Luo, the second in command of my Nanchung? Shinpan, I saw it with my own eyes last night. Brother Luo's 2 clones hugged each other. You stabbed me and I slashed you, and finally died together. Su Ming, last night? Didn't you go to Brother Chung Mo's pool party with me last night? You have clairvoyance and saw it with your own eyes? Huang Yuanming, what? You held a pool party and didn't invite me? Do you have any conscience? Shinpan, okay. It's true that I didn't see it with my own eyes. I went to Jiang City this morning and a kid selling newspapers told me. Su Zuran, in fact. I noticed that there was something wrong with Brother Luo's clone some time ago. At Xiao Luo. Are you okay? Xiao Luo, no problem. Seeing this, Nafong quickly sent a private message to Xiao Luo. Nafong, I heard your clones got into a fight. Are you okay? Xiao Luo, nothing. Nafong, okay. If you say it's okay, then it's definitely okay. If anything happens in the future, remember to tell us. Don't handle it alone. Xiao Luo, okay. Nafong nodded and turned off the panel. The boring meeting continued. After listening for a while, Nafong began to feel drowsy. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps outside the conference room. A chosen one pushed open the door of the conference room and said with full energy, Report to the commander. A group of strong men over level 40 came outside Blackwater City and asked to see you by name. Oh! Long Woody raised his eyebrows. A strong man asked to see me by name? It should be the group of people who failed in the sneak attack last night. Lin Mimi looked at the chosen one at the door and asked in confusion, didn't they attack the city directly? The man at the door shook his head, no. They stopped 20 kilometers away from the north gate and did not move forward. Stopped 20 kilometers away? What do these people want to do? In the conference room, everyone frowned and thought about the purpose of this group of people. Don't worry. Let me see. Nanfeng's mind moved, and the reconnaissance plane above the clouds flew out of the city quickly. Before going to bed last night, Nanfeng released the reconnaissance plane, which hovered over Blackwater City, watching every move of the entire city. At this time, the reconnaissance plane flew to the north at a very fast speed, and 10 figures appeared in Nanfeng's tactical mask. 10 strong men above level 40. Even strong men of level 43 and 44. Nanfeng took a breath of cold air. Even if he and Long Woody joined forces, they could only stop 5-6 at most. But the remaining people were enough to break through Blackwater City. But they did not choose to attack the city directly, but stopped in the wilderness outside the city? Nanfeng was wondering. And suddenly his eyes focused, and saw clearly what one of the fat men was holding. Mother Mirror. This fat man is broadcasting live. Chapter 607 Live Battle. Gift system is online. This fat guy is broadcasting live. Nanfeng's mind was as fast as lightning, and he immediately reacted. I understand. I understand. Last night, they wanted to massacre the city, but it was broadcast live. This incident will definitely cause their reputation to plummet. That's why they didn't attack the city directly today, but wanted to pick up their reputation again through live broadcast. Nanfeng took out a sub-mirror from his backpack, kept switching channels, and soon found the fat guy. Brother Long? Look! Nanfeng took the sub-mirror and walked forward, watching the picture in the mirror with everyone. The fat man narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a naive smile, and said with a smile, some audience friends will ask at this time, facing this group of extremely evil invaders, why don't we just go into the city and kill them all? This is a good question, and it is very professional. But everyone think about it carefully. If we go directly into the city, what should the civilians in the city do? Strong people of our level can overturn rivers and seas. Mountains and earth collapse with just one move. And how many civilians in the city can survive? Killing these innocent lives. We really can't bear it. So we will stop 20 kilometers outside the city and wait for the invaders to come out of the city to fight with us. Invaders of Blackwater City. I know you are also watching this live broadcast. Don't hide in the city and use civilians as a shield. Come out and fight us openly. In the conference room, everyone looked at each other. These natives are very smart. They just suffered a loss from the live broadcast last night, and now they know how to use the live broadcast to build momentum for themselves. Long Woody's mouth corners slightly raised. However, he just said to go out and fight them in an open battle. This is exactly what we want. If a melee breaks out, these 10 strong men will definitely be worn down by Long Woody plus Nanfeng plus 100,000 chosen ones. But the chosen ones will also suffer heavy casualties. However, if it is a 1v1 real man battle, Long Woody is confident that he can beat several alone. Military leader. Are we going out to fight? Black Dog said in a muffled voice. From the looks of them, they should not attack the city. Why don't we stay in the city? Long Woody shook his head. That won't work. Didn't you hear what he said just now? If we stay in the city, it is equivalent to using the civilians in the city as a shield, which will make us lose the support of the people. As the old saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Where the people's hearts go, victory will follow. This world is not the world of the Chosen One after all. If billions of natives in this world do not support the Chosen One, the Chosen One will not be able to move forward. The public opinion is very important to them. Black Dog was a little worried. This group of people is very strong, and some of them have reached the peak of level 44. Military leader. You can't defeat them alone. Long Woody put his hands behind his back, his expression calm. I naturally have no chance of winning against 10. But I can ask for a ring battle. They want to gain a good reputation. It is impossible that they will not even agree to such a request. As he said, Long Woody turned around and looked at the people in the conference room. In the case of 1v1, conservatively calculate that I fight 4. Brother Feng fights 3. Fei Ying fights 1. And Crazy Wolf fights 1. So, there is still 1 missing. Nan Feng snorted. Who are you looking down on? Who are you looking down on? If you can beat 4, then I can beat 4 too. While saying this, Nan Feng still secretly opened the panel and sent a private message to Xiao Luo. It's not that I, Nan, can't beat 4, but I'm afraid that you, Long Woody, can't beat 4. Call Xiao Luo over. It's safer. Long Woody laughed. Ha ha ha. Okay. Since Brother Feng is so confident, then we will go out of the city to fight. Mimi, notify them. If we lose, you will immediately return to the fog and come out when you are strong enough. Brother Feng, Flying Eagle, Crazy Wolf. Let's go! After that, Long Woody took the lead and flew into the sky and flew to the north. What's the hurry? Nan Feng took out a mother mirror from his backpack and started the live broadcast. They all broadcast live. Why don't we? Since the mother-child mirror came out, this thing has been widely praised. In addition, the price of mother-child mirror is extremely cheap. The mother mirror used for live broadcast only costs 99 copper coins. And the child mirror used for watching live broadcast only costs 29 copper coins, which is almost free. I really don't know how the people who make mother-child mirror make money. Therefore, in the Meteoric Empire and the Bright Moon Empire, mother-child mirror has almost become a must-have magic weapon in everyone's home. Only the more remote Wadika Empire has not yet fully popularized mother-child mirror. Nearly 1 million people watched the live broadcast of Danzalong's intention to massacre the city last night. And this was a live broadcast in the middle of the night. And today during the day, Danzalong's live broadcast has been watched by nearly 10 million people. Not only the local natives were watching this live broadcast, but even the chosen ones from other regions were watching this live broadcast. At this time, in a small tavern in the Falling Sun Empire, a huge sub-mirror was hung on the beam, and everyone in the tavern looked up at the contents in the mirror. Why haven't the invaders in Blackwater City come out yet? Are they scared? Uh-huh. The invaders are just a bunch of trash. They can only use civilians as shields. How could they come out? Alas, the strong men in our empire are too kind. If you ask me, it would be better to rush into the city and kill all the invaders without leaving a single piece of armor. What's the point of killing a few civilians? There is no war without casualties. Don't be fooled by this hypocritical fat man. He wanted to massacre the city last night, but not many people knew about it. Hey, look! Someone flew out of the city. It's the invaders. Damn. The invaders are also broadcasting live. The invaders are also broadcasting live? Where are they? Just shout invaders perspective, and you can see it. In the submirror, Nan Feng spread his devil's wings and flew rapidly in the air. But in a moment, a large number of viewers poured into his live broadcast room. And the number of viewers was still increasing at a very fast rate. In Luyun City, Sikong Buishua crossed his legs and looked at the oversized mirror in front of him with a smile on his face. Nan Feng and Long Woody fighting 10 strong men from the Falling Sun Empire? Hee hee. This kind of live broadcast is interesting. We can just use this live broadcast to launch the gift system we just developed. Dream God. Are you ready? No one answered Sikong Buishua. But a voice suddenly came from the sub-mirror in front of him. No. Not only the sub-mirror in front of him, but all the sub-mirrors in the world. All came out with a voice. Upgrade completed. Gift system is officially online. Now, all viewers can send gifts to their favorite anchors. Hallyu Empire. Yen Family. Yen Nujio, who was watching Nanfeng's live broadcast, frowned slightly. Gift system? What does this mean? The word gift is easy to understand. But the word system? I have never heard of it. Yen Nujio's eyes moved, and she saw a line of small words under the sub-mirror: consume magic power to send gifts to the anchor. Consume magic power? Yen Nujio thought about it, mobilized a small part of magic power, and sent it to the sub-mirror. Above Nanfeng's live broadcast room, a line of golden words appeared: thank Yen Nujio for sending 1,000 magic points. Chapter 608 1v1 Arena Battle. Gift system? Above Blackwater City. Nan Feng looked at the mother mirror in surprise. What is Mengshan doing? Absorbing the magic power given to the anchor by the audience? Suddenly, Nan Feng felt a weak magic power flowing in the mother mirror. This weak magic power is exactly the magic value that Yen Nujio just sent. After a rough feeling, the power in the mother mirror can restore about 1,000 magic points, which is exactly the same as the amount Yen Nujio sent me. As a middleman, Mengshan didn't make any difference? Why don't I believe it? The distance of 20 kilometers is not long or short. Nefeng has not figured out the new function of the Mother Mirror, and he has already flown in front of the group of strong men in the Falling Sun Empire. After landing, Nefeng first opened the teleportation array and let Xiao Luo teleport over. Opposite, Dan Yuanlong held a sword in one hand and a mirror in the other, and said with a smile, "Not bad. Not bad. You invaders actually dared to come out to fight. You have guts, since you didn't use civilians as a shield. I can also make you a promise. When the fight starts later, I will spare your lives and won't kill you. After all, I am such a kind-hearted person." In Dan Yuanlong's live broadcast room, the audience was talking about it. Forgive others when you can. This is the mind of the strong men of our Falling Sun Empire. Send some gifts first. Shabi. Spare the invaders' lives? I don't know what this guy is thinking. You can't say that. I heard that these invaders are not bad people and never kill innocent people. The audience was polarized. Some thought the invaders deserved death, and some thought there was no need to kill them. But no matter what, Dan Yuanlong's wave did win the favor of many people, and gifts kept coming in the live broadcast room. Thanks to Ma Tong for sending 100 points of magic. Thanks to Mei Qiguan for sending 500 points of magic. Thanks. Dan Yuanlong felt the magic flowing in the Mother Mirror, and was shocked. If I receive enough gifts, wouldn't this Mother Mirror be equivalent to my own backup hidden energy, which can continuously replenish my magic? Such a shocking magic weapon. But it only sold to me for 99 copper coins. Oh my god. I really picked up a treasure. Dan Yuanlong rolled his eyes, took 2 steps forward, and shouted righteously, "Invaders on the opposite side. You robbed the cities of my Falling Sun Empire, killed innocent people, raped and plundered, and committed all kinds of evil. Do you know your crimes?" As soon as these words came out, the audience watching the live broadcast cheered and gave out a lot of gifts. Dan Yuanlong looked serious on the surface, but he was already very happy in his heart. Nefeng sneered. "Want to stand on the high ground of public opinion to suppress me?" He took 2 steps forward holding the Mother Mirror and said loudly, "It's really funny. We killed people who were extremely evil and deserved to die. How can we say that we killed them indiscriminately? The Lord of Blackwater City, who robbed women, oppressed the people, trafficked in people, and reveled every night. Do you think he should die? The Lord of Ingjiang City pockets half of the tax revenue every year. The people in the city are living in poverty and can't even afford to eat. Do you think he should die? We, the chosen ones, act on behalf of heaven and return a peaceful world to this chaotic world. What crime have we committed? Family members of Heishui, Baishui, Ingjiang, and Black Crow City. If what I said is true, then you should give me a small gift to prove it to everyone." In Ingjiang City, the residents who were watching the live broadcast mobilized the magic power in their bodies and poured it into the sub-mirror. They protected us with their lives last night, and we must support them today. Yes, if it weren't for Xiao Luo, everyone in our city would die. These chosen ones are much better than the original city lord. I don't want to give gifts either, but he calls me family. Swish. Suddenly, Nonfeng's live broadcast room was flooded with gifts. Thanks to Zhao Erju for the 10 points of magic power. Thanks to Li Erga for the 20 points of magic power. Thanks to Su Zurin for the 5,000 points of magic power. Thanks. For a moment, Nefeng only felt that the main mirror in his hand was full of magic power. In a tea house in the imperial capital. My god. This invader received thousands of gifts in an instant. Li Erga? Isn't this the classmate of my second uncle's daughter's neighbor? I heard that he moved to Ingjiang City the year before last. And he also sent gifts? Is what this invader said true? Are they really acting on behalf of heaven? So many gifts show that people living in those cities support him very much. I heard that these cities ruled by the chosen ones do not collect taxes. And no matter how much money they make, it goes into their own pockets. I'm really envious. I want to go there. Outside Blackwater City, Dan Yuanlong's face turned cold. Nonfeng's words just now successfully stood on the moral high ground and gained the support of a large number of people. This kid is sharp-tongued. We can't let him continue talking. Yuanlong stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Invader, no matter how you argue, you can't change the fact that you killed our compatriots. I won't talk to you. Let's see the truth with our hands. How about it?" After that, Yuanlong and the other 9 strong men around him looked at each other and prepared to attack. Wait! Nafeng made a paused gesture, then turned the eyepiece in his hand and pointed it at Yuan Yuanlong and others. Everyone. Look! This is the strong man of the Falling Sun Empire. 10 of them beat 5 of us. They really don't care about their face at all. Is this your style of being a strong man? Uh-huh. It's okay to be stronger than us. But you also use your numbers to bully the few? Even if you barely beat us. It's still an unfair victory. We won't accept it. On the opposite side, An Kung, Wu Ling and others immediately raised their hands and covered their faces with their sleeves. Dan Yuanlong sneered, barely beat you? Uh-huh. You really think highly of yourself. No need for the old man and the others to fight. I, Dan Yuanlong, will fight 5 of you alone. How about that? Now you have no excuse to avoid the fight. Right? Oh, you are pretending. If I, Nan, am not broadcasting live now, do you think the 4 of us will come up to beat you up? You are fighting 5 of you alone. Do you have the strength to do so? Nafeng laughed. It is not fair for the 5 of us to fight one of you. How about this? We fight in the ring. The loser will be eliminated, and the winner can continue to challenge the next one. How about that? Dan Yuanlong sneered. Since you insist on coming up to die one by one, then I will not be polite. He jumped high into the sky and drew a huge circle on the ground with the long sword in his hand. Those who surrender lose. Those who leave the circle lose. And those who die lose. Who dares to fight me first? You rats? Long Woody heard this and was about to take a step forward, but a short knife surrounded by electric light blocked him. Chapter 609. Let's have a chicken feather ring battle. Come! Let's have a direct melee. Long Jun show. I have some personal grudges with this fat guy. Let him go to me. Long Woody turned his head and looked at Xiao Luo, without saying anything more, but silently stepped back 2 steps. Nafeng clenched his fist and encouraged Xiao Luo. Come on. Chop down this fat guy. Xiao Luo nodded slightly, pulled the black hood down a little, covering half of his face. He tapped the ground with his toes, jumped into the air, flew into the sky, and faced Dan Yuanlong from a distance. It's you? Yuan Yuanlong recognized Xiao Luo. Wasn't he the guy who killed several clones in Yingjiang City last night? I didn't find you last night. I didn't expect you to come and die today. Yuan Yuanlong sneered and said to the eyepiece. I went to Yingjiang City last night and found that the people in Yingjiang City were in ruins and there were corpses everywhere. And all of this was done by the invader in front of me. Today, I, Yuan Yuanlong, will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and kill him to avenge the people in Yingjiang City. Yuan Yuanlong shouted, holding a sword in one hand and the mother mirror in the other, and flew toward Xiao Luo quickly. Xiao Luo, who was wearing a black robe, did not explain. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and 30 clones appeared behind him instantly. Knife formation. Start. The 30 clones scattered and surrounded Yuan Yuanlong in the middle. The 31-7 thunder shook slightly and made a buzzing sound. Sword formation. Cut. The sharp sword light shot up into the sky. The sword energy from all directions gathered to the center point and cut towards Dan Yuanlong's head. But Dan Yuanlong had sharp eyes and could see at a glance that there was a fatal gap in the sword formation. It seems that there is one less knife holder in your knife formation. Is it because I killed him last night and he hasn't had time to condense again? Dan Yuanlong swung a circle of sword light with one hand, and then shattered all the knife energy that attacked. How can an imperfect knife formation hurt me? He narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned the clones around him. Strange. How come these clones are the same as real people? I couldn't tell which one was the real one for a moment. Xiao Luo was broken by the first attack, but he didn't panic. He immediately raised his hand and slashed the second knife. The 30 clones raised the 7-star thunder in their hands synchronously with him and slashed fiercely. Knife formation. Kill! Dan Yuanlong smiled slightly and did not take the 31 knife energy that attacked him, but dodged between the knife energy at a very fast speed, avoiding them one by one. What a flexible fat man! The imperfect sword formation is full of loopholes. How can it hit me? Yuan Yuanlong shook his head and said, You are not strong enough. Admit defeat, and let someone else come. Xiao Luo looked at Yuan Yuanlong calmly. In his mind, a gloomy voice sounded, If you don't let me out, the sword formation will not be complete, and you will never be able to defeat him. Let me come out to help you. Let's kill him together. Xiao Luo murmured calmly, If the sword formation is not complete, Then, there is no need for the sword formation. The 30 clones felt Xiao Luo's intention, and immediately lifted the sword formation, and fought on their own. Each clone has its own ideas and its own fighting skills. These 30 clones, each is like an independent person. Xiao Luo rap version I. Live chopping carvings. Xiao Luo, passionate version ha ha ha. You chopped me with a sword yesterday. And I will chop you with a sword today. Xiao Luo, silly version I'm going to fight you. Xiao Luo mixed in with his clones and rushed towards Dan Yuanlong. Humph. You don't know what life and death is. Dan Yuanlong raised his hand to block the knife that was chopped at his face. I can kill you all with one hand. His sword was very fast, and he killed a clone in front of him with a backhand. But behind him, another clone seized the opportunity and chopped Dan Yuanlong's spine heavily with a knife. You don't know what life and death is. Dan Yuanlong turned around and chopped off this clone with a sword. Another clone roared and chopped him on the forehead. The clones are not afraid of death, and use their own lives to create conditions for other clones to attack. Below, Ankong frowned and slowly said, these clones are so strange. Each of them has an independent consciousness, but they seem to be a whole. Beside him, a dwarf less than 1.4 meters tall said coldly, Unit Dragon underestimated the enemy a little. If he doesn't show all his strength, he will probably fall into this kid's hands. It's time. And he still has to hold that mother mirror to live broadcast. Wu Ling shook his head with disdain. Not serious at all. No wonder he is still at level 44 after more than 500 years. The faces of the other people turned black. Level 44 eats your rice? Don't you see how many level 45 masters there are in the world? Is it so easy to break through level 45? But no one dared to answer. After all, Wu Ling is only 185 years old this year, and she has reached the peak of level 43, and is only one step away from level 44. Her talent is so terrifying. It is rare in a century. If nothing unexpected happens, Wu Ling will definitely be able to reach level 45. These people are already busy trying to curry favor with her. So how dare they talk back to her? Wu Ling ignored the guys around her, and looked around in the sky with bright eyes. Suddenly, she mobilized her magic power, and shouted loudly, Uncle! The second one on your right. Yuan Dianlong's eyes flashed, and he slashed with a sword. Puff! This sword cut off Xiao Luo's right arm, and his right arm fell down together with 7-star thunder. Nan Feng was furious when he saw this, and pointed at Wu Ling and cursed, You fucking little bitch. People are fighting fairly. Why are you butting in? Wu Ling pulled her lower eyelids with her fingers and made a face. Don't accept it. If you don't accept it, come and hit me. Do you dare? Okay. Okay. Nan Feng laughed angrily. Since you don't have martial ethics, it's not my fault. Xiao Luo. Attack him 3 inches below his left armpit, between the shoulder blades behind him, and the right buttocks. Xiao Luo, who had a broken arm, was being chased and chopped by Yuan Dianlong. After hearing Nan Feng's words, he pulled with his left hand and took back the 7-star thunder that was stuck in the ground. A knife from the devil. A dark aura lingered. Xiao Luo's knife hit Dan Yuanlong 3 inches below his left armpit. This knife seemed to have cut Dan Yuanlong's aorta, and a mouthful of blood rushed to his mouth. He stared at Nan Feng below in surprise. How do you know that I have a wound here? Is this the time to ask this? Xiao Luo's voice sounded in Dan Yuanlong's ears. He. Remember next time. Don't be distracted when fighting. A knife fell. Dan Yuanlong's shoulder blade was cut into a very deep cut. Puff! A mouthful of blood fell from the sky. Seeing this, Ankong immediately used his magic power and shouted, Bold invaders! Dare to play dirty tricks? I won't forgive you. Nan Feng sneered and shouted louder than him. Are you dissatisfied? If you are dissatisfied, come and fight me. Do you dare? Wu Ling's face condensed. This damned intruder actually dared to imitate me to speak. Looking for death, Wu Ling shouted, and the dragon hunting treasure mirror floated behind her, rushing towards Nan Feng. Come on! Nan Feng threw the mother mirror in his hand far away, and shouted to the sky, Bomber! Start! Fighting a 1v1 ring battle with this group of people who don't follow martial ethics. Come! Let's have a melee. Chapter 610 You are as ridiculous as your bunker. The dark cloud blocked the sun. The huge shadow blocked the sunlight above everyone's head. What is that? Yuan Yuanlong repelled Xiao Luo with a sword, opened his eyes wide, and looked up at the sky. He saw a strange-looking steel giant hovering above his head. What is this? A fierce beast? It seems to be some kind of bird beast. No. This thing has no life characteristics. It is all metal. The strong men of the Falling Sun Empire had never seen a bomber before, and they all looked up at the sky in surprise. Flying Eagle and Crazy Wolf also looked at each other. Fuck! The H-20 has been made? How could such a large bomber be a H-20? I think it should be a H-200. Wu Ling ignored the bomber above her head and flew quickly towards Nan Feng. The dragon hunting treasure book floating behind her head was spinning rapidly like an electric fan. 2 giant dragons of energy condensed by magic power loomed in the dragon treasure book. Wu Ling shouted, 2 dragons playing with a pearl. The 2 dragons flew out of the dragon treasure book, one on the left and one on the right, rushing towards Nan Feng with their fangs and claws. They wanted to tease Nan Feng as a pearl. Nan Feng raised the laser cannon with his backhand and blew up the head of one of the dragons with one shot. The other dragon had already come in front of Nan Feng, opened its bloody mouth and bit down fiercely. Boom! A missile fell from the sky and landed on the dragon, blasting it to pieces, turning it into pure energy and dissipating in the air. Wu Ling's mouth corner slightly raised. You are quite strong, and you are qualified to be my opponent. Boom! 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 Missiles were launched one after another at Wu Ling. Big holes were blasted out on the ground, and Wu Ling moved around to avoid the missiles. Nan Feng turned to look at Long Woody. I'll leave those powerful ones to you. I'll deal with this little bitch first. Long Woody clenched his fists and creaked. I've been wanting to do it for a long time. Your bomber won't bomb me. Right? Nan Feng spread out the devil's wings and said in a deep voice, I'll throw it at them. Just don't catch it yourself. Swoosh! A light blue beam rushed into the sky and wiped off a piece of meat on Dan Wulong's thigh. Dan Yuanlong was in pain and didn't have time to dodge Xiao Luo's knife. He was slashed 7 or 8 times by several clones, and his body was covered in blood. Despicable villain. Dare to sneak attack me? Dan Yuanlong shouted. The magic power in his body surged, and he used all his strength. After all, he was a 44th level strongman, 2 levels higher than Xiao Luo. When he used all his strength, Xiao Luo's pressure increased sharply. Fortunately, a missile would fall from the sky from time to time and hit Dan Yuanlong's head. Nan Feng would also take the time to shoot 2 shots in the sky to help Xiao Luo relieve the pressure. Dan Yuanlong had to divide part of his mind to guard against possible sneak attacks. Guys below, how long are you going to watch the show? Hold the Lord of Nancheng for me. Don't let him interfere with me again. While speaking, another missile fell from the sky. Dan Yuanlong roared, raised his hand, and cut it in half with a sword. On the ground battlefield, Nan Feng Wuling fought back and forth, and even had a little advantage. But with Qian Yu joining the battlefield and joining forces with Wu Ling, Nan Feng found it a little difficult to cope. Qian Yu shot an arrow and chuckled, Lord of Nancheng, we meet again. Nan Feng tilted his head slightly to avoid the arrow, and sneered, a defeated general still wants to snipe at my middle gate? Qian Yu is not stupid. He knows that he is not Nanfeng's opponent in a one-on-one fight, so he has no intention of fighting Nan Feng alone today. He tapped his toes lightly, stepped back a few steps, and retreated behind a dwarf. Yuanda, I will attack with all my strength. I'll ask you to block the attack of the Lord of Nan Feng. The dwarf Yuanda laughed boldly when he heard this, and a huge crystal shield appeared in his hand. Yuanda glanced at Nan Feng and said, he is just a level 42 young boy. Can he break my defense? My crystal shield could even withstand Yen Shuangying's gun in the past. Nan Feng looked at the 2 people and couldn't help laughing. One stood behind with a bow, and the other stood in front with a huge shield. Wu Yuansheng and Su Ming are not the same. Nan Feng, what are you laughing at? Qian Yu looked at Nan Feng with a bad face. Yuanda's crystal shield is well known in the whole empire. With him as my cover, do you think you can still beat me? Cover? There is no cover in front of the cannon. The magic power in Nanfeng's body rushed into the laser cannon frantically. You are really powerful to be able to catch Yen Shuangying's gun. But this is a cannon. Crashed. Frost. Snow White. Cold. Frozen. A milky white beam of light was fired from the muzzle, heading straight for Yuanda and Qian Yu. Come on! Yuanda roared, and his body seemed to be inflated, growing dozens of times. Even the huge crystal shield in his hand grew dozens of times. He changed from a dwarf to a giant that covered the sky and the sun. Boom! Ice beam cannon hit the crystal giant shield, and the extreme cold air burst out, and frost instantly covered the entire shield. Desperate cold air. The frost froze along the shield all the way to Yuenda's hands, then his body, thighs, feet, and then along the ground, freezing Qian Yu, who was dumbfounded behind him. 3 dragons gathered at the top. Wu Ling, who was standing aside, saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly activated Dragon Treasure Book to summon 3 energy dragons to pounce. 1 dragon took Qian Yu, and the other 2 dragons swung their tails and smashed the ice on Yuenda's body. Swoosh! Yuenda's body instantly deflated, shrunk dozens of times, and turned back into the dwarf just now. He trembled all over, and a large area of frostbite appeared on his body. There was a trace of fear in his eyes when he looked at Nanfeng. Why is this chosen one so powerful? Wu Ling's pretty face was also full of doubts. If the shot just now had hit her, she would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. The man in front of her was stronger than her. Haha. It's ridiculous. He was still hiding, but I almost killed him in one move. Nanfeng looked at Qian Yu and sneered. As for you, haha, you are as ridiculous as your hiding. We are ridiculous. Qian Yu was furious, raised his hand to hold the bow. Wu Ling, give me a hand. Wu Ling's slender fingers pinched the magic formula, and the Dragon Treasure Book behind his head turned faster. For dragons opened the sky. For giant dragons soared into the sky, circling each other, and condensed into an extremely powerful dragon arrow. Qian Yu looked solemn, slowly pulled the bow, and pulled it to the state of great perfection. Lord of South City, I admit that you are strong, but you should not look down on us. This is a magical skill that Wu Ling and I have worked on for many years. You invader, go to hell. The dragon head in front of the arrow roared fiercely, and a deep ditch was plowed out of the ground wherever it passed. This power. Nanfeng took a breath. It's bad. They shouted about friendship and bond, and used the legendary combination skills. Could it be? I am actually the villain? Chapter 611. You kill? Then I will kill too. On the other side, as soon as the battle started, Long Wudi swooped down and headed straight for Hong Kong. In Long Wudi's eyes, this old man was the strongest among the group. As long as Hong Kong could be dealt with first, the others would be small fry and could be dealt with easily. Come on. Hong Kong laughed loudly and rushed towards Long Wudi. I have heard that the Lord of Dragon City is brave and invincible. Today, let me experience it. Long Wudi gathered the true energy in his body and condensed it on his right fist. Come on. Let's see who is stronger. Long Wudi punched. Hong Kong slapped. The fists and palms collided. The sound was like thunder. Energy burst out. Fuck. Retreat quickly. Flying Eagle and Crazy Wolf following behind Long Wudi were shocked by this energy and bleeding from the corners of their mouths. They quickly retreated to the side. Each found an opponent with similar strength and started fighting. Hong Kong retracted his palm slightly and slapped it out fiercely. Long Wudi smiled crookedly and met him with a heavier fist. The two of them fought like this. One punch and one palm. Without any fancy skills. Just hard power. But how could Hong Kong, a little old man over 600 years old, fight against the young and strong Long Wudi? After 10 moves, Hong Kong's palm was broken. His arms were numb, and he was beaten back more than 100 meters away. Young man, you have no martial ethics. Bullying an old man like me, Hong Kong shouted. Come and help. The remaining few strong men stopped watching the show, but rushed forward and killed Long Wudi. Right. It's fun to fight together. Long Wudi's muscles were bulging. Veins were bulging. And he faced everyone with the posture of dragon walking and tiger walking. Facing the siege of 4 strong men, he was not at all inferior, and even had time to sneak a few glances at other battlefields. Flying Eagle. Mad Wolf. No problem. In the sky, Xiao Luo is almost winning. Brother Feng. Oh! The little dwarf will grow bigger? Hulk. Seeing that the other people were not in danger, Long Wudi was relieved and seriously dealt with the battle on his side. He seized the opportunity, seized the flaw of a strong man, and slapped out with both hands. Double peaks pierced the ears. This is a killer move in Tai Chi, similar to Liu Chan's second skill in Pesticide. When he was on Blue Star, Long Wudi used this move to pierce the eardrum of a human trafficker with one palm, causing him to have a severe concussion. The human trafficker was in the hospital for half a year before he woke up by chance. But he became a fool. It was precisely because of this fierce attack that Long Woody was transferred to the Little Tomato Mental Hospital and became a security guard. If Long Woody used this move again, it would not be as simple as piercing the eardrum. With this palm strike, the skull of the strong man was smashed directly, and his eyes turned black on the spot, and he fell to the ground and twitched. With one palm strike, he almost killed a strong man in 1 second. How dare you! Seeing that Long Woody was going to go forward to finish off the opponent, Kong was furious and slapped out with one palm strike. Long Woody laughed and said, "Old man, you keep using ordinary attacks. Do you look down on me?" As he said that, Long Woody used an iron mountain to push Kong away more than 10 meters. Boom! There was a loud noise in the distance, and Long Woody turned around and saw that the battlefield on the other side of Nan Fong was filled with smoke and dust, and a small mushroom cloud rose. "Brother Fong, did you drop a nuclear bomb?" Long Woody touched the tactical headset lightly and said in a deep voice, "Brother Fong, how are you?" Nanfeng's voice came over quickly. "It's okay. I'm sniping with the opponent." In the smoke and dust, Nanfeng knelt on one knee on the ground, carrying a thick and big rocket launcher on his shoulder. "Dragon arrow? Haha. What a flashy thing. Did I?" Dongfeng Express. "Speak?" He put away the rocket launcher and switched to Golden Gatling. "Excuse me. Your firepower is too weak. Let me show you what firepower suppression is." Duh. The Gatling gun was emitting blue flames, and golden bullets gushed out like a roaring beast. In the sky, tactical bombers were firing at full power, and missiles were thrown down like they were free, as if they wanted to format the entire land. Swish! A bird-like reconnaissance plane, carrying high-explosive grenades, black flashes, poison gas bombs, flash bombs and other ammunition, was circling in the battlefield. Nanfeng alone had the firepower of a division. Ha ha ha. All of you die? Nanfeng held the Gatling gun and laughed with his head raised. The faces of the strong men of the fallen Sun Empire changed drastically, and they quickly scattered and dodged. Damn! Such a fierce attack! Hurry up and find cover. His magic power won't last long against such a terrifying attack. As long as we can survive this wave, we can kill him! Cover? Cover is useless. Didn't you see that the mountain on the opposite side was flattened? This Lord of South City seems to have fallen into madness. Where is Lu Menghua? Damn it. Where did that bitch Lu Menghua go? With such a good opportunity, she can completely seduce Nanfeng. Hearing the voice coming from the tactical earphones, Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. What? There are still people who can charm? Didn't I just laugh a little louder? Where is the madness? Boom! Boom! The continuous large-scale bombing by the bomber caused the magic power in Nanfeng's body to be consumed rapidly. But except for the guy who was killed by Long Woody's double peaks piercing ears, everyone else was still alive. It's really not easy to kill these strong men, Nanfeng murmured in a low voice. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. A long sword fell down, followed by Dan Elong's right hand, right arm, left leg, head. Xiao Luo, who was shrouded in a black robe, raised his mouth slightly and sneered. The seven-star thunder in his hand was surrounded by black mist, which made people feel nervous. I'll take one. Xiao Luo's voice was slightly hoarse, and he spoke slowly. Great. Nanfeng nodded and looked at Long Woody. Brother Long, I've suppressed them. Hurry up. Long Woody didn't move. He stood there, staring at the direction of Nanjiang City. Just a few seconds ago, Long Woody felt a strong breath in the city, which had locked him. Ha ha ha. Seeing Long Woody's appearance, Kong suddenly laughed. The Emperor knows that you are powerful. So how could he only send us here to give you experience? Strictly speaking, we are only responsible for luring you two out. There is someone else who really wants to deal with you. Nanfeng's pupil shrank sharply, and he also felt a strong breath, which suddenly locked him. This is the breath of a level 45 strongman. The Emperor set a level 45 strongman over. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color. An old voice came from Nanjiang City. Those who invade our territory should be killed. Before the 5 people from Nanfeng could wait for the old man to make a move, an equally old voice sounded in the ears of everyone in Black Crow City in the south. If you kill me, I will kill you too. Chapter 612. The territory belonging to Dragon Country. Tang Chengyan has come out of retreat? Hearing this familiar voice, Nan Feng was delighted. This time of coming out of retreat is really the right time. He saved people at the right time. I have learned the essence of Nan. In Nanjiang City, the old man heard Tang Qingyun's voice and was stunned for a moment. Tang Qingyun? Have you broken through level 46? Tang Qingyun calmly replied, almost. Oh, no breakthrough? Then what are you showing off? The old man in Nanjiang City sneered. We are both level 45. Do you think I am afraid of you? Tang Qingyun, the emperor once said that there is a gap between levels 45. If you are not afraid of me, you can just cut it with a knife and try it. Cut it if you want. As soon as the voice fell, the cloud bomber in the sky was split in half, and a cold knife light filled with the breath of death slashed down from the sky. Under the knife light, whether it was Nan Feng and his group of chosen ones, or the strong men of the falling Sun Empire, all their brains were blank, standing still and unable to move. Nan Feng was stunned. He felt that this knife was even more stressful than when he faced the emperor. Even more terrifying. The reason is that the emperor has never used all his strength to target Nan Feng. But the old man's sword was the one he used all his strength to strike. This strike created the world. Tang Qingyun, who was far away in Black Crow City, slightly opened his cloudy eyes. He reached out and grabbed the rusty short sword beside him and waved it in the air. Crack! Tear! A dark crack appeared in the sky outside Blackwater City. The plain sword light flew out from the crack, instantly shattering the sword light that the old man had slashed with all his strength. The world returned to peace. The fight between the two level 45 warriors did not produce any energy fluctuations. It was as if the two sword lights just now were just projections without substance. The only one injured was Nanfeng's bomber. Quiet. Incomparably quiet. Even the sound of insects and birds could not be heard at all. Nefeng and his men did not dare to move, fearing that they would be killed by the old man in Nanjiang City. The strong men of the fallen Sun Empire did not dare to move either, fearing that they would be killed by Tang Qingyun. The two sides were deadlocked in place. After a long time, Nanfeng winked at Long Woody, meaning, who won? Long Woody rolled his eyes twice, saying, I don't know. In the sky, Xiao Luo took off his black hood, let out a long breath, and fell from the sky. Nanfeng hurriedly said, don't move. Xiao Luo. It's very dangerous. Xiao Luo. I'm more dangerous in the sky. Oh, that's right. The blade that split the bomber just now almost hit Xiao Luo, which was really dangerous. In Nanjiang City, the old man's old and low voice sounded, Tang Qingyun. Do you really want to be the enemy of the empire for these invaders? Tang Qingyun's voice was neither happy nor sad. They are not invaders, but the chosen ones. Under their management, the people of the empire have obviously lived a better life. Do you say this is to be the enemy of the empire? I don't think so. The old man in Nanjiang City sneered. Why do you have to find these high-sounding excuses? The territory of the empire cannot be tampered with by others. At this point, the old man in the city suddenly fell silent. After a long time, he slowly said, Humph. I wanted to compete with you, but the emperor just sent me a message, saying that if you and I fight, the people of southern Xinjiang will be devastated. He couldn't bear to see his people suffer, so he asked me to tell you invaders. Appoint Long Woody as the Lord of Blackwater City. Appoint Nanfeng as the Lord of Whitewater City. The remaining cities will be merged into Blackwater City and Whitewater City. Finally, the emperor has another reminder. If you dare to kill innocent people, then the emperor will definitely come to southern Xinjiang in person and kill you all. Nanfeng heard this and his brain short-circuited for 2 seconds. The emperor appointed me and Long Woody as the lord of the city? What does this mean? Tang Qingyun said calmly, then I will replace the lord of Nan City and the lord of Long City. Thank you, emperor. Humph. The old man in the city snorted coldly and said, come back. Those little guys outside, in the wilderness. An Kung, Wu Ling, Xian Yu and others looked at each other, and immediately rushed into the sky and flew towards the direction of Nanjiang City. Nanfeng put away the Gatling gun and took 2 steps forward. Grandpa Tang, are you just going to let them go? What else? Tang Qingyun's voice rang in Nanfeng's ears, and this voice was only audible to him. This is a live broadcast. If I kill these young people, won't I be cursed by millions of people? I can't afford to lose this face. After that, Tang Qingyun was silent. Nanfeng nodded gently. Yes, Tang Qingyun is a big man with a good reputation. Killing young people is too embarrassing. And it will ruin your reputation in your later years. Nanfeng murmured in a low voice, what a pity. Although a few people ran away, everyone still gained something from this battle. Nanfeng picked up a head. And Xiao Luo also killed one. The key point is that this battle was broadcast live, which dealt a heavy blow to the falling Sun Empire. Coupled with the power of Tang Qingyun's last knife, Nanfeng estimated that no one would dare to trouble them for a long time afterwards. Brother Long, why do you think the Emperor appointed us as city lords and gave us such a large piece of land? Nanfeng strode towards Long Wudi, and the others also came over. Long Wudi pondered and said, I don't understand. But looking at him like this, he seems to want to recruit us? Nanfeng shrugged, then he thinks too much. They were silent for a while, thinking about the Emperor's intention. But who can guess what the Emperor is thinking? On the side, Mad Wolf twisted his neck and said with some disappointment, I haven't had enough fun yet. And they all ran away. Nanfeng laughed, Don't run. Don't run and wait to be killed by your army leaders? It has to be said that Long Wudi is really fierce. He beat several level 44 strongmen alone. It's hard to think that he is not the protagonist. Brother Long, I just robbed you of a head. You don't mind? Right? Nanfeng said without apology. If you mind, just pretend I didn't say anything. Ha ha ha. Of course I don't mind. It's just some experience. Long Wudi laughed. I have been studying the indigenous cultivation methods for some time, and combined with the ancient martial arts of Dragon Country, Qi training, body training, etc., I created a set of cultivation methods suitable for us chosen ones. You only need to breed to upgrade. Nanfeng was stunned. You don't share this good thing with everyone? It's okay if you don't share it with everyone. But you don't share it with me? Long Wudi chuckled and said, It's still in the research stage. It's immature. And there are many small problems. After a while, I will study it thoroughly and publish a book. And all the chosen ones can study it. Fuck. Such a broad mind is worthy of being the head of the army. Nan, am ashamed of myself. Nanfeng said ashamedly, I can't learn your skills for nothing. Why don't I give your skills a name? It's called National Crossing. I can upgrade by breathing. What do you think? Brother Long? Long Wudi was stunned, then chuckled and said, Okay, listen to Brother Feng. Let's call it this name. Nat Feng, is it true? I just said it casually. But if you really want to use this book title, remember to add my name, Nan, in the author column. Long Wudi, I guarantee it. After the battle, several people cleaned up the battlefield a little, and flew back to Blackwater City while chatting. The victory of this battle brought great confidence to all the chosen ones of Dragon Country. Tang Qingyun's sword announced their strength to the world. The Emperor appointed Nanfeng and Long Wudi as city lords, which was to acknowledge their identities to the world. Since then, the Dragon Kingdom has initially established a foothold in this world, and has a territory of its own. It has a territory that is neither too big nor too small, and is enough for habitation. Chapter 613 Bonfire Party in Blackwater City. At night, Blackwater City was very lively. There were bonfires everywhere in the military camp, and the aroma of barbecue was everywhere. After the great victory in the battle during the day, Long Wudi returned to Blackwater City and ordered a super large bonfire party at night. A bonfire party that could accommodate thousands of people. Even many of the chosen ones from South City came to celebrate the victory together. The whole military camp was full of laughter and joy. Brother, come quickly. Someone is performing a chest-breaking rock performance over there. Chest-breaking rock? What's so good about that? Who here can't do it? It's a woman performing. What? Come on. Lead the way. Su Ming carried a large shield in one hand, and walked while looking around. It's so lively. Old witch, do we want to go and see the chest-breaking rock performance? Wu Yuansheng shook his head and said, I've seen it just now. That woman's muscles are more developed than mine. She can kill two of you with one punch. Su Ming was a little disappointed when he heard it. Forget it. Let's find something else to have fun. In the sky, a long sword flew by with a swoosh. Chung Mo's loud laughter came from the sky. Ha ha ha. Friends, Chang's swimming pool is open. If you want to swim, you can come to number 61. Sainer Road, Nancheng, Misty and Yai. There are pool parties every day. Many beauties and handsome guys. Su Ming and Wu Yuansheng looked at each other, and a few black lines appeared on their heads. How come there are people advertising in this military camp? And they are from our South City. So embarrassing. Party! Party! Handsome guy. Handsome guy. Beauty? Beauty? But the chosen ones in the camp were very supportive and shouted enthusiastically. Seeing this, Chung Yamo laughed again. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your support. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I will also perform a show. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. Chung Yamo pinched the magic formula, and the long swords in his hand instantly transformed into hundreds of them. These hundreds of long swords flew around in the sky, sometimes forming a heart, sometimes forming an orangutan, and sometimes forming a 5-pointed star. There was thunderous applause and cheers from below. Su Ming looked up, stunned. Chung Yamo, this guy actually used the sword as a drone? It's a loss if I don't charge you for this life-saving magic weapon. On the other side, Huang Yuanning was holding a large stack of flyers, distributing them while shouting loudly, the Blackwater City branch of the Huang Family Bath Center is about to open. Brothers, those who have money can support the event, and those who don't, borrow some money to support the event. With this flyer, you can enjoy a 15% discount and a delicious buffet. By the way, tell me my name Huang Yuanming, and you can get a small exquisite gift. First come, first served. While stocks last, Wu Yuansheng and Su Ming looked at each other. Why do people from our South City like to advertise so much? How embarrassing. The two continued to walk forward and came to the open space in the middle of the military camp. Nan Feng, Xiao Luo, Su Zuran and other high-level officials from South City are all here. Long Wudi, Lin Mimi, Fei Ying, Feng Lang and other high-level officials from Dragon City are also here. The two parties gathered around the bonfire in the middle, talking and laughing while roasting meat and fighting chickens. It was very lively. Yes, in the open space in the middle, South City and Dragon City each sent a chosen one to fight Cox. Come on. Xiao Aran. Knock him over. Military Commander. Come on. Military Commander. Stand up. Xiao Aran and Long Wudi, each with one leg crossed, were fully immersed in the joy of cockfighting. But who could beat Long Wudi in this kind of pure physical collision? He exerted force on one foot, leaped forward suddenly, and knocked Xiao Aran more than 10 meters away, rolling 7 or 8 times on the ground before stopping. Thank you. Long Wudi laughed. Who else wants to come up and compete? Nan Feng took a big bite of meat and said dissatisfiedly, No. This game is unfair to us. Who can beat you? Long Wudi? Long Wudi laughed. Brother Feng, you are also the city lord. We city lords should be fair to each other. Nan Feng shook his head vigorously. Want me to go on stage and make a fool of myself? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nan Feng hugged a table leg tightly and refused to let go. Beside him, Xiao Luo suddenly stood up and walked to the open space in the middle. I'll do it. The people around him cheered immediately. Good. Long Jun Shou. Knock him down. Brother Luo. Come on. Brother Luo. Come on. Xiao Luo's eyes condensed, and he suddenly split into 30 clones, surrounding Long Wudi. Long Wudi was stunned. You, Xiao Luo, didn't you say you can't use skills? This? Before Long Wudi could speak, one of Xiao Luo's clones rushed up and yelled, Ah! I'm going to fight you! Bang! 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 31 Xiao Luos rushed forward one after another, trying to knock Long Wudi down. But he was a knife player after all, and this simple physical collision was far inferior to Long Wudi, and his clones were knocked away one after another. Nan Feng took a sip of milk tea and said angrily, No. Long Wudi has won 9 games in a row, and the score has reached 9 o'clock. I must not let the score reach double digits. Otherwise it will be too embarrassing for Nan Chung. Nan Feng took a step forward, rushed into the open space, and shouted, I am also a clone. Su Ming saw the scoreboard with 9 o'clock next to him, and felt that this was more embarrassing than Huang Yuanming and Chung Mo's advertisement. So he rushed into the open space with a giant shield wild charge, and shouted like Nan Feng, Yes, I am also a clone. How could the chosen one of Longcheng let the military leader be bullied? He immediately joined the battlefield. Soon, the open space was crowded with cockfighting people, and the atmosphere of joy was overflowing among them. Nan Feng was careless, and was knocked out of the field by Long Wudi, and fell next to the scoreboard. Damn! So cruel? Nan Feng got up angrily, and swapped the numbers on the scoreboard. Nanchung 9 o'clock Longcheng. This looks much more comfortable. Nafeng nodded with great satisfaction. Suddenly, a trace of panic appeared on Su Zhen's face. He hurried to Nafeng and said in a deep voice, "There's a problem in Yingjiang City. Someone found a street in the west of the city, and all the people in it are dead." "Who did it?" A trace of murderous intent flashed in Nafeng's eyes. "Damn it. Who is looking for death? Don't you know that Yingjiang City is now my territory? This is certified by the Emperor." Su Zhen didn't speak. He should be checking the information with others. After a while, he said, "I heard from the brothers over there that the dead civilians were all men. Each of them was naked, with a lewd smile on their faces, and they probably died in their sleep." Xiao Luo didn't know when he came to the two of them. When he heard Su Zhen's words, he immediately thought of something. Last night, a woman who can charm came to Yingjiang City. No wonder she was not seen in the daytime battle. He looked at Nafeng and said in a deep voice, "I will go. This woman's charm has no effect on me." Hearing this, Nafeng nodded slightly. "Okay. Be careful." Chapter 614 Major Accident. Xiao Luo quickly teleported back to Yingjiang City, sat in the city, and sent 30 clones to look for Lu Menghua's trace. In Blackwater City, the chosen ones, who were celebrating, also packed up and prepared to leave. Flying Eagle, Crazy Wolf, Black Dog, go down and make arrangements to strengthen the security of each city. Long Wudi looked at his powerful men and said in a deep voice, "The Emperor only appointed me as the city lord during the day. If all the civilians in the city died at night, it would be very disadvantageous to us." Nafeng on the side said, "Perhaps the Emperor wants to suppress us in this way." During the day, Nafeng and Long Wudi were appointed as city lords. At night, each city was massacred and no one survived. Then from now on, who would dare to believe in these chosen ones? Who would dare to support them? It is possible. Long Wudi nodded silently. So during this period, we must protect the residents in the city. Nafeng took out a mother mirror from his backpack. In fact, there is a simple way. Install mother mirrors in every hidden corner of the city. Live broadcast the whole process, just like surveillance. In this way, those strong men who kill people will have some scruples. Why has the crime rate in modern society been declining? Because there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Surveillance cannot stop desperate criminals, but it is a great deterrent for those who only dare to steal. Long Wudi's eyes lit up. "It's a good idea. Fei Ying, you go and arrange it quickly." Nafeng put away the mother mirror and said, "Then you guys are busy. I have to go back too. There is still a dangerous person in Yingjiang City that has not been dealt with. I'd better go and keep an eye on him." After saying goodbye to Long Wudi and others, Nafeng teleported directly to Yingjiang City, the west of Yingjiang City. Some time ago, Su Zhen got a piece of land here, applied for it himself, paid for it himself, approved it himself, and collected the money himself. It only took 2 minutes to complete the procedures. He planned to build a large market here, similar to Wanda Plaza in Blue Star, as a landmark building in Yingjiang City. It takes a lot of labor to build such a large square. Su Zhen was not stingy. He offered a price 30% higher than the market price and invited more than 500 young and strong workers, providing food and accommodation, and working 24 hours a day. In order to improve efficiency, he also bought all the houses on the street next to the construction site as employee dormitories. This also led to the tragedy. Lu Menghua specially selected strong men to absorb their essence. This street is simply the best dinner prepared for her. She had been waiting outside the city for a whole day, and finally waited for a good opportunity. Most of the chosen ones in the city went to Blackwater City to celebrate, leaving only some little Karami patrolling the city. She seized this hard-won opportunity, sneaked into Yingjiang City, and charmed all the men on the street to death. After the task was completed, Lu Menghua just licked her red lips, lifted her long skirt and left here. When Xiao Luo received the news and rushed back, Lu Menghua had already run away to who knows where, outside the staff dormitory in the west of the city. After listening to Su Zhen's report, Nafeng suddenly felt a headache. This is really a big deal. Let's not talk about whether the Emperor will use this as an excuse to send strong men to punish Nafeng. The hundreds of people who died alone are enough to make Nafeng's scalp numb. These men are all the pillars of the family, and many of them are even the only labor force in the family. They really have an 80-year-old mother, hungry children, and a gentle and virtuous wife in the middle, waiting for them to come home at the door. But now, except for a few who escaped by luck, everyone else is dead. Nefong couldn't imagine how sad their relatives must be. This is my fault. I will take all the responsibility. Suzerain looked at the lifeless street with a sad tone. I shouldn't have let them all live in the dormitory in order to rush the work. Or, if I was more cautious and added more patrols, this tragedy would not have happened. Nefong patted his shoulder and said, We are human, not gods, and we can't predict everything. Who would have thought that after the Emperor recognized Nanfeng's identity, someone would dare to take a huge risk to massacre civilians in the city? As for the murderer, Nanfeng's eyes were cold. If I don't peel her skin off tonight, I will read my name backwards in the future. Shinpan, Wu Yuansheng, Suihan and others also rushed here. After learning about this tragedy, everyone was stunned. Huang Yuanming murmured, Oh my god. It's so serious. What should we do? Suzerain took a deep breath. Compensation. I will pay out of my own pocket and compensate the victim's family with the highest standards. At the same time, I resigned as the acting city lord of Yingjiang City and let the families deal with it. Nefong glanced at him. Don't talk nonsense. What about dealing with or not dealing with? These people are not killed by you. After a pause, Nefong said in a deep voice, Let's pay the money first, and then see the attitude of the families, and then decide what to do next. Suihan lowered his head and asked in a low voice, What if they don't want money? What they lost is the backbone of the family. The son, the husband, and the father, which cannot be compensated by money. We will give them whatever they want, as long as it is within our ability, Nefong said softly. But if they insist on making a big fuss, making things bigger, and destroying the stability and harmony of Yingjiang City, then I can only find a way to make them shut up. Suihan looked at Nefong in a daze. After a long while, she said a sentence. No wonder they keep calling us invaders. Yes, to the natives of this world, we are indeed invaders. Nefong looked at her. But do you know how the natives will solve this problem? They will burn down the street, and they won't pay a penny. For those families who lost their men, they will sell their women to brothels, and their children to wealthy families as servants. Our way of handling it is already very good. And, in the final analysis, the murderer is not us. We just did not protect them well. Suihan was born with a heart of compassion for the world, and couldn't bear to see others suffer. Perhaps this is why she became a pastor. But Nanfeng's moral standards are not that high. He just needs to have a clear conscience. After listening to Nanfeng's words, Suihan was silent for a long time and nodded silently. I understand what you mean. But don't persuade me. I will do my best to make up for the harm suffered by these families. Nefong no longer paid attention to her, but turned to look at others. Shinpan, Su Ming, Wu Yuansheng, Huang Yuanming. You guys follow me. Let's help Xiao Luo and catch that stinky fox who seduces people. Chapter 6:15 Woman. You want to leave after playing with fire? Outside Yingjiang City, Xiao Luo's clone followed the path outside the West City gate and chased far away. There is a woman sent in this direction. A clone lay on the ground and sniffed hard. That's right. It's exactly the same as the scent in the city. It's the smell of the murderer. Xiao Luo, focus version, walked over quickly. Walked a short distance along this road. And observed the ground along the road. There are obvious footprints on the ground. So obvious that it seems to be left intentionally. Xiao Luo, cold version, held 7-star thunder and leaned against the trunk of a big tree. You mean she deliberately led us here? Xiao Luo, irritable version, looked impatient. What do you mean by intentional or not? Can she be so smart? If you ask me, we will chase along this road. And we will definitely find the murderer. No, she is definitely not in this direction. Xiao Luo, calm version, quickly analyzed the current situation. This direction leads directly to Nanjiang City. It seems that she wants to escape back. But if you want to go to Nanjiang City, you have to pass through the middle of Blackwater City. Otherwise you have to go a very long way. Blackwater City has Long Woody in charge. She must know the situation in Blackwater City. So she won't go in this direction. Jinju is right. This is a trace she left deliberately. At this point, Xiao Luo, calm version, turned around and pointed in the opposite direction. But she didn't expect that I predicted her prediction. She should have gone in the opposite direction. Let's chase her. Under the command of the calm version, the clones quickly chased in the opposite direction. Only Xiao Luo, angry version, didn't believe it. You predicted her prediction? Why don't you think about whether she could have predicted you or her prediction? I must follow the footprints today. I don't believe it. When I catch the murderer, I will be the second in command. The second in command above everyone else. Xiao Luo, angry version, punched the tree next to him and penetrated it directly. He roared excitedly twice and quickly chased in the direction of the footprints. In the sky, Nan Feng, Shen Pan, Huang Yuanming, and others looked down in confusion. Shen Pan, why don't Luo Ji's clones fly in the sky to search in a dragnet manner? Wouldn't it be much more efficient this way? Huang Yuanming, don't try to guess what the clones are thinking. You won't understand no matter how much you try. Last time I asked Ling Jingban why he carved so many wood sculptures. I thought he would say to sell them for money or as souvenirs. But he said, to practice swordsmanship. I was stunned. Can carving wood sculptures also practice swordsmanship? If I take care of it, can't I also practice stick skills? Su Ming, Wu Yuansheng, Shen Pan. Nan Feng slapped him on the back of his head lightly. Be serious. Look for someone properly. Don't talk nonsense. Okay. Nan Shen. Everything is under Nan Shen's command. Huang Yuanming held the back of his head aggrievedly. But I have a question. How can you be sure that the murderer hasn't gone far? She may have already flown away. Nan Feng explained. She doesn't dare to fly. Our city is all around her. If she dares to go up to the sky, won't she be spotted by the brothers? Then she really won't be able to escape. So that's it. Huang Yuanming nodded in sudden realization. Everyone dispersed and searched for the murderer's trace in a carpet-like manner. 2 hours passed in a flash. Suddenly, Xiao Luo's voice reached everyone's ears through the tactical headset. Xiao Luo, found it. At your 11 o'clock direction. No more than 50 kilometers. Before Nan Feng spoke, Huang Yuanming asked first, did the calm version find it? Or the irritable version? Xiao Luo paused for a second and slowly said, it was the silly version that found it. What's wrong? Huang Yuanming was speechless. Nothing. I just asked. Nan Feng's speed suddenly increased a lot, and flew straight to the 11 o'clock direction. Half an hour ago. Xiao Luo, silly version, who had been searching for a whole night, felt that this was too boring. So he left the main group and squatted on the ground to watch the 2 nests of ants fighting. This squad lasted for half an hour, and he would laugh foolishly from time to time, and applaud the winning ants. Then, he was spotted by Lu Menghua. I didn't expect there was a lone person here. Well, it looks like you are not only alone, but also quite retarded. Lu Menghua twisted her slender waist, and walked out of the jungle behind her easily. She smiled. The group of clones have surrounded me. But fortunately there is a breakthrough point like you. Xiao Luo, silly version, heard the voice behind him, and turned his head naively. You are? He looked Lu Menghua up and down, and suddenly realized. You are the murderer. I didn't kill anyone. Those stinky men died under my pomegranate skirt voluntarily. Lu Menghua smiled charmingly. As she spoke, a strange light flashed in her eyes, which made people unable to help but sink into it. But Xiao Luo, silly version, was not moved at all. The eyes that were enough to fascinate men, in Xiao Luo's, silly version, opinion, were not as good-looking as the ants on the ground. Xiao Luo, silly version, raised the 7-star thunder and rushed towards Lu Menghua, roaring, you killed so many people. You are really a female devil. I will fight you. Lu Menghua was slightly stunned. Strange. This clone is obviously different from the very calm clone. Why can he also ignore the charm? Without time to think about it, Lu Menghua opened her red lips and spit out a light pink mist from her mouth. Xiao Luo, silly version, ran into the mist head first, and immediately felt dizzy, as if he had drunk 20 kilograms of fake wine, and fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. It's just a small clone. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Lu Menghua snorted coldly and ran forward quickly. After wasting a little time just now, Lu Menghua already felt that a large number of masters were coming from all directions. She had to leave here quickly. But as she ran, she found that her speed was not as fast as the group of people behind her. No. I must fly out. Otherwise I will die here. Lu Menghua gritted her teeth, rushed into the sky, and flew towards Nanjiang City at a faster speed than before. Whoosh! A light blue beam of light flashed. Nanfeng's voice sounded behind her. You want to leave after playing with fire? Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention. Chapter 616 Protective Golden Light? The Power of the Emperor. Woman, you are playing with fire. Nafeng fired several shots at Lu Menghua's back. In the air. Without cover. Lu Menghua was a live target. But this live target was quite flexible, dodging around in the air without rules, avoiding many attacks from Nafeng. But as long as he was shot, Lu Menghua would be miserable. The pain from her waist made Lu Menghua gasp. She glanced at her slender waist. The light blue beam of light just brushed the edge and wiped off a small piece of her flesh. And the blood kept flowing. The strength of this Lord of South City is really amazing. Lu Menghua was secretly shocked. After all, she was a strong man at the peak of level 43, and was broken by the attack of Nafeng at level 42. And her face was a little embarrassed. These chosen ones can fight above their level, which is too unfair to us aborigines. Why are the chosen ones superior and can suppress us? Why can they upgrade like water? And one day is equivalent to our 10 years of hard training. Why can they do whatever they want in our territory? Lord Emperor is right. We must uproot these chosen ones and drive them out of this world. Lu Menghua licked her lips slightly, looked back at Nafeng and others who were far behind, and sneered. It's time to implement Lord Emperor's plan. Her fingers gently drew circles in the air, infusing magic power into it. Swish, swish, swish. Behind her, several more light blue light beams attacked, and Lu Menghua had several more wounds on her body. Watch out for the knife. Xiao Luo, calm version, appeared in front of Lu Menghua at some point, and slashed down with a knife without saying a word. Beside him, other clones were not to be outdone, and they all attacked. Lu Menghua dodged in the air with a nimble figure, but she couldn't avoid all the sharp knife energy. 7 or 8 knife wounds appeared on her body, and her thin and slightly transparent long skirt was stained with blood. It was chopped to pieces, and could only cover a few key places. Lu Menghua was panicked, covering her chest with her hands, looking around. Can't you give me a way out? Please, don't kill me. Xiao Luo, calm version, looked calm, and he didn't even bother to speak, and chopped several more times. Ah! Lu Menghua screamed, and a long wound appeared on her delicate and beautiful face, which looked very scary. Don't, please! Xiao Luo, don't kill me. Lu Menghua's tears rolled in her eyes, and she looked pitiful. I won't tell anyone about what you did with the Lord of Nafeng City. Please let me go! Xiao Luo's real body, hidden in the dark, frowned slightly. What nonsense is this woman talking about? What did I do with Nafeng? What did I do with Nafeng? Why don't I know it myself? In the distance, Nafeng and others have already flown over quickly. Xiao Luo, you stopped her well. Now let's see where this woman can run to. Nafeng set up a laser cannon and aimed at Lu Menghua. You killed so many people. Do you think you can get away? It's unfair. Don't slander me. Lu Menghua suddenly covered her face and cried, tears streaming down her face. I didn't kill those 500 people in Yingjiang City. Nafeng sneered. If you didn't kill him, did I? Want to delay time? I've seen this trick many times. I'll kill you with one shot. Boom! The gunshot sounded, and a golden light appeared on the surface of Lu Menghua's body. The light blue light column hit the golden light, creating a ripple, but it didn't break the defense. Oh! You still have a life-saving magic weapon? Nafeng sneered and pulled the trigger continuously. With so many of us besieging you, let's see how long your life-saving magic weapon can last. Brothers, go! Shen Pan on the side hesitated for a moment. Nan Shen, why don't you listen to her words? She just said she didn't kill him. Nafeng, you are mesmerized by her charm. Go to the side and wash your face to wake up. Wu Yuansheng shot 2 arrows. Seeing Lu Menghua's pitiful appearance, he hesitated. No. Nanshan, I don't think she used charm. Is there a possibility that she is really not the murderer? Xiao Luo, police dogman version, took 2 deep breaths. It is definitely her. She still has the breath of those people. Listen to Brother Luo. You won't be wrong. Wang Yuanming swung his big stick and smashed it at Lu Menghua's head. Hey, take my stick. Shen Pan and Wu Yuansheng looked at each other, nodded slowly, and followed suit to attack. Golden light protected Lu Menghua. She looked at everyone with tears in her eyes, her tone full of sadness. You murderers. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. After saying this, The aggrieved expression on her face suddenly disappeared. You want to kill me? With just a few of you. Can you do it? Lu Menghua sneered, spraying a large amount of pink mist with herself as the center. Nanfeng shouted, you retreat. He himself was not afraid at all, and rushed into the mist, drew out the demon dismember and started to fight with Lu Menghua. Outside the pink mist, Wu Yuansheng bent his bow and drew his arrow, aiming at the mist. As long as Lu Menghua dared to come out of the mist, he would shoot an arrow at her knee. Is this woman a bit schizophrenic? She cries and sneers at times. Wang Yuanming touched his chin and said, I always feel that she has some conspiracy. Xiao Luo, passionate version, tentatively chopped into the mist and responded, no matter what conspiracy she has. Just kill her. After this slash, he did not hear Nanfeng scream, so he chopped a few more times. In the pink mist, Nanfeng and Lu Menghua wrestled together, and every attack of the demon dismemberer aimed at Lu Menghua's joints. The golden shield on the surface of her body became dimmer and dimmer, and it would soon break. You stinky woman. Wait until this golden light breaks. Where can you run to? Nanfeng sneered. You are really weird. You are not afraid of my charm spell, nor my pink mist. Lu Menghua licked her red lips. Are you the chosen ones born eunuchs? Don't you have any interest in men and women? Bullshit. She was immune to charm spells because Nanfeng had been wearing a tactical mask, which was equivalent to looking at Lu Menghua through a screen. Her charm spell naturally had no effect on Nanfeng. As for the pink mist around, with the tactical mecha, no poisonous mist could enter Nanfeng's body. The master of poison, Di Yuan, suffered a great loss at this point. It can be said that Nanfeng is a natural enemy of Lu Menghua. Seeing Nanfeng's answer was a little exasperated, Lu Menghua chuckled and said, did I guess right? Oh, I discovered a big secret of you chosen ones. After I go back, I must announce it to the whole world. Nanfeng stabbed her neck with a knife. You have no chance to go back. Lu Menghua showed a wicked smile. Ha. Don't you notice that this golden light is very familiar? This power does not belong to me. Nanfeng was stunned when he heard this. He did feel that there was something wrong with the golden light. Hearing Lu Menghua's words at this time, he immediately reacted. Is this the power of the Emperor? Chapter 617. It turns out that the Emperor wants me dead. A few days ago, the Falling Sun Empire, the imperial capital, Tian Yuan held the imperial edict and summoned a large number of strong men to go to the southern part of the empire to suppress the chosen ones. Lu Menghua was one of them. Lu Menghua was unwilling to do such a thankless task. She wanted to refuse the activity of suppressing the chosen ones on the grounds that she was in seclusion. But the emperor found her directly. You must go this time. The emperor's tone was unquestionable. Lu Menghua knelt in front of the emperor and asked in confusion, Lord Emperor, many strong men have already responded to the call this time. Why do you still want me to go? These trash can't kill the group of chosen ones. So, I need your help. The emperor put his hands behind his back and said, when you get there, you just need to listen to my voice transmission. Hearing this, Lu Menghua's heartbeat accelerated a lot. Did the emperor take a fancy to me? I heard that the newly appointed emperor has no concubines in the harem. After completing the task, will I become the first concubine of the emperor? Or even the empress? Thinking of this, Lu Menghua was overjoyed. She knelt on the ground and said happily, I will not refuse to help the emperor even if it means death. The emperor helped her up from the ground and said gently, don't worry. I won't let you die. You take this magic weapon with you. If you encounter danger, you only need to think about it, and you can return to me instantly. In this big world, no one can kill you. Lu Menghua took the magic weapon with emotion, and looked at the emperor with tears in her eyes. Thank you for the reward. In the woods outside Yingjiang City, Nanfeng's eyes condensed. Is this the power of the emperor? Ha! It seems that you are not too stupid. Lu Menghua laughed wantonly. Why do you think I dared to come back and absorb the essence of those hundreds of strong men? Of course, it's because I have the protective magic weapon given to me by the emperor. Nanfeng snorted coldly. So what? It's just a magic weapon, not the emperor himself. Do you think that with my strength, I can't break a magic weapon? Lu Menghua licked his lips. Very charming. I know you have this strength. But the real function of this magic weapon is to escape. As long as I move my mind, this magic weapon will take me and flash in front of the emperor in an instant. Believe me, this speed is so fast that no one of you can catch up. The surrounding pink mist was suddenly taken back into Lu Menghua's body. Shen Pan, Huang Yuanming, Wu Yuansheng, and Xiao Luo's various clones immediately entered the combat state and killed them. She chuckled and looked around at everyone present, and said in a magnetic voice, "Little handsome guys, sister has something to do, so I won't play with you today. See you next time, little handsome." Oh, no, it should be the little eunuchs. As she said that, she lightly touched her lips with her index and middle fingers and blew a kiss to everyone. Muah! Suddenly, Na Feng stabbed out fiercely, piercing through Lu Menghua's body, protecting golden light, and stabbed demon dismemberer into her spleen. Lu Menghua's face changed drastically. "You?" Na Feng pulled out demon dismemberer and stabbed it in again. "Aren't you going to run for your life? Why don't you run away?" As he spoke, Na Feng slashed twice and completely dismembered one of Lu Menghua's ribs. "Don't you know how to flash? Why don't you flash? Save it for the new year?" This time, Lu Menghua was really panicked. She frantically mobilized her magic power to activate the magic weapon given to her by the Emperor. But the magic weapon didn't move at all. Why? Why is this happening? Could it be that they destroyed the magic weapon of the Emperor? In panic, Lu Menghua desperately tried to push Na Feng away and escape far away. But she was seriously injured at this time, and her hands were soft. So how could she push Na Feng? "Don't flash yet? Are you going to flash and move the grave?" Na Feng raised the demon dismemberer and slashed it hard from top to bottom. Lu Menghua's right arm was cut off. "Ah!" she screamed, and a bold idea suddenly came to her mind. These chosen ones are not capable of destroying the magic weapon of the Emperor. There is only one possibility in this situation, that is, the Emperor has no intention of letting Lu Menghua go back alive. Emperor. Lu Menghua's mind appeared the appearance of the Emperor, and he trembled all over. "So? I am just a chess piece that you use and discard?" "Yes. I was wishful thinking. You are the ruler of a country. How can you have anything to do with a woman like me?" Lu Menghua was full of despair, and she couldn't even keep flying, and fell from the air. She fell into the mud on the ground and cried crazily. In the sky, Wu Yuansheng was surprised and asked, "What's wrong with this woman? Why did she suddenly cry while fighting?" "Nanshan, what did you do with her in the pink mist just now?" "Na Feng, I didn't do anything. I just poked her a few times." Huang Yuanming took a breath. Poked a few times? Na Feng waved the demon dismemberer in his hand. "Do you want to be poked a few times too?" "Oh, that's not necessary." Huang Yuanming waved his hand and looked at Lu Menghua below. Looking at her like this, it seems that she is trapped by love. It's a pity that if she hadn't done so many evil things, Old Huang, could have enlightened her. What I am best at is. Na Feng didn't listen to Huang Yuanming's words, but fired a cannon. Lu Menghua in the mud opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, and laughed miserably. "Since you want me to die, then I will die. Before I die, I can do one last thing for you." Lu Menghua struggled to get up, covered in wounds and blood. She raised her head and shouted in a sharp voice, "Na Feng, Xiao Luo, you, the chosen ones, are slaughtering civilians and have lost all conscience. Man is doing it. God is watching, and heaven will not let you off like a bunch of beasts." Na Feng was puzzled, not knowing what this woman was talking about. "You are right. Man is doing it. God is watching. I will not let you off." Na Feng set up the laser cannon and was about to shoot, when suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. "Wait, this woman, isn't she broadcasting live? What she said just now is to put the blame on the Yingjiang City tragedy on my head? Okay. It is indeed the most vicious woman's heart, thinking of such vicious things at this time." Na Feng looked around, but couldn't find where the mother mirror was. "But it doesn't matter. I just need to clarify." Na Feng used his magic power to blend into the voice, and said in a deep voice, "Lu Menghua, you killed 500 strong men in Yingjiang City and absorbed their energy. Do you know your crime?" To Nanfeng's surprise, Lu Menghua did not refute, but laughed bitterly. "Yes, I killed them." "You do it. Ah, this? You admit it so directly? It doesn't seem like you are broadcasting live." "Forget it. I don't care so much." Na Feng charged a shot, and shot through Lu Menghua's body, listening to the system prompt sound coming from his ears. Na Feng knew that this woman had completely disappeared from this world. Chapter 618. The Emperor's Heart Wins the People's Heart. Late at night, it rained heavily, and the ground was muddy. A carriage flew through the wild mountains and ridges. There was a faint golden light around the carriage, isolating the rain from the sky outside the light shield. No matter how heavy the rain was, it could not soak a drop. The beast pulling this carriage was not the common unicorn, but the legendary Thunder Beast. The person in the carriage was naturally the Emperor. It's just that the Emperor now walks in the world in the appearance of his son, Emperor Qi. Even this body was transformed from the body of another son, Emperor Bai. At this time, the Emperor was sitting cross-legged in the carriage with his eyes closed. The Thunder Beast pulled the carriage up and down, but the carriage was extremely stable, without a trace of bumps. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. The Emperor slowly opened his eyes and kept savoring this sentence in his mind. He forgot where he heard this sentence from. Anyway, it was said by a chosen one. Before today, the Emperor disdained this sentence. He knew that the water in this sentence refers to the civilians, but he didn't understand how these waters could overturn his world-class battleship, even if all the civilians in the Empire wanted to kill him. So what? He, the Emperor, could blow all the civilians into ashes in one breath, leaving nothing behind. So the Emperor didn't understand why water could overturn the ship. But today, he watched the live broadcast of the battle outside the Blackwater City. The battle scene was nothing to watch, just like a child playing house. Extremely boring. But every word and every action of Nan Feng made the Emperor realize one thing: these chosen ones care about the ideas of the civilians very much, and they really want to get the support of the civilians. The Emperor didn't quite understand why, but he knew that the chosen one must have a purpose for doing this. So at the last moment, he sent a message thousands of miles away to stop Kong Bowen and Tang Chungyun from fighting, and also gave Long Wudi and Nan Feng the title of City Lord. There are several advantages to doing this. First, you can declare to the outside world that you have to make the chosen one the City Lord because you don't want to see the people of Nanjiang City suffer. Second, the Emperor can see from the Zijing that Kong Bowen is far from being Tang Chungyun's opponent now, so there is no need to let a general die in vain. Third, he can learn from how these chosen ones manage civilians, and why they want to gain the support of the people. Finally, take the essence and discard the dross, and keep it for your own use. Anyway, it's just a few small border towns, so it's given away. If he, the Emperor, wants to take it back, it's just a matter of making an extra trip. Compared with the small fights in Nanjiang, the eastern part of the empire is really in big trouble. The people of Huazhou City all suffer from severe narcolepsy and need to sleep at least 20 hours a day. In Huazhou City now, even in broad daylight, no one can be seen on the streets. It is a ghost town. Moreover, the Emperor suspected that these people would help the Dream God practice in their sleep, which is what he was worried about. That's why the Emperor did not go to Nanjiang in person, but came to Huazhou City as soon as possible. According to the speed of the Thunder Beast, it should be here soon. In the carriage, the Emperor murmured in a low voice. Sure enough, after only a few seconds, the Thunder Beast pulling the carriage let out a low roar. The Emperor reached out and lifted a corner of the curtain and looked out the window. A huge city gate appeared in front of him. On the plaque above the city gate, the three characters Huazhou City were written. You stay here, the Emperor flashed. And he got off the carriage and walked into the city on foot. Huazhou City was silent, as if it was a city that had been abandoned for a long time. The heavy rain fell, but not a drop of it could reach the Emperor. But this rainstorm washed Huazhou City for a whole day. The streets were full of water, and the deep places were even up to the waist. The manure pits in the city, which had not been cleaned for a long time, had also been washed away by the heavy rain. The whole street was floating with things from the reincarnation of grains, and the stench was overwhelming. The Emperor floated in the air, and his face was calm as he scanned the houses below. He could feel that there were still a large number of living people in the city, but they were all in a very deep sleep and had no perception of the outside world. Some people were even drowned in the water in their sleep. You made my city like this. If it was the Emperor yesterday, he would have smashed the whole city into ashes with one palm, and prevented these civilians from helping the God of Dreams to practice. But today's Emperor has different ideas. He wants to save these civilians. He wants to know, what is the use of the people's hearts? Mirror of Dreams flew out of his sleeves, and the Emperor's breath sank into his dantian, and he shouted fiercely, Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! The whole Huazhou City was echoing with the Emperor's voice. The civilians who were dreaming suddenly woke up one after another. What's going on? Oh my god. How come I slept and my house was almost flooded? Run. A thief has hypnotized us. The whole city. We must escape from this horrible place as soon as possible. Who was talking just now? Who saved us? A figure flew out of the city lord's mansion. It was the city lord of Huazhou's city. He came to the emperor, knelt down in midair, and was terrified. Lord Emperor. The emperor spoke calmly. I know that you were harmed by the traitor, so I will not blame you. But within 3 days, if you cannot settle the people in the city and solve the problems in the city, I will hold you accountable. The city lord of Huazhou's city quickly responded, Thank you for not killing me. I will do my best to complete the task assigned by the emperor. The emperor nodded gently, and used the mirror of dreams to illuminate the whole city. Golden light flickered. In this deep night, Huazhou's city was as bright as day. This golden light. My god. So comfortable. I'm not sleepy anymore. After finding this golden light, I'm not sleepy at all. This is... Emperor? Did the emperor save us? After shining every corner of the city, the emperor took back the mirror of dreams and slowly said, I have solved your sleepiness problem. And next, saving people and controlling water will be left to you. In addition, I will order the imperial palace to allocate a sum of money to you to help civilians. If you can't handle this matter well, you will come to see me with your head. With the blessing of magic power. The emperor's voice reached the ears of everyone in the city. The civilians cheered and knelt on the ground spontaneously. Thank you, Emperor, for saving my life. Thank you, Emperor, for saving my life. The emperor put his hands behind his back, said no more, and returned to the carriage. At the same time, a golden ball of light flew rapidly from the sky and entered the carriage together. Chapter 619 Super Luxurious Upgraded Fleet. In the carriage, the emperor looked at the golden light ball and smiled slightly. Is this the shadow-keeping technique that I taught that woman? Hee. Look at that woman. What good news did she bring back to me? The emperor stretched out a finger and touched the golden light ball. The scenes recorded in the light ball were played in his mind like a movie. And the content of this movie was the battle between Lu Minghua, Nanfeng, and Xiao Luo. The battle was not too long, and the emperor finished watching it quickly. When he saw the end, the emperor frowned slightly. This woman is a bit loyal. But the living will speak. You have to die. Putting away the light ball? The emperor did not intend to use it now. As mentioned before, the southern part was just a small fight, not worth his attention. Huazhou City is quite far from Liyun City, and the current power of the Dream God is not enough to control this place. The matter here has been resolved. Next, the emperor's eyes turned, and he said softly, Let's go to the Sun and Moon Mountains. Tang Chungyun, the old man who has half a foot in the coffin, is almost level 46. If I can't even beat an old man, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? The thunder beast snored, kicked its muscular limbs, and rushed into the sky, heading straight for the Sun and Moon Mountains not far away. Roar! Ah! In the sky, one could vaguely see a group of Liyun beasts roaring and rushing towards the carriage. The second day, Yingjiang City. Last night, Nanfeng brought back Lu Menghua's body and threw it to Suzerain. The next thing was left to Suzerain to deal with. Nanfeng was really not good at solving such troubles. Let's upgrade. If he improves his strength faster and reaches the level of Emperor, no one will dare to trouble him in the future. There will be no such troubles. Nanfeng is not the only one who has the same idea. Xiao Luo, Wu Yuansheng, Su Ming and others also think so. In the ancient forest, Wu Yuansheng raised his head and complained, Level 40 beasts are too hard to find. When can I reach level 40? Nanfeng looked at him and Su Ming, how much experience do you still need? Su Ming glanced at the panel and replied, I still need 37%. And the old witch should still need about 23%. That's almost there. Just need to hunt another level 40 beast. And both of them can reach level 39, 99% of experience. At that time, there will be no need to hunt beasts. You can break through level 40 by staying at home and slowly comprehending. Then you two come with me. I will take you to the depths of the forest. Nanfeng took out the laser cannon and walked ahead. I was injured by a lizardman last time, and I was going to settle accounts with him. Wu Yuansheng and Su Ming were delighted. With Nanfeng, they can finally enter the depths of the ancient forest with peace of mind. Xiao Luo, who was standing by, also followed. I will come with you, and help you to avoid being attacked by beasts from behind. Wu Yuansheng and Su Ming were delighted. Great. Nefeng has firepower suppression in front, and Xiao Luo is escorting from behind. I will definitely reach level 40 today. Suddenly, Nefeng, who was walking in front, stopped, reached out his hand to dig in his ear, and then said, "Yes. I'm here. Come over." 10 seconds later, a rumbling sound came from a distance. A big red crab was seen rushing through the woods and killing them. Wu Yuansheng's face changed, and he was about to shoot the big crab's eyes with an arrow. "Don't. This is Su Ziren's pet." Nefeng hurriedly stopped him. Wu Yuansheng was shocked. "What? This is the little crab the size of a fingernail? How long has it been? And it has grown so big? Are you taking hormones?" Chapter 620 The Secret of This World. 4 people, 1 horse, 1 crab, and 1 zombie are moving slowly in the ancient forest. The ancient forest is very large, and its area is a little larger than that of the falling Sun Empire. The central area of the forest is shrouded in a faint mist, and it is difficult to see what is inside. And around the mist is the most dangerous area of the ancient forest. Countless powerful beasts will choose to live near the mist, and even in order to get closer to the mist, the beasts will fight and seize the territory. But few people know why the beasts like this mist so much. Why is that? After listening to Xiaonan's introduction to the ancient forest, Nefeng couldn't help asking. Xiaonan bit his nails and spoke vaguely. It takes a lot of words to explain this, and it's easy to make you thirsty. Nefeng rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "I'll take care of your milk tea next week." "Great. Thank you, brother." Xiaonan cheered and stood on the horse. "It just so happens that I have recovered more than 90% of my memory, and I can also tell you some secrets about this world. Let's start with this fog. To explain this problem, you need to start from when you became the Chosen One." Everyone was stunned. This fog in the ancient forest is also related to our becoming the Chosen One? Xiaonan put his hands behind his back, like an old scholar full of knowledge. "First, I want to tell you a concept, that is, the energy possessed by each world is constant. I call this concept Xiaonan concept." Nefeng was slightly stunned when he heard this. Why does this concept sound familiar? It seems that I heard the 2 engineering guys talking about it a few days ago. Nefeng tentatively said, "Is this the legendary law of conservation of energy?" Xiaonan's eyes lit up. "Hey, this name seems to be quite intuitive, and it is easier to understand than Xiaonan's concept." Nefeng and Xiao Luo and others looked at each other and did not speak. After all, Xiaonan did not receive 9 years of compulsory education, so let her be. Xiaonan continued, "Let's assume that the total energy of the primitive world is 1. Then Xiaonan pointed to the sky, at least 0.50.6 of the energy was taken away. The remaining less than half of the energy is divided by other creatures in this world." Wu Yuansheng whispered, "Nanshen." "Who is he?" Nefeng whispered, "The god of creation. Is it the guy who brought us to this world?" "Yes." "Don't whisper," Xiaonan shouted. "I'm talking up there, and you're talking down there, or I'll let you. Come up and talk?" Everyone. "Oh my god. Why do I feel like I'm back in school?" Xiaonan's words really sound like a class teacher. Nefeng asked in confusion, "Xiaonan, who did you learn this from?" "Xiaonan, Sister Suihan. I saw her teaching the kids in Black Crow City." "That's how it is." "Ah. This. I didn't expect that the nanny was still secretly teaching, imparting knowledge to those natives who had never been to school." Nefeng looked at the others, who obviously didn't know about this either, and shook their heads. Xiaonan patted Xiaoma Speed 7's head, just like patting the podium table. "Okay. Teacher Xiaonan is going to continue the class. I have already said that he is more than half of the energy in this world, because the remaining energy is insufficient. There will not be 2 beings as powerful as him in the world, but this also limits him. The energy of the entire world is only so much, so he can't continue to become stronger." At this time, the studious baby Wu Yuansheng asked, "That's not right. Isn't there still a small half of the energy left in this world? Can't he absorb the remaining half as well?" "Of course, you can, but in that case, the whole world will only have him. A world without living beings will eventually collapse, and he will not be able to escape death." Xiaonan looked at Wu Yuansheng with approval. This student can raise his own questions, which is very good. But remember to raise your hand next time. Wu Yuansheng, "Okay teacher." Nanfeng's mouth twitched slightly. "No. You guys are role-playing here? Why do I feel like I've become a part of your play? Xiao Nan tilted his head and thought for a while. Sorted out his thoughts. And then continued, so, if he wants to become stronger, what should he do? It's very simple. Since the energy in this world is not enough, then steal the energy from other worlds. From the green star, to the red star, and then to your blue star. He stole the energy of these worlds, and slowly integrated it into the original world, allowing the energy of the original world to increase from 1 to 2, and then from 2 to 3. It's too troublesome for him to directly absorb these scattered energies. It's both time-consuming and laborious. So he created the Chosen One mode, allowing the Chosen One to absorb these energies, until he suddenly appeared and swallowed them up at level 49. This is the secret you have always wanted to know. And this huge fog is part of the energy in your blue star. Why did it change from the original thick fog to the current light mist? It is because this energy is slowly merging into the original world. Those beasts stay near the fog to absorb the scattered energy and improve their strength. After saying so much in one breath, Xiao Nan finally explained why the beasts stay near the fog. But Na Feng and others no longer care about this. They have been deeply shocked by Xiao Nan's words. He stole the energy of the blue star. Then isn't the blue star now? Na Feng murmured. Xiao Nan replied, the energy has been stolen. And the fate of the blue star is only destruction, including the red star and the green star. It is the same. So, to say something a little sad, brother, you can never go back. Our hometown has been destroyed? This is really sad. Na Feng smiled bitterly. Xiao Luo lowered his head and thought for a long time. Then slowly said, that is to say, after we reach level 49, we need to face him. Right? Either kill him or be killed by him? Xiao Nan shook his head, to put it more sadly. You will either be killed by him, or still be killed by him. Na Feng remembered what Sui Yana had said to him when he was still in world number 9, 100,000 years ago. Sui Yana was so desperate that she committed suicide. Just because she couldn't beat him? Xiao Nan still shook his head, brother. You underestimate Sui Yana too much. No matter how strong the opponent is, she will only be eager to fight and try every means to defeat the opponent. From what I know about her, she will never feel desperate because the opponent is too strong, let alone commit suicide because of it. I still don't understand why she committed suicide back then, when Sui Yana just became a powerful creator god. She sealed Xiao Nan in the land of divine pets. So Xiao Nan didn't know what happened later. Chapter 621 Level 40. 2 more powerful men in Nancheng. What Xiao Nan said is still a long time ago for Na Feng now. According to her description, the energy contained in the blue star world can only produce one powerful creator god. Just like the red star world can only produce Sui Yana, a powerful creator god. And the creator god of blue star is most likely Long Wudi, not Na Feng. It is better to let Long Wudi, the first master of blue star, beat the creator god. What virtue and ability does Na Feng have to steal the limelight from Long Wudi? But there is one thing that Na Feng still can't figure out, that is why Sui Yana is so desperate that she would commit suicide. Even if Na Feng were to fight the creator god now, he would not be so desperate that he would commit suicide. At most, he would be crushed to death by the other party. So he would die. What can he do? There is no need to commit suicide at all. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it if he couldn't figure it out, and lived in the present. Na Feng stood on the shell of the crab in the volcanic lava and listened to the noise coming from afar. There is a beast hunting at 2:30. It feels like a beast of more than 40 levels. Na Feng jumped off the crab shell and whispered, Old Wu. Old Su. Follow me. Let's sneak over, and don't scare it away. Okay. God Nan. The two followed Na Feng cautiously, and walked towards the 2:30 direction. Xiao Luo released his clones, some of which were on guard around, and some went to other directions to look for beasts. Na Feng held a laser cannon, and quickly found the beast that was hunting a level 41 cave demon. This is a humanoid beast, with steel bones and skin harder than steel. They are good at using sticks, but ordinary trees will break after 2 swings, which is not very useful. All these cave demons will kill their own kind, tear off their arms, and use them as weapons. This cave demon in front of him is like this. It holds the arm of its own kind in its hand, swings this hand stick vigorously, and hits the deerhorn beast in front of it with force. This deerhorn beast is a level 40 beast, 1 level lower than the cave demon, and has become his hunting target. Nefeng climbed up a big tree with agility and set up a laser cannon. I will help you cripple it. Boom! Without any extra explanation, Nefeng fired a shot and directly blew up half of the cave demon's head. The deerhorn beast was stunned on the spot. What's going on? This disgusting guy wanted to kill me 2 seconds ago. Why did his head explode suddenly? Which kind-hearted person saved my little deer's life? Bang! Another shot. A light blue beam of light went through the deerhorn's neck to the heart, and then out of the abdomen. Deerhorn, my heart aches so much that I can't breathe. On the tree, Nefeng shouted, Big cripple. Big cripple. Both of them are big cripples. Hurry up. Here we go! The cave demon, who was in great pain, wanted to escape. But Su Ming had already raised a large shield and rushed up. Swish. 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 A series of arrows flew out from behind the tree, and each arrow hit the wound on the cave demon's head. Nefeng, who was watching the battle on the tree, hurriedly said, Don't just shoot this. The deer is about to run away, and I'm going to roast the deer leg tonight. Nefeng set up the laser cannon and wanted to fire another shot, but was afraid that this shot would kill it instantly. Oh! So urgent. Fortunately, at this time, one of Xiao Luo's clones came out from the shadows and cut off the 2 hind legs of the deerhorn beast with one knife. Now the deerhorn beast slowed down greatly, and could only use its 2 front legs to scratch on the ground, and could not run away. Ah! Shield strike. Shield counter. Wild collision. Su Ming shouted and used all his life's learning. But he could only tickle the cave demon. This is normal. After all, when Nefeng was level 39, he could only tickle the 41st level earth element. In the end, he only tickled the earth element to death after he reached level 40. I shoot. I shoot. I shoot. 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 Wu Yuanqing's hand that drew the bow left after images, and arrows of various attributes shot out, and each arrow could pierce the injured head of the cave demon. Nefeng nodded with satisfaction. This archery is really amazing. Otherwise how can Wu Yuanqing shoot accurately? Cave demon roared furiously, swung his big arm hard, and whipped Su Ming away. Ouch. Su Ming was whipped more than 20 meters away, fell on his butt, and screamed in pain. Roar! Cave demon did not bother Wu Yuanqing, because it knew that there was another strong man nearby who could seriously injure it with one move. So it threw the hand stick in its hand hard at Wu Yuanqing, and ran away. Cave demon, whose head was half exploded, was still so energetic. It must be said that the vitality of these fierce beasts is really strong. Swish! The knife flashed, and another clone of Xiao Luo appeared, cutting off the left leg of the cave demon. Seeing that Xiao Luo was about to cut off the right leg of the cave demon, Wu Yuanqing hurriedly shouted, No! 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 Luo Gu! Stop it! You hit it again, and it will die. Wu Yuanqing and Su Ming caught up with it, and after a long time, they finally tortured this guy to death. Before dying, the cave demon had only one thought in his mind, You damn human. Am I eating your rice? You have to torture me. Can't you just give me a quick death? After the death of the cave demon, all 4 of them got some experience. Nefeng and Xiao Luo had higher output and got more experience. But the remaining experience was enough to bring Wu Yuanqing's experience value to level 39, 99%. Next, he only needed to go back to retreat for a while and readjust his magic structure, and he could naturally reach level 40. Su Ming, have you got enough experience points? Nefeng asked. Su Ming took a look and smiled awkwardly. It's 2% short. It's okay. There's another deerhorn beast over there. You go and punch it a few times, and then I'll shoot it. As long as you participate in the battle and cause damage, you will get some experience points. Su Ming rushed forward and hit the deerhorn beast with his shield a few times, and Nefeng took the opportunity to shoot it in the head. So far, Su Ming and Wu Yuanqing's levels have reached level 39, 99%. Nancheng will soon have 2 more level 40 warriors. Let's go. The deer is still intact. Take it back and roast it. Nefeng happily put away the laser cannon and said, Suzerain's big crab. Its back is like a small volcano. I feel a little hot when I step on it. It's just right for roasting venison. Chapter 622 Let the heavy rain fall. The next few days were relatively peaceful. Wu Yuanqing and Su Ming had returned to South City to try to break through level 40. Nefeng, Xiao Luo, Xiao Nan, and Suzerain's big crab kept killing their way into the depths of the forest. All the beasts above level 40 encountered on the way did not escape their clutches. After killing Lu Menghua, Nanfeng's experience value briefly surpassed Xiao Luo. But in the past few days, Xiao Luo's experience value surpassed it again. There was no way. The clones upgraded faster. And Nafeng really couldn't compare. The two of them, one after the other, reached level 43. But at this time, they found that hunting a level 40 beast gave very little experience. So pitiful. Xiao Luo said calmly, next, we have to hunt at least level 41 beasts to level up. Nanfeng sighed, alas. Level 40 beasts are hard to find. And now we have to hunt beasts above level 41 to level up. It's really hard to level up. Fortunately, the ancient forest is large enough. And Xiao Luo's clones can still find a few of them through a dragnet search. During this period, Yu Ran, Huang Yuanming, Shen Pan, Su Zhe ran and others were teleported here in batches. And they got experience points and reached level 39, 99%. Their team was like a ruthless monster-killing machine, leading the chosen ones of Nancheng to level up rapidly. The number of level 40 strongmen in Nancheng increased. Why is it still so far away from the fog? Nanfeng stood on the treetops and looked into the distance. The faint fog was still a long way from him. The so-called seeing the mountain and running the horse to death probably means this. Nanfeng could vaguely see the fog from the roof of the city lord's mansion in Black Crow City. But they had walked for several days and still could not reach the front of the fog. Xiaonan lay on the shell of the volcanic lava crab in a big shape and yawned. You guys are dawdling. Strolling here and there for a while. So of course your speed is slow. You need to upgrade. Nanfeng rode on the pony speed 7. His eyes wide open like copper bells, searching for the traces of the beast everywhere. But do you feel that the deeper you go, the lower the temperature is? Xiaonan blinked. No. I sleep on this Kong. It feels just right. Kong. Nanfeng glanced at the shell of the volcanic lava crab and was a little speechless. The temperature of this crab shell is enough to roast food. And only Xiaonan will feel comfortable lying on it. When you sleep, remember to cover your belly. Nanfeng picked a leaf half the size of a person, shook his wrist, and the leaf flew out and covered Xiaonan's belly, otherwise you will catch a cold. If there is only one leaf left in the world, this leaf must be covered on the belly of the dragon countryman. Xiaonan looked at the slowly burning leaf covering his body. Speechless, are you going to roast me? Huh? Is there any movement? Nanfeng's ears stood up like antennas, listening to the sounds around him. After a few seconds, he patted his horse's butt and rushed out. There is something going on over there. Xiao Luo. I'll go over and take a look. Dear go. During this period, under Xiaonan's training, Xiaoma's speed 7 has reached level 38. And the speed has increased a lot. It jumped happily in the forest, and soon found Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo was wearing a black robe and a hood, standing beside a gurgling stream. The 7-star thunder in his hand was flashing with lightning and crackling. What are you doing? It's illegal to electrocute fish. Nanfeng jumped off the horse and came to Xiao Luo's side in 3 or 2 steps. Looking into the stream, you seem a little nervous? What's in the water? A water ghost? Xiao Luo shook his head gently, squatted down, and put a finger into the stream. The water temperature is rapidly decreasing. After a pause, Xiao Luo added, it should be said that the temperature is rapidly decreasing. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. In fact, he just discovered that the temperature here is much lower than the outside world. It's just that he has been staying around the big crab just now, so it doesn't feel so obvious. Nanfeng looked around. It seems that there is an ice-attributed beast hidden nearby. Xiao Luo nodded and agreed. It can change the temperature in such a large area, so its strength should not be weak. It may be a level 45 beast. Level 45 beast. With the current strength of Nanfeng and Xiao Luo, they are definitely not able to defeat it. But with Xiaonan, there will be no problem. Let's go. Let's meet up with Xiaonan first, and then slowly look for this beast, the two said, and left the stream quickly. Tick. A drop of water fell from the sky and dripped on Nanfeng's handsome cheek. Nanfeng looked up at the sky and murmured, it's raining? Yes, it's raining. It was just a moment, and the downpour fell. After Nanfeng, Xiao Luo and Xiaonan met up. They couldn't find a place to hide from the rain for a while, so they could only hide under the belly of the big crab. The 8 crab legs of the big crab were rooted in the ground. like a big tent, protecting everyone from wind and rain. Nanfeng couldn't help but sigh. This pet is really useful. It can be used as a mount at ordinary times. A grill when hungry. A stove when cold. A Kong when sleepy. And now it's raining. It can also be used as a tent. I sold it to Su Zurin for 980 copper coins, which is a big loss. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, with no intention of stopping. The temperature around was getting lower and lower. When a gust of wind blew, Nanfeng couldn't help shivering. Strange? Xiaonan muttered. There are no powerful beasts nearby. How could the temperature suddenly drop? No powerful beasts. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo looked at each other and felt something was wrong. Xiaonan, how big is your perception range? Will the beast be outside your perception range? Xiaonan heard this and took out a colorful stone and held it in her mouth. She closed her eyes and sensed it again. There are no level 45 beasts within 50 kilometers. Xiaonan held up 2 fingers. There are 2 possibilities now. 1. It can change the temperature here 50 kilometers away. 2. It is very good at hiding. And even I can't find it. No matter which case. Its strength is more than level 45. Nanfeng was secretly shocked. What's going on? I just arrived in the middle of the forest and encountered a big guy beyond level 45. This is a chicken feather. Hurry up and pack up and go home. I doubt it's a beast. Xiao Luo, who had been in a daze for a long time, suddenly said, Nanfeng, take a look at the information in the chat channel. Nanfeng opened the panel with doubt and entered the cross-world chat channel. He hadn't come here for a long time. Usually, there were not many people chatting in this chat channel. Everyone had their own things to do. Only Long Wudi and Huang Yuaning, the 2 chatters, would occasionally make up stories to communicate with each other. But today, the cross-world chat channel was very lively. Andre, it's raining over there too? It's raining over here too. Xuanqing, this rain is so damn heavy. It reminds me of that night when I was a kid. I had a high fever. John, it's just raining over there. But hail is mixed with it over here. Shit. It hit my head. It hurts. Amos, may God bless you. Huang Yuaning, it's raining heavily today. Don't go out to work, do wash your feet, and have a massage. Huang's Foot Bath City welcomes everyone. Guliang, no. Is there anyone going back to Nanchang? The hybrid rice I planted is about to be flooded. Please send some people to help. Su Zurin, I've sent someone back. Long Wudi, what's going on? It's raining all over the world. In this situation, I can't help but want to sing a line. Nafeng, just let all the heavy rain fall. Chapter 623 Strange Phenomena of Heaven and Earth. Heavy rain sweeping the world. This is a heavy rain sweeping the whole world. In fact, as early as a few days ago, some places had already begun to rain one after another. For example, the Huazhou city where the emperor had been was flooded by rain for most of the streets. It's just that today, the number of places where it rained increased dramatically. Not only the Meteoric Empire, but also the Haoyu Empire and the Wadika Empire. A large number of areas were covered by dark clouds and heavy rain. Such a strange scene naturally attracted the attention of many powerful people. Meteoric Empire. The back mountain of the imperial capital. This mountain is called Sunset Mountain, which is a forbidden place in the empire. The emperors of the Meteoric Empire will be buried here after their death. On the hillside of Sunset Mountain, there is a small cave with a spider web crawling on the entrance. This cave is not deep, and various exquisite and mysterious formations are carved inside. At the center of the formation, there is a coffin with an ancient shape. At this time, the coffin trembled slightly, and then the coffin lid was opened from the inside. A withered hand stretched out from the coffin and grabbed the edge of the coffin. A few minutes later, a wrinkled and skinny old man sat up from the coffin with great effort and exhaled a long breath of foul air. My old bones are getting more and more unable to toss. The old man climbed out of the coffin, walked to the entrance of the cave tremblingly, and looked up at the pouring rain. Dark clouds covered the entire sky, and it was dark. Is the world changing? I, Emperor Wusheng, have been in the world for more than 1,000 years, and this is the first time I have seen this situation. Is it possible that some strong man has broken through level 48 and caused such a strange phenomenon? After thinking for a while, Emperor Wusheng shook his head again. There have been many level 48 chosen ones in history, but there has never been such a situation where it rains all over the world. Even the ancient book that has existed for more than 200,000 years has not recorded such a thing. The troubled times are coming. Emperor Wuxing raised his skinny hand, tremblingly counted with his fingers, and suddenly became excited. Huh? Calculate the time. This generation of chosen ones has come. What are my group of unfilial descendants doing? Such an important thing. No one came to inform me. This is my hope to break through level 46. Emperor Wuxing was also a generation of emperors, with the strength of level 45. He has been the king of this world for a long time. The lifespan of a level 45 strongman is about 1800 years. But when Emperor Wuxing was 1500 years old, he found that he could never find an opportunity to break through level 46. He simply passed the throne to his descendants. And in his prime, he went into a coffin and used the secret method of fake death to extend his life. He placed all his hopes on the arrival of this generation of chosen ones 600 years later. He wanted to find a way to break through level 46 in this generation of chosen ones. During this period, only when there was a major situation in the falling Sun Empire would Emperor Wuxing crawl out of the coffin and take action to solve it. At other times, he slept in the coffin, just like he was dead. Today, Emperor Wuxing is more than 2,100 years old. The secret method of fake death extended his life by 300 years. But this has reached its limit. If he continues to lie down, he will still die. Thanks to this change in the world, I was awakened. Otherwise, I would really die in the coffin. Emperor Wuxing stretched his old bones and sneered. This year's emperor seems to be a little guy named Xian. I saw him when I came out of the coffin decades ago. Humph. You didn't come to wake me up. Are you afraid that I will break through level 46 and take your throne? Emperor Wuxing jumped lightly and jumped down from the middle of the mountain and headed straight for the Imperial Palace. How you Empire? Imperial Palace? The Moon Emperor stood in the corridor outside the palace, looking at the accumulated water in front of him. A little dazed. The rain in the Haoyue Empire was heavier than that in the meteoric Sun Empire. So heavy that even the palace had accumulated water. What is the reason for such a strange phenomenon? In the past few days, he received a lot of memorials, all about this rain. At first, it was only a heavy rain in some places, and the Moon Emperor didn't take it seriously. But as time went on, more and more places rained, and the rain became heavier. Several cities near rivers also suffered from floods. Fortunately, the Moon Emperor sent strong men in time to change the waterway and divert water to the east, thus avoiding a large amount of losses. The temperature has also dropped. The Moon Emperor felt the temperature in the air and murmured in a low voice. This level of heaven and earth phenomenon is no longer something he can solve alone. He flicked his finger and shot two small balls of light into the sky. One ball of light flew to the west of the falling Sun Empire, and one ball of light flew to the south of the Wadika Empire. Wadika Empire. Giant city. The 8-meter-tall king of Wadika reached out and grabbed the ball of light flying from the horizon. The content in the light ball was very simple, inviting King Wadika to discuss and resolve the strange phenomena in the world. Humph. A bunch of reptiles. King Wadika sneered. It's just a little rain. And you scared the Moon Emperor like this? The infrastructure of the Wadika Empire is relatively poor, compared with the falling Sun Empire and the bright Moon Empire. The Wadika Empire is flooded with more water. But King Wadika is not afraid. The Wadika people are 2 meters tall when they are born. As their strength increases, they can grow to 4 meters and 5 meters easily. King Wadika is even 8 meters tall. A real giant. Heavy rain? Waterlogging? What a joke. Can this water flood my calves? Besides, even if the water is really more than 3 meters or 5 meters. So what? We can still stand on the roof. It's just rain. Nothing to be afraid of. King Wadika crushed the light ball, without even replying to the message, and went back to the giant king city to drink. At the same time, at the junction of the 3 countries, the Sun and Moon Mountains, a carriage stopped at the top of a mountain, and the emperor walked out of the carriage and flew alone into the depths of the Sun and Moon Mountains. The thunder beast pulling the carriage snored, lay on the ground to rest, and let the big rain hit his body. Around the thunder beast, the rain mixed with blood, dyeing the whole land red. This blood is all the blood of Luyun Beast. This mountain top is full of Luyun Beast corpses. The emperor, who was galloping in the sky, suddenly stopped and turned to look to the east. A light ball flew over and was caught by him. Moon Emperor? The emperor crushed the light ball and read the information in it. Then, he looked up at the dark sky and said to himself, "This phenomenon is indeed strange. After I reach level 46, I will naturally find out the reason. Will you discuss a solution together? Hee. We can take this opportunity to kill the Moon Emperor and the King of Wadika and unify the world." Thinking of this, the emperor chuckled and sent a message back to the Moon Emperor. "This is related to the lives of the people in the world, and I have no choice but to do it." Chapter 624, Flowing Cloud Beast King. Swoosh! A ball of light flew straight towards the Halyu Empire. The emperor watched the ball of light disappear into the sky, then shook his robe and plunged into the deepest part of the Sun and Moon Mountains in the heavy rain. Roar! A deep and powerful roar echoed in the mountains that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. After hearing this roar, countless beasts were frightened and lay on the ground, trembling. "Old thing, you are pretending." The emperor smiled slightly. "You want to scare me away with a dog barking? You underestimate me too much." Roar! Another low roar. In the depths of the mountains, a giant flowing cloud beast king stood on the top of the mountains, staring angrily at the emperor in the sky. In its eyes, the emperor was about the same size as an ant. But such a tiny two-legged beast dared to break into the forbidden area of the mountain alone and speak rudely to it. The emperor put his hands behind his back and looked down at Luyan Beast King from a high position. With a little disappointment in his tone, it is rumored that Luyan Beast is the overlord of the sky, flying in the sky all its life, and only lands after death. But you, are you so old? You don't even have the strength to fly in the sky, and can only land to rest? You really disappoint me. Luyan Beast King sneered and spoke in human language. "Little kid, you are so arrogant. You and I are both level 45. Are you so sure that you can beat me?" The emperor said calmly, "It's easy to beat you, and it's even easier to kill you. At the same level, the fierce beasts have strong bodies and vigorous blood, which is much stronger than ordinary humans. But I am not an ordinary person." While speaking, the emperor pointed to Luyan Beast King with a casual gesture. A meteor fell from the sky, following the direction of his finger, and went straight to Luyan Beast King's forehead. Roar! Luyan Beast King roared in anger. On this meteor, it felt unprecedented pressure. This is not a meteor. This is the sickle of the god of death. The sickle that will reap his life. Crash! Countless boulders fell from the top of the mountain. Before the meteor fell, the mountain where Luyan Beast King was located began to shake violently. Luyan Beast King wanted to dodge, but a terrifying gravity pressed on its body, pressing it to death on the ground. Unable to move. Boom! The meteor arrived as expected and slammed into the top of the mountain. This mountain, thousands of meters high, broke, collapsed, and collapsed like tofu. A huge meteorite crater appeared in front of the emperor. In the deep pit, a bloody mess. Luyan Beast King's eyes were full of pain, struggling to get up. After a long time, it gave up and collapsed in the deep pit like a resigned person. "Are you already so powerful?" Luyan Beast King spat out blood while speaking. "You can kill me in one strike. This strength is not level 46? How strong is the legendary level 46? Luyan Beast King looked at the sky covered with dark clouds and sighed. The lifespan of fierce beasts is longer than that of humans, but it could not break through level 46 throughout its life. Emperor Zun looked at this scene and whispered, "You can't even recognize dreams. It seems that you are really old. Where is the meteor? Where is the mountain collapse? All this is just a dream created by the emperor, who forced Luyan Beast King into the dream." But looking at the Luyan Beast King's appearance, he must have believed it. If it dies in this dream, it will also die in the real world. It is meaningless for me to defeat you now. The emperor stretched out his hand, with a golden pill floating in his hand. "Take this pill, and you can return to your peak period. Only you at your peak period are worthy of being my opponent." The golden light flew straight into the mouth of Luyan Beast King. It was almost visible to the naked eye that its damaged body was recovering rapidly. The power returned to it, and it was the power of its peak period. Roar! The young Luyan Beast King roared and flew into the sky. It flew above the emperor and looked down at him. "What is the name of this elixir? It can actually make me rejuvenate and return to my peak?" The emperor was silent. He hadn't thought of a name for this elixir yet. "It's okay if you don't want to say it." Returning to his peak, Luyan Beast King spoke with great confidence. "Little kid, you are very brave to face me at my peak. Don't worry. I will spare your life for the sake of this elixir. The emperor smiled slightly. You just need to go all out, and let me see how strong you are at your peak. In a dream, everything is possible. As long as Luyuan Beast King believes that it is at its peak, it can exert its peak power. Then you prepare to die? Luyuan Beast King roared. Thunder roared in the sky, and lightning with a diameter of dozens of meters hit the emperor directly. Zila! Zila! The emperor was in the center of the thunder and lightning, as if he was going through a tribulation. Not bad. Feeling the surging energy fluctuations, the emperor finally got serious. He did not use any abilities related to dreams, but fought with Luyuan Beast King with his own strength. In the dream he created, he finally got his wish, and fought with Luyuan Beast King at his peak. Sun and Moon Mountains. Luyuan City. Sikong Wushua stood on the city wall and looked into the distance. Didn't they say that the emperor and the flowing cloud beast king were fighting? Why is there no movement? Just a few roars? Behind him, Li Manman held up an oil paper umbrella and whispered, the rain is getting heavier. Master, let's go back. Sikong Wushua stood on tiptoe and watched for a while, but still saw nothing. He said with some disappointment, it's boring. Let's go. Jumping down from the city wall, Sikong Wushua and Li Manman walked on the streets of Flowing Cloud City. On both sides of the street, residents with empty eyes came out and said respectfully, Master. Sikong Wushua looked around and sighed. This village folks will say hello when they see me. What a harmonious neighborhood relationship. Unfortunately, we have to leave. Li Manman, who was holding an umbrella behind him, was slightly stunned. Go? Where to go? Master, we are leaving? Li Manman asked in confusion. Yes, we have to go. Sikong Wushua fiddled with the silver pocket watch in his hand and said slowly. The emperor is about to reach level 46. And the current dream god is not his opponent. We can only give up here and find a place to start over. I see. Li Manman nodded. Then, Master, where are we going? Sikong Wushua chuckled. The world is so big. Where can't we go? In addition to the 3 major empires, there are many small subordinate countries, tribes, and vagrants in this world. Those places are far away from the emperor and are more suitable for our development. But this strange heavy rain may flood many places. We must leave quickly to save our future believers from the dire straits. Chapter 625 Heavy Rain? Low Temperature? World-Class Crisis? The rain keeps falling. In the city lord's mansion in Black Crow City, Ne Fong stood by the window and looked down at the street below. On the street, there were residents in groups of 3 or 2, wearing thick clothes, carefully stepping over puddles. Looking at the large amount of water on the street, Ne Fong scratched his head. This heavy rain has been going on for a day and a night, and there is no sign of stopping. In Black Crow City, Yingjiang City, and Baishui City, there are many old buildings that can't withstand such heavy rain and collapse one after another. Ne Fong and Xiao Luo teleported back from the ancient forest yesterday, and together with the brothers in Nancheng, they rescued and relieved the disaster everywhere, transferred civilians, dredged waterways, and built temporary shelters. After a busy day, they barely cleaned up this mess. But if the rain continues to fall like this, sooner or later there will be a bigger mess. Ouch. So annoying. Ne Fong took a deep breath and turned to walk into the meeting room. In the meeting room, all the high-level officials of South City have gathered here. They rarely discuss topics such as what to eat for lunch, but were very serious about discussing various solutions around this heavy rain. We must improve the sewers as soon as possible, Wang Yuanming suggested. The rain is too heavy, and the drainage system is not good. Sooner or later, the city will be flooded. My footbath city is located in a low-lying area, and it will be the first to suffer. Su Zurin took notes and replied, I have asked Luo Gu to build a sewer for those places with serious water accumulation. Artificial drainage can be carried out first. Nan Fong was puzzled. Xiao Luo? Repairing sewers? Are you serious? Xiao Luo has this skill. Is he so versatile? To be precise, it is to build drainage channels, Su Zurin said. He can cut a trench more than 10 meters long with a casual knife. With so many clones, 1 knife each, a drainage channel is done. The speed is very fast. It is true. It is good to have more clones. Yu Ren said, up to now, the refugees in various cities have exceeded 10,000. If the heavy rain does not stop, We will need a lot of food every day to feed them. And we have to build shelters for them to live in. I am afraid that our food reserves will not last too long. This problem is indeed serious. Because their food must be supplied to the Blue Star people in the mist first. If these natives consume too much food, there will be Blue Star people who will not be full or even starve to death. Nanfeng pondered for a moment and said, "We still have enough food now. And we can share some with the refugees. But we can't let them eat and drink for free. We can use work for relief to let them build their own shelters. Only those who work can have food. By the way, remember to start the live broadcast. We must leave our names when we do good things." Yuran nodded and wrote down Nanfeng's words. In addition to Black Crow City, there are also problems in South City. Suzerain flipped through his notebook and said, "The rain is too heavy, and South City in the fog is also flooded. Fortunately, when I built South City, I focused on the drainage system, so it should be able to hold out for a while." When he first came to the primitive world, Suzerain found a group of experienced engineers and studied the sewer project for 3 days and 3 nights. The accumulated water in the city will be gathered underground along the sewer pipes, and then discharged to a city in the Sakura country more than 10 kilometers away. But the technology at that time was limited, and the pipes were made of bamboo splicing, and the drainage capacity was not good. If this heavy rain continues for another 2 or 3 days, the sewer project in Nancheng may also collapse. Of course, the city in the Sakura country 10 kilometers away will definitely collapse faster. Nanfeng waved his hand and proposed a solution. Then let Xiao Luo go to Nancheng to build some drainage canals. Well, we can't just let him do it alone. Let those who play with knives and swords go to help. At this stage, the accumulated water in the city is not a big problem. But I'm afraid that the rain will not stop, and it will continue for several months. At that time, even if more drainage canals are built, it will be useless. Nanfeng said in a deep voice, "Are there any clues to the cause of this heavy rain?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. I don't know why. It suddenly started to download. I've been lurking in the Crossworld chat channel, and everyone has a lot of speculations, but none of them are very reliable. What are your speculations? Tell me. Some people say that the boss is going through a tribulation. Some say that the Dragon King of the East China Sea is peeing. And some say that this is also a virtual world, and the administrator installed a rainstorm mod. Do you think these are reliable? I have to say, the saying that the boss is going through a tribulation is still quite reliable. I heard that the natives of this world don't know why. In the Haoyue Empire, the Moon Emperor personally invited the Emperor and King Wadika to go to the Haoyue Empire to discuss how to deal with the heavy rain. In fact, the rain is not a big deal. There is something more terrifying. Haven't you noticed? Xiao Luo, calm version, who had been carving wood, suddenly said. The people who were discussing turned their heads to look at him. Xiao Luo, calm version, said calmly, "The temperature dropped too fast." Temperature drop? Nanfeng's eyes condensed. And the scenes he had just seen emerged in his mind. Xiao Luo was right. The temperature in this world is indeed dropping. As powerful chosen ones, the magic power in their bodies will automatically adjust their body temperature to the most comfortable state. So it is not very obvious. But the ordinary people in the city have already put on thick clothes. Some people who have no clothes to wear are shivering with cold. Before, Nanfeng did not take this matter to heart. After all, it was raining, and the temperature was a little lower. Isn't it normal? But after Xiao Luo finished speaking, Nanfeng immediately felt it. Compared with the day before, the temperature in Black Crow City has dropped by at least 10-15 degrees. It should not drop so quickly just because of rain. At the current temperature, ordinary people can still move normally if they wear 2 more pieces of clothes. Xiao Luo, calm version, analyzed. But I feel that the temperature will continue to drop. And I am afraid that many people will freeze to death by then. How to keep ordinary people warm is also a major problem. If the temperature drops below 0 degrees Celsius, the old man and the child in the fog will definitely not be able to bear it. They must make plans in advance to solve this problem. Suzerain, you arrange a group of people to return to South City. Find a high place, and build a large shelter. If the heavy rain continues, move the old man and the child to the shelter. Nanfeng paused for a moment and said in a deep voice, I will go out and see if I can find the cause of this heavy rain. South City will be handed over to you. Chapter 626 Level 46. The strongest human in nearly 10,000 years. Dark clouds covered the sky and heavy rain fell. Nefeng left Black Crow City alone to find out the truth about the heavy rain. When he was still in the ancient forest, Nefeng asked Xiaonan this question. But Xiaonan was also confused and didn't know the reason. Xiaonan doesn't know. So Tang Chongyun certainly doesn't know either. Besides them, only Dream God, Emperor Zun, Moon Emperor, King of Wadika, these top strongmen in the world, may know the truth. But Emperor Zun wants to kill me. And I'm not familiar with Moon Emperor and King of Wadika. As for Dream God Sayana, although I feel that she is not a good thing. After all, it's not to the point of falling out. So I can ask her. Nefeng spread his devil's wings and headed straight for Blackwater City in the heavy rain. Before looking for Sayana, Nefeng planned to go to Longwoody first. There are many chosen ones in Dragon City, and the intelligence is more comprehensive. Maybe they have found out the reason for this heavy rain. Blackwater City. Not sure. Longwoody stood under the eaves, looking up at the sky that seemed to be leaking. This heavy rain has no reason. We have no idea at all. This answer was within Nonfeng's expectations. This inexplicable heavy rain fell quickly and fast. And it was not easy to find the reason. In this case, we only have one last way. Nefeng said. Go ask the God of Dreams. After all, she was once a powerful creator god. She may know the reason for this kind of heaven and earth phenomenon. Longwoody was silent for a while, and said, half an hour ago, Sikong Buishua's female secretary sent me a message asking me if I knew what was going on with this heavy rain. Nefeng was stunned. You mean? Sikong Buishua doesn't know the reason? He has been hanging out with the God of Dreams. Doesn't that mean the God of Dreams doesn't know the reason either? Longwoody said calmly, on the surface. It is like this. But I suspect that this heavy rain may be the masterpiece of the God of Dreams. Although the current God of Dreams is far less powerful than she was at her peak. But her knowledge and vision are still there. If she insists that the God of Dreams doesn't know the reason for this heavy rain, it seems a bit insulting to her. If it is really the God of Dreams who did it, what is her purpose? Destroy the world? Nefeng was a little puzzled. What good does it do to destroy the world? Not sure. Longwoody scratched his head, feeling very troubled. Let's find a way to rescue the disaster first. Transfer civilians, build shelters, and get through the difficulties in front of us. What if this rain stops tomorrow? That's what he said. But Longwoody and Nefeng could feel that this heavy rain would not stop easily. It will keep falling, and keep falling. 10 days later. During these 10 days, Nefeng traveled to many places. First, he went to the Halyu Empire and found the place where the rain started the earliest. But he found nothing. Then he went to Liyun City to find Mengshan, but found that Mengshan and Sikong Buishua had left. However, the residents in Liyun City were in a very strange state. They were like NPCs in the game, running according to the set program every day, even if the accumulated water was almost up to their waists. Those aunts and grandmas had to go out to buy vegetables. What was even more speechless was that the vendors had to set up stalls in the accumulated water, and the vegetables were blown away. But they didn't react at all. The people in this entire city have lost their own thoughts. They are like machines without souls. Damn. Sikong Buishua and Mengshan are too inhuman. Nefeng stood on the city wall, watching the scenes in the city, and felt a little angry in his heart. Since he hypnotized the people in the city, these people can be regarded as your subordinates. Sikong Buishua. Right? Just let them fend for themselves? It's really cruel. Nefeng set up a rocket launcher and blasted the city gate with one shot. The accumulated water more than half a meter high surged out, and many corpses floated out with it. I don't know how many civilians in Liyun City were drowned. Nefeng sighed helplessly. Alas, there are hundreds of thousands of people in this city, and I can't save them. He thought about it, flew into the sky, and set up a laser cannon. Light blue beams of light were fired continuously, and all the dream towers in the city, big and small, were blown to pieces by Nefeng. But this did not seem to wake the civilians in the city from the hypnotic state. Then I can't do anything. You, just leave it to fate. That was all Nefeng could do. He didn't have time to stay here any longer. Nanchung in the fog needed his help even more. Teleport back. Nefeng murmured in a low voice. Before he even took out the teleportation array, he felt a violent energy fluctuation coming from the depths of the Sun and Moon Mountains. If you look down from the sky, you will find a circular energy wave, centered in the depths of the Sun and Moon Mountains, rippling rapidly. It's like throwing a big stone into a pond. And the rippling water waves. Crash. The wind blew. Nanfeng's hair was blown wildly. And was pushed back more than 10 meters by the energy fluctuation. What's going on? Nanfeng was shocked. His soul began to tremble. He had never seen such a terrifying energy fluctuation before. Even when the emperor fought the dream god last time, there was no such a big commotion. At the same time, deep in the Sun and Moon Mountains, the emperor, who had been fighting in his dream for 10 days and 10 nights, slowly opened his eyes. On the top of the mountain not far away, the old Liyun Beast King lay quietly on the ground. No longer breathing, it was killed by the emperor in the dream. There has been no level 46 strongman in this world for nearly 10,000 years. I have become the strongest in 10,000 years. But it is not that all humans in the world are mediocre in these 10,000 years. It is that I live in a good era. The last recorded level 46 strongman existed more than 9,800 years ago. The last recorded level 47 expert existed more than 26,000 years ago. Why are the people in this world getting weaker and weaker overall? Emperor Zun didn't understand before. He just simply thought that all the heroes in the world were mediocre. Not as good as a hair on his leg. But after he reached level 46, he understood this world much more thoroughly. So he understood it. It's not because other people's talents are too poor to reach level 46. It's because the energy of this world is not enough. But the advent of this generation of chosen ones has brought huge energy to this world, making the energy of the entire world extremely full. This is the biggest reason why he can easily break through level 46. So, it's not that the chosen ones invaded the original world, but the original world annexed the world where the chosen ones originally lived. Chapter 627. The source of the rainstorm is outside the 9 heavens? Crossworld Chat Channel. Nanfeng, major discovery. It seems that a magic weapon has appeared in the depths of the Sun and Moon Mountains. Huang Yuanming, what magic weapon? A peerless sword? Nanfeng, I don't know. Just now, a violent energy fluctuation broke out in the depths of the mountains. It was very terrifying. At least it was at the level of Pangu Axe. Edward, natural disasters have come, and the water has flooded Jinshan. As the Lord of Nancheng, you still have time to find a peerless magic weapon? I feel so cold for the ordinary people in your Nancheng. Suzerain, we in Nancheng are well fed and well dressed, so we don't need you, an outsider, to worry about it. Sakura Saburo, damn it! You Nancheng are so hateful. You actually built a sewer to the gate of my Sakura city. It caused our Sakura city to suffer heavy losses. Shinpan, haha. Let you also taste the river sewage. Taste. Sakura Taro, Bakayello, you bunch of dragon country pigs. I want to complain to you. Wu Yuansheng, complain? Complain to whom? Blue Star's #1 master Long Woody? Xiao Aran, but I heard that Long Woody does not accept complaints from beasts. Sakura Taro, you are a beast. Damn dragon country people. Nanfeng, no. Does anyone care about me? A magic weapon was born in the Sun and Moon Mountains. No one cares? Li Manman at Nanfeng. You are in Liyun City? Nanfeng, yes. I originally wanted to find Sikong Bushua, but none of you are here. Li Manman, the Emperor came to the Sun and Moon Mountains for a retreat and breakthrough 10 days ago, and we had already fled for our lives. In the mist, South City, the laboratory of 2 engineering men. The teleportation arrays of these 2 engineering men have always been placed in the laboratory, so that the chosen of Nancheng who are away from home can be teleported back at any time. At this time, a silver light flashed, and Nanfeng's figure appeared in the laboratory. Damn it! The Emperor broke through there. Why didn't anyone tell me in advance? Nanfeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and walked out cursing. When passing by the 2 engineering men, Nanfeng heard them discussing the heavy rain. This rain has been falling for more than 10 days, and there is no sign of stopping. This is very unscientific. That's right. It's raining all over the world. How can there be so much water in the clouds? There is only one possibility. That is, the water in the ocean is evaporating at a very fast speed, which can maintain the continuous rain. Is there a huge volcano on the bottom of the sea of no appearance that is about to erupt? It is very likely. Listening to the discussion of the 2 engineering men, Nanfeng touched his chin and thought. The situation they said is really possible. The eruption of a huge underwater volcano evaporated a large amount of seawater into water vapor. And because of the excessive water vapor, it caused continuous heavy rain. If this is true, then this is not a strange phenomenon in the world, but a natural phenomenon. As long as the underwater volcano is dormant, the heavy rain will naturally stop. But this statement still cannot explain why the temperature has dropped. 10 days later, the temperature has dropped to 35 degrees Celsius. Ordinary people will get red noses and ears when they go out. In a few days, the temperature will drop below 0 degrees Celsius. In addition to the heavy rain that continues for every second, it is wet and cold. How can ordinary people bear it? This conclusion is still wrong. Nanfeng shook his head and strode out of the laboratory. An engineering man looked at Nanfeng's back and asked in confusion, "Why did Nanshan shake his head just now? Is our point of view wrong?" Another engineering man replied, "Nanshan has been in elementary school for 7 years. He doesn't understand anything. There is no need to pay attention." That's right. The two engineering men put this matter behind their minds and continued to discuss. This heavy rain for more than 10 days has flooded all the cities in the fog. Fortunately, Nansheng has made preparations in advance and transferred a large number of ordinary people to a safe place. In addition, there are dozens of priests in the city, so there is no casualty at present. In Longcheng, the chosen ones have also returned to the fog one after another, organizing rescue, drainage and other tasks, settling the elderly and children, and everything is handled in an orderly manner. 2 hours ago, Long Wudi also invited a group of senior executives from Nansheng to Longcheng for a meeting to discuss the next solution together. At this time, Nanfeng quickly came to the conference hall of Longcheng and saw a group of Nansheng people in a daze in the last row of the hall. "No. Why are you all sitting in the last row?" Nanfeng slipped in from the back door and found an empty seat to sit down. "Long Wudi is so disrespectful. He doesn't even give me a front row?" Huang Yuanming made a gesture to speak more quietly and whispered, "Don't you know what we are like? This meeting is dull and serious. How can it be more interesting than sitting in the last row?" Not only Huang Yuanming thought so, but several others also thought so. Even Su Zern was no exception. "No wonder you guys were so excited in the chat channel just now. It turns out that you are all a bunch of bad kids who don't like to study. Hee hee. Fortunately, I am not a good guy. Otherwise, how can I play with you stupid birds?" Nefeng glanced ahead, and a Dragon City Chosen One was reporting the progress of various work in a standard broadcasting tone. After just listening for a while, Nefeng began to feel sleepy. This hypnotic ability is comparable to Sikung Wushua. "No, I can't hold on any longer. I'll go to the group." Nefeng opened the panel and joined Huang Yuanming and others, chasing the little Sakura devil and scolding him in the chat channel. Full of energy, this meeting lasted for a full 8 hours. When it was about to end, the bad kids in the last row had already fallen asleep. Only Xiao Luo, calm version, was left, still carving wooden figures while attending the meeting seriously. Long Wudi said loudly, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's arrange it according to the content just now. Remember to report any problems to me in time." "Okay, brothers. Let's adjourn the meeting." The chosen ones of Longcheng packed up their full notes and left the meeting room one after another. "Huh? Get out of class is over." Huang Yuanming wiped his snot bubbles and raised his head in a daze. Get out of class is really over. Come on, brothers. Get up and go to the cafeteria to grab food. Before he finished speaking, he rushed out quickly. Finally, the meeting is over. Nanfeng stood up with a yawn and asked, calm version, "Did you take notes just now?" Xiao Luo, calm version, shook his head and pointed to his head. "I don't use notes. I remember with my brain." "Hey, you're quite pretentious. Brother, where are you?" A crisp voice sounded at the door of the conference room. Nanfeng turned around and saw Xiaonan holding a sub-mirror and running over. "Brother, come and see. The Emperor has gone to heaven." "What? The Emperor has gone?" Nanfeng was delighted and came to Xiaonan in 2 steps. "Let me see." In the sub-mirror, dark clouds covered the sky and thunder roared. The Emperor looked calm and slowly spoke to the camera. "Dear citizens of the Falling Sun Empire, this rainstorm has lasted for more than 10 days, causing great suffering to the people in the country. I am really heartbroken. Today, I felt something in my heart and realized that the source of this heavy rain is outside the 9 heavens. Outside the 9 heavens, there are many dangers and ordinary people cannot approach. But if I want to solve this rainstorm and bring peace and prosperity to the people of the world, I must go. Even if this trip is a life or death journey, I will not regret it. Everyone, please wish me good luck. After saying that, the emperor plunged into the dark clouds with lightning and thunder, and rushed straight into the sky. Chapter 628 Beyond the Sky. Late at night, in the thick clouds, angry thunder roared. The emperor shuttled through the thunder, but no arc could hit him. His mirror of dreams had already copied the abilities of the cloud beast, and these terrifying thunder and lightning were like good babies in front of him. In the meeting room of Dragon City, all the chosen who had not left gathered to watch the emperor's live broadcast debut. What does the emperor want to do? Fly to outer space? The 9 heavens he just mentioned should refer to the outside of the atmosphere. Right? What else? Does it refer to the heavenly palace? Will you freeze to death if you fly so high? Everyone whispered in disgust. Nefeng asked in a low voice, Xiaonan, have you been to the sky before? What is there in the sky? Xiaonan tilted his head and thought, there is nothing in the sky. It's empty and not fun. According to Xiaonan's description, there should be no other world in the sky. Just a normal outer space. The so-called 9 heavens, and several heavens mentioned by Emperor Zun are just his own cognition. His cognition of the sky is still in the ancient books left by the predecessors. There is a sky outside the sky. The sky is divided into 9 layers. Each layer is guarded by heavenly soldiers and generals, and mortals are not allowed to enter without permission. These are all made up by the ancients, but they have been passed down to this day, because most people in this world do not have the ability to go to the sky. They have no way to verify the authenticity. They can only choose to believe. But today, Emperor Zun broadcast live to the sky, so that the natives of this world can see the world outside the sky. This trip is believed to break the worldview of many natives. Swish. In the mirror, the thick dark clouds gradually faded, and the emperor had broken through the clouds. He lowered his head, and the dark clouds under his feet stretched for millions of miles, covering the entire primitive world. And there was no end in sight. This should be after the first heaven, the emperor thought to himself. He had flown above the clouds before, and there was no danger here, and there were no heavenly soldiers and generals guarding. But the emperor had never been above. Continue to fly. The emperor held the mother mirror and flew into the sky. In the first short section, the emperor felt that the temperature around him was gradually rising. But then, the surrounding temperature began to drop sharply, and the mother mirror in his hand froze into ice in an instant. Is this the second heaven? This terrifying low temperature made the emperor feel a little chilly. A layer of golden light shield appeared on his body, isolating all the cold air from the outside. In the Dragon City conference room, Suzerain said, if the atmospheric structure of this world is similar to that of Blue Star, then the emperor should be in the middle layer now. On Blue Star, the temperature of the middle layer can reach as low as -100 degrees Celsius. I wonder how low the temperature of the middle layer of this world can be. It is estimated to be more than -100 degrees Celsius, Nanfeng said. Just now, for a moment, I saw that the emperor's eyebrows were frosted. The temperature here must be much lower than expected. The emperor flew rapidly towards the bright moon hanging in the sky, and soon rushed out of the middle layer. The surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly again. It even rose directly to several thousand degrees. Is this the third heaven? The emperor frowned slightly. This outer heaven does not seem to be dangerous. Emperor Zun thought that when he was level 45, he could also fly to this height with the golden shield. Perhaps the heavenly soldiers and generals guarding this place have evacuated for some reason. In this case, let's fly to the 9th heaven in one breath. Emperor Zun didn't think about it anymore and increased his speed. At the same time, all over the world. Oh my god! This is the Emperor of the Falling Sun Empire? He can fly so high! This emperor seems to have a more terrifying talent than the previous emperor. Why are there no heavenly soldiers and generals in the sky? Is the emperor going to fly directly to the 9 heavens? I heard that the emperor is going to find the source of this rainstorm. He wants to save the people of the world. Damn! You people of the Falling Sun Empire are so lucky to have such a good emperor. Look at our King Wadika, who only knows how to drink all day long. From now on, I will work hard to practice and serve the emperor. Emperor? My god! I will give all my magic power to the emperor to help him. The emperor, who was ascending to the sky, felt the magic power surging in the mother mirror in his hand. I don't know how many people gave him magic power, but the emperor was too lazy to take a second look at this kind of magic full of impurities. However, the emperor suddenly felt that his power had become more solid. He didn't know the specific reason, but he could guess a little bit. it should be related to the people's will. Because the people's will supported him, his strength became stronger. So, the chosen one bought the people's hearts everywhere just to become stronger. While thinking, the emperor flew up several hundred kilometers. The air here was extremely thin, and the temperature was ridiculously low. The golden light protecting the emperor's body had frozen into ice. So he could only use his magic power to shatter it to avoid blocking his vision. Continuing upward, the emperor flew nearly 1,000 kilometers and rushed out of the atmosphere in one breath, floating in the empty outer sky. Looking at the stars in the universe, the emperor looked calm. So this is the outer sky? It turned out that in the battle with the god of dreams, he had already seen the scenery outside the sky. It turned out that there is no heaven outside the sky, nor are there any heavenly soldiers and generals. It turned out that the earth under our feet is a ball that can rotate by itself. It turned out that my previous understanding of the world was so wrong. The emperor just floated quietly in the space, saying nothing and doing nothing. In the meeting room of Longcheng, Huang Yuanming laughed, "Ha ha. This country bumpkin's worldview must have collapsed." Long Wudi's face was serious. "Brother Huang, this is nothing funny. Due to the limitations of the times, there must be some deviations in cognition, and no one can be omniscient and omnipotent." "That's true." Huang Yuanming nodded silently. Just like before the time travel. Who could believe that someone could fly to outer space with just a kick of their legs? Nefeng carefully observed the scene in the sub-mirror up and down, and wondered, this outer space doesn't seem to be anything special. What does it have to do with this rainstorm? Everyone heard this and lowered their heads to think. The emperor said that he felt that the source of this rainstorm was outside the 9 heavens. He has now flown out of the atmosphere, which should be considered outside the 9 heavens. Right? Flying further out? There is nothing. Could it be possible to fly to the moon in one breath? In fact, I have always had a question. Why does this world also have a moon? Huang Yuanming suddenly said. Long Wudi, haven't you noticed that this world is very similar to Blue Star? The temperature, climate, and even the rotation speed are almost the same as Blue Star. Nefeng nodded gently. It's true. Could it be that after the primitive world swallowed up Blue Star, it replaced Blue Star? Or is Blue Star actually the primitive world in another parallel universe? Oh, it's so confusing. I can't figure it out. Let's solve this rainstorm first, and leave the parallel universe to scientists. Chapter 629 Global Freeze? Extraterrestrial Objects? Submirror. The Emperor, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly flashed and continued to fly towards the moon. He was sure that his intuition was correct. The source of the rainstorm was outside the sky. Since there was nothing outside the sky, let's go to the farther moon to have a look. As the Emperor was getting farther and farther away from the primitive world, the picture in the sub-mirror flickered and soon turned into a dark place. Emperor, the broadcast is off. There should be no signal. Fly directly to the moon? It will take several days and nights to fly. From then on, the primitive world had an illusion emperor flying to the moon. Even after flying to outer space, the cause of this rainstorm still could not be found. In the meeting room, everyone was talking. After waiting for a while, seeing that the emperor did not resume the broadcast, everyone dispersed and did their own things. Nefeng took Xiaonan and returned to Nancheng with his brothers. On the way, Xiaonan suddenly said, I also feel that the source of the rainstorm is outside the sky. Oh! Nefeng raised his eyebrows slightly. But we just saw that there is nothing in outer space. Xiaonan put his hands on his waist, showing an unfathomable look. Brother, you don't understand this. The timing of Emperor Zun's going to the sky is not right. Nefeng smiled. You don't mean to say that he should fly up during the day? That's right. Xiaonan's chubby little hand raised a thumb to show affirmation. The source of the rainstorm should be close to the sun. This? Nefeng shook his head slowly. He didn't quite understand. What direct relationship does the heavy rain in the atmosphere have with outer space? Why did Emperor Zun and Xiaonan say that the source of the heavy rain is outside the sky? Could it be that there is really a dragon king of the East China Sea in outer space praying for rain? It's a bit abstract. Speaking of which, how long has it been since you last saw the sun? Suzerain asked. Everyone looked up and looked at the thick dark clouds in the sky. Speaking of which, they haven't seen the sun for more than 10 days. In the first few days, they could occasionally see a few rays of sunlight falling from the gaps in the clouds. But in recent days, not even a trace of sunlight can be seen. Is there something wrong with the sun? If that's the case, Who can solve it now? Brothers? Look! It's snowing, Huang Yuanming said. Large flakes of snow fell in the rain. Nanfeng's face sank, which meant that the temperature had dropped below 0°C. This crisis seemed to be getting worse and worse. The next day, Nefeng glanced at the time on the system panel, which showed 6:30 in the morning. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to have dispersed a little. But Nefeng did not see any sunlight at all at this time. The sun should have come out. Something is wrong. Is there really something wrong with the sun? With such doubts, Nefeng walked out of the room and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. In just one night, all the water on the road froze into ice, and the temperature dropped below 0°C, which was freezing cold. The rain is lighter, but the snow is heavier, Nefeng murmured. The good news is that Nancheng will not be flooded. The bad news is that Nancheng may be directly frozen. In the meeting hall of the city lord's mansion, only Su Zuran and Xiao Luo, calm version, were dealing with various things. Nefeng, you are here? Su Zuran said tiredly. Today's situation is worse than the previous 10 days. Many elderly people and children have frozen problems, and the priests are a little overwhelmed. Nefeng nodded. It's okay. I will ask Long Wudi to borrow some priests later. They have a lot of people. Su Zuran sighed. This can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. The temperature is dropping faster and faster. If it drops to -50°C, -100°C, then no matter how many priests there are, it will be useless. Not only ordinary people can't stand it. We can't stand it either. Duh. Huang Yuanming strode in from the door, his body covered with white snowflakes. Damn! I just dozed off for a while, and when I woke up, the whole city was frozen. Xiao Luo, calm version, said calmly, if we want to cure the root cause, we must solve this abnormal climate. But we don't have the strength to do it. However, we can build a super large safe house underground and transfer the elderly and children into it to avoid direct confrontation with this extreme climate. Huang Yuanming, this plot seems a bit familiar. Wu Yuansheng also came to the meeting room and said, a few days ago, we just built a shelter on the mountain. And now we have to build another one underground? Nefeng nodded. This is also unavoidable. The few people discussed for a while, and after confirming the safe house plan, they hurried out to work. Not only does Nancheng have to build a safe house, but Black Crow City, Yingjiang City, and Baishui City also have to build safe houses. Fortunately, this is not a difficult task for the Chosen One. Each of them was extremely strong and could dig holes better than tomb robbers. This work could be completed in a few days. At noon, outside the Black Crow City, Nefeng climbed out of a deep pit. In just a few hours, he dug out a space of more than 2,000 square meters with his bare hands 20 meters underground. But this space was far from enough. Even if one person stood in 1 square meter, only about 2,000 people could be transferred. And this was without considering eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping. Nefeng wanted to continue digging, but Xiaonan called him up. What's wrong? Xiaonan? Nefeng patted the dirt on his body and asked. Xiaonan pointed to the sky. Look, brother. There is no sun in the sky. Nefeng looked up. The sky was pitch black. At first glance, I thought it was late at night, but it was actually noon. The key is that the dark clouds that blocked the sky a few days ago have dispersed apart, and theoretically the sun should be visible now. But he didn't see even a ray of sunshine. The sun is extinguished? Nefeng whispered. This is really the rhythm of the end of the world? Xiaonan shook his head. No. There is something blocking the sun and the original world. Nefeng raised his eyebrows. Total solar eclipse? No. A total solar eclipse will not last that long. Nor will it block the sun so completely. He opened the panel and asked in the Crossworld chat channel. Not only in the Falling Sun Empire, but also in other empires, the Chosen Ones did not see the sun. Nefeng was shocked. How big does it have to be to completely block the sun? Could it be that there is a planet that flew between the sun and the primitive world? Xiaonan took out 2 colorful stones and said with a smile, Brother, do you want to go out and take a look? I am also curious about what can block the sun. Clang. Before Nefeng could reply, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the direction of Black Crow City. Nefeng felt a similar energy fluctuation yesterday, when Emperor Zun broke through level 46. Grandpa Tang broke through? Nefeng said in surprise. Ha ha ha. Lucky luck. Tang Qingyun's hearty laughter came. Master Xiaonan, I also want to go to the outer space to see it. I wonder if I can go with you. Chapter 630 Shock. What blocked the sun was actually. Tang Qingyun was also level 46. But compared with Emperor Zun, who was also level 46, there was still some gap between the two. Emperor Zun relied on his own talent and hard work to break through to level 46. But Tang Qingyun was forced to reach level 46 because Xiaonan infused a lot of energy in his closed-door secret room. A shadow came from Black Crow's city. In just 3 or 2 steps, he had walked a distance of several thousand meters and came to Nafeng in Xiaonan. The person who came was Tang Qingyun. Compared with the last time they met, Tang Qingyun looked much younger at this time. Most of the wrinkles on his face were gone, and his white hair became black again. Even his back was straightened. Xiaonan pouted, "You're just breaking through now." Shouting, "You're so slow," Xiaonan thought. With so much energy, Tang Qingyun should have broken through to level 46 before Emperor Zun. Right? Unexpectedly, he was still 1 day behind Emperor Zun. Tang Qingyun laughed awkwardly, "I'm stupid. I can't compare to Emperor Zun's amazing talent." Compared with Emperor Zun, Tang Qingyun's talent is indeed average. He broke through level 45 at the age of 660. Reached the peak of level 45 at the age of 1366. And broke through level 46 with the help of Xiaonan at the age of 1811. On the other hand, Emperor Zun was already level 46 before he was 100 years old. Xiaonan said that Emperor Zun was a peerless genius that only appears once in 260,000 years. And he was absolutely right. Why should Mr. Tang be so modest? Breaking through level 46 is enough to prove your talent. Nafeng made a smooth situation and winked at Xiaonan, signaling her to be more careful when speaking. Tang Qingyun didn't mind these, but looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, "This catastrophe has swept the world. And I also want to see what caused this catastrophe." Xiaonan held 2 stones in his mouth and said vaguely, "What are you waiting for? Let's go!" A colorful shield enveloped the 3 people and flew rapidly into the sky. Rocket. This is. The speed was so fast that Nafeng felt a strong push on his back. He looked at Xiaonan. "Xiaonan, what are these stones of yours? I remember one of them was found in the coffin of the Green Star people in world number 9. Xiaonan did not hide it and answered casually, "This is what I left more than 100,000 years ago. These stones contained all the energy I had at that time." All. Nafeng was stunned. How strong was Xiaonan more than 100,000 years ago? Nafeng didn't know. But he knew that more than 100,000 years ago, one of Xianan's followers was a strong man of level 47. Then Xiaonan must be at least level 48. Right? What terrifying power should be contained in these stones? But Nafeng felt that something was wrong. But he didn't think of it for a while. The colorful light ball quickly led the 3 people out of the clouds. After a period of fluctuating temperatures, it broke through the atmosphere and arrived in the universe. At this time, Nafeng finally saw clearly what was blocking the primitive world and the sun. What the hell is this? Was I dragged into a dream by Suyana? Nafeng muttered to himself and pinched his thigh hard. Even the well-informed Xiaonan was so shocked that he opened his mouth and couldn't speak. Tang Qingyun's pupils shrank sharply. The scene in front of him made him doubt his 3 views. Standing between the primitive world and the sun is a person. To be more precise, a dead person. South City. City Lord's mansion. Nafeng spread his hands as wide as possible and said in an extremely exaggerated tone, "Yes. It is a human corpse comparable to the size of a planet." He didn't know how long he had been floating alone in the universe, and just happened to float between the sun and the primitive world. He blocked all the sunlight, which is why the temperature of the primitive world dropped sharply. In the City Lord's mansion, Longwoody, Catherine, Archie, Xuanqing, Amos and others all gathered here. They were all invited by Nafeng. After listening to Nanfeng's trip to outer space, everyone felt a little mysterious. A corpse as big as a planet? Just floating between the primitive world and the sun? This sounds a bit like nonsense. But they knew that Nafeng would not talk nonsense about such things. So they could only force themselves to believe this fact. Archie raised his own question. The corpse blocked the sunlight, which will indeed cause the global temperature to drop. But what about the heavy rain that lasted for more than 10 days before that? Nafeng couldn't answer this question. But an engineering man gave a relatively reasonable answer. Every planet has the function of self-regulation. It noticed that its temperature was dropping sharply. So the core of the Earth began to move violently to keep itself at a suitable temperature. Archie was still puzzled, but this temperature is not suitable either. It's almost minus 10 degrees now. The engineering man replied, I just said that every planet has the function of self-regulation. The Earth's core is heating up intensely, causing the surface temperature to rise and evaporating a large amount of seawater. Because the surface temperature rises, water vapor will form heavy rain and fall, cooling the newly heated surface. Nanfong was stunned for a long time, and finally figured out what the engineering man meant. Intense movement of the Earth's core, surface temperature rises, seawater evaporates, heavy rain, surface temperature drops. So, surface temperature rises equals surface temperature drops equals useless. The engineering man added, don't think I'm kidding. If the planet is not self-regulating, the surface temperature will drop faster. And it may be more than 100 degrees below zero now. On the blue planet, the temperature in the South Pole is maintained at minus 50 degrees all year round. And this is still under the condition of sunlight. If this world is completely unable to receive the baptism of sunlight, it is not impossible for the temperature to drop to minus 100 or 200 degrees. Nanfong said, the rainstorm has passed. Don't worry too much. What we need to consider now is how to deal with the body. Longwoody, the direction and speed of the body's movement cannot be completely consistent with this planet. After a period of time, it will definitely drift to other places. But the question is, how long is this period of time? Can the elderly and children hold on for so long? Not to mention, as long as this body blocks the sunlight for 2 or 3 months, a large number of plants, animals, and even humans will die. They can't wait. And they can't wait. What if this body doesn't drift to other places, but crashes into the primitive world? Then everyone in the world will die. Xuanqing squatted on the chair and said, we have to find a way to install a planetary engine on the body and accelerate it to push it somewhere else. Nafeng was speechless. We haven't even made a car engine yet. And you're thinking about watering the planet. Longwoody slowly said, there is no planetary engine. But we have people. Chapter 631, Suyana's Solution. Relying on manpower to push away a corpse the size of a planet. I'm afraid this is not possible. Right? Someone questioned. Nefeng also said, it is indeed difficult. First of all, even a level 45 warrior cannot stay in space for a long time, let alone those below level 45. Secondly, there are not many level 45 warriors in the world. With such a small number of people, it is too difficult to push away a planet. Finally, those level 45 natives will not listen to us at all, and even want to kill us. Each of the 3 points raised by Nanfeng is a big problem, and difficult to solve. Longwoody said, put aside other questions. Let's discuss whether we can push this corpse first. I think it's not as difficult as you think, because the friction in space is about 0. We just need to push it a little bit. An engineering man retorted, but you have to consider the gravity of the sun. The gravity of the sun sucks it firmly. With our strength, we can't get rid of it at all. Longwoody, we can push it in the direction of gravity. We don't need to push it far. Just make sure it doesn't stand between the sun and the original world. Another engineering man said, even so, to push a planet, it also requires extremely huge energy. E equals 1/2 mv, assuming the mass of this corpse is x. Nafeng was confused. How come this group of people started squatting on the ground to write formulas while chatting? There is a corpse as big as a planet floating in outer space. Isn't this a very fantasy thing? Why do you write formulas? And you are calculating seriously? Is mathematics really the end of metaphysics? Nafeng couldn't understand these messy formulas, and Longwoody couldn't understand them either. He was soon speechless by the 2 engineering men using various formulas. But Longwoody refused to accept it. He immediately opened the panel and asked more than 200 scientific researchers from Longcheng to serve as his technical consultants, and started a passionate discussion with the 2 engineering men. The 2 engineering men's verbal battle really gave Nancheng a face. Nafeng and others quietly withdrew from this battlefield that did not belong to them. It's okay to let them push corpses in outer space, but it's not okay to let them discuss mathematics, physics and chemistry here. Nafeng said, pushing the corpse away. This idea seems feasible, but it's not so easy to implement. We should still follow the previous plan and build a safe house underground to transfer civilians, and then consider other things. Other people in Nancheng nodded. Even if the bodies in space can be pushed away, it will take several months. Right? With such a long time. Those old people and children would have been frozen to death. Time waits for no one. Nafeng returned to Black Crow City and continued to dig holes. The safe house in the fog was handed over to Xiao Luo and his 30 clones. The safe house in Yingjiang City was handed over to Huang Yuanming, Wu Yuanqing and others. The safe house in Baishui City was handed over to Shinpan, Su Ming, Lu Daqiang and others. The division of labor was clear, and the simple but heat-insulating safe houses gradually took shape. Time passed day by day. Half a month later, the average temperature of the primitive world had dropped to about -15 degrees Celsius. The whole world was covered with snow. A blanket of silver. With the shelter of the safe house. The civilians in Black Crow City, Yingjiang City, and Baishui City did not suffer serious casualties. But people still froze to death every day. But it was still 10,000 times better than other places in this world. It is estimated that in just half a month, about 0.8% of the humans in the primitive world froze to death on the streets. Don't think this proportion is small. This 0.8% represents tens of millions of lives. At this rate of death, in a few years, except for those strong men above level 30 or 40, everyone else will die. In the meeting room of South City, after half a month, the top leaders of South City gathered together for a meeting again. This time, even Xiao Luo, who often skipped meetings, came in his original form. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Nanfeng asked first, Su Zuran, how are the elderly and children in Nancheng doing? No one died. But the situation is not optimistic. Su Zuran said sullenly. Every day, people get sick. Often, just after the pastor cures them, they fall ill again. On this issue, the young nanny Suihan has the most say. These elderly people and children are suffering from an infectious disease similar to the flu. Ordinary treatments are becoming increasingly difficult to cure this infectious disease. It seems that the viruses in their bodies have produced antigens to the treatments. To put it simply, the virus is constantly mutating. Suzerain added, the best way now is to isolate the sick. But we don't have that many safe houses. Then keep digging. Nanfeng tapped the table with his index finger and pondered. Little Nani, you just said that ordinary healing can't cure it. Is there any extraordinary healing? Yes. My healing is extraordinary. Suihan spread out his white palm. But there are no more than 5 priests above level 40 in Nancheng and Longcheng. We are unable to treat so many people. Xiao Luo said calmly, I can go to the ancient forest and lead the priests to upgrade. If there are more than 10 priests, the root cause of all the old people and children's illnesses can be solved at once. But it takes a lot of time to lead people to upgrade. What they lack most now is time. Lead the priest to level up. Let's put this aside for now and discuss it later. Nefeng rubbed his temple and said tiredly, are there any good ideas in Longcheng? Long Wudi has not made any noise recently. What has he been doing? Huang Yuanming raised his hand. I know. I just talked to Fei Ying yesterday. He said that Long Wudi went into the ancient forest alone and hit level 45. What? Long Wudi is also hitting level 45? Nefeng glanced at his panel. In the past half month, he has been digging holes every day, and the experience bar has not moved. Still at level 43, crying? Nefeng took another look at the ranking list of world number 9, and found that Xiao Luo had quietly reached level 44. Thank you for the generous gift. But you didn't dig holes properly, and secretly ran to level up? And you didn't call me? You are a terrible guy. You are really terrible. Nefeng turned his head, and stared at Xiao Luo with a bad look. Xiao Luo looked at his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose, pretending not to see it. Although Xiao Luo secretly ran out to hunt beasts, he still left his clones to dig safe houses. If you calculate carefully, the efficiency is much higher than Nanfeng. This is the advantage of having many clones. Just then, Xiao Nan, who had not been seen for half a month, jumped into the meeting room. Brother, I'm back. Nanfeng was refreshed, finally back. What does Suyana say? Who is that corpse? That day, after Nanfeng and the other two came back from Tianwai, Xiaonan and Tang Chengyun left Black Crow City to look for Suyana, who had disappeared. There are 2 purposes for looking for Suyana. One is to determine the identity of the corpse in Tianwai. The second is to ask how to deal with the corpse. After half a month, Xiaonan finally came back, but did not give Nanfeng a satisfactory answer. Xiaonan drank milk tea and said in a crisp voice, who is that corpse? Suyana doesn't know. Nanfeng was a little disappointed and asked again, Then how to deal with that corpse? Does Suyana have a way? This time, Xiaonan nodded. Yes. Suyana told us to push the body away. Nanfeng was struck by lightning and froze in his chair. Fuck. Isn't this the same method that Long Woody said? What a waste of time asking. Chapter 632 Level Up. Level Up. Nanfeng never expected that Suyana's solution was to push the body away. I thought she would have a more impressive idea, since Suyana said so. Then, Nanfeng pondered for a moment. Waved his hand. Xiaonan. Go push the body away. Ah? Me? Xiaonan tilted his head and pointed at himself. Well, I was just talking casually. Nanfeng waved his hand. But, looking at Xiaonan's serious thinking expression. Could she really push the body away? I'll ask her privately later. In the conference room, everyone continued to discuss various issues. This global freezing crisis has brought great troubles to the lower class people in the primitive world. Especially some refugees. They lack food and clothing. And even have no firewood. So they can't make a fire to keep warm. In addition, this heavy snow that lasted for half a month. Their lives were ruthlessly taken away. In comparison, the residents of Black Crow City, Ingjiang City, and Baishui City are much happier. When the snow is heavy, they can hide in the safe houses dug by the chosen ones. When the snow is light, they can go out hunting and chopping wood. Suzerain even distributed daily necessities, including food, firewood, thick clothes, etc., to those who are particularly in need. Of course, he did all this while broadcasting live. Our move has won a lot of people's hearts, Suzerain said calmly. In Nanjiang City, many civilians have secretly run out and want to join us. As of this crisis, the population of our major cities has increased. But correspondingly, we have also consumed a lot of supplies. And the small treasury is currently very empty. Nanfeng nodded after listening. If a city wants to develop rapidly, population is indispensable. Even if these people are just a group of civilians. It doesn't matter. Just need to train them a little. Teach them to set up a stall, sell pancakes and so on. And they can also develop the economy. An empty treasury is a small problem. Of course, there is another premise here. That is, this global crisis must end as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the temperature continues to drop like this, everyone will hide in the safe house and not come out. And there will be no economic development. At the end of the meeting, Suzerain slowly said, for the time being, we can still withstand this global crisis. But it's hard to say how things will develop in the future. So, we must find a way to push the alien corpse away as soon as possible. At this point, everyone in the meeting room looked at Nanfeng and Xiao Luo, in our Nancheng. Only you two are about to reach level 45. This difficult task can only be entrusted to you. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo looked at each other and nodded silently. After the meeting, Xiao Luo did not stop and teleported to the misty forest to continue upgrading. Nanfeng pulled Xiaonan and whispered, Xiaonan, can you push the corpse away? Xiaonan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded yes. I can, but I might be discovered by him and eaten. What? The god of creation actually eats children? I didn't expect you to be such a god of creation. Nanfeng quickly waved his hand. Forget it. Let us do it. By the way, do you think it is difficult to push the corpse away? Xiaonan thought for a moment and said, last time I went to the outer world, I didn't feel any magic power on the corpse. That corpse is probably just an empty shell. So it shouldn't be difficult to push it away. That's good. Nanfeng felt relieved after hearing Xiaonan's words. He took out the teleportation array and said to Xiaonan, okay, I'll go out and upgrade too. Please help keep an eye on Nancheng to prevent the Emperor from suddenly killing us without any moral integrity. After that, Nanfeng sent a message to Xiao Luo, ready to teleport to him and level up together. But Nanfeng waited for a long time, but didn't see Xiao Luo's teleportation array light up. Strange? Is he fighting the boss and didn't see my message? Nanfeng muttered a few words, found a brother who was hunting in the forest, and teleported over. Heavy snow fell. In the forest, Nanfeng looked up at the sky, and saw a dark sky. Darkness enveloped everything. He hasn't seen the sun for almost a month. Without the sunlight, the towering trees in the forest have lost their leaves, gradually withered, and slowly approached the end of their lives. Come on and level up. Nanfeng took a deep breath, holding a laser cannon, and went deep into the ancient forest. This time, he no longer walked in carefully, but rushed in with great fanfare. There was no time for him to upgrade slowly. What he lacked now was time. Nanfeng's bold behavior of rushing into the territory of several beasts in a row aroused the anger of the beasts. 2 hours later, 2 level 42 beasts, 1 level 41 beast, and 1 level 40 beast surrounded Nanfeng. Nanfeng was not in a hurry. Looking at the weakest level 40 beast Rib Demon Bear, go away. Killing you is a waste of my time. Dong dong dong. Rib Demon Bear beat his chest angrily. You two-legged beast. Who are you looking down on? Let me show you how powerful this bear demon flame is. Roar! The demon bear roared, and spit out a large ball of black flames. The snowflakes falling in the air were instantly vaporized and evaporated when they touched the terrible black flames, which was enough to show how high the temperature of the black flames was. Even the 2 level 43 beasts took a few steps back in fear to avoid getting burned. Only Nanfeng was not in a hurry at all. He took out the demon flame flamethrower from his backpack and pulled the trigger at the black fireball. Wow! Continuous demon flame gushed out from the muzzle. Nanfeng's fire is more bigger and more terrifying than the fire of Roven Demon Bear. Roven Demon Bear was stunned on the spot. How presumptuous! It turns out that you can also spit demon flame. Why didn't you say it earlier? Brother. Nanfeng did not kill this Roven Demon Bear, but shook his wrist and turned the demon flame flamethrower in another direction, aiming at other beasts. Crash! Roar! Awoo! Swish! Swish! Boom! Boom! After a fierce battle, except for Roven Demon Bear, all other beasts were easily killed by Nanfeng and turned into experience. On the battlefield, only Nanfeng and Roven Demon Bear were left staring at each other for a long time. Then, Roven Demon Bear suddenly reacted, tucked its tail and ran away. This bipedal beast is too scary. Run! Don't be so impatient. I won't kill you. Be careful not to fall. Nanfeng shouted from behind. Remember to wait until you reach level 41 before coming to me for revenge. A level 40 beast can only provide Nanfeng with a little experience. That's why he let this Rib Demon Bear go. And wait until it reaches level 41. And then kill it. What is this called? This is called sustainable development. Chapter 633. Fierce beasts are forbidden to enter the territory of Nancheng. Another month has passed in a hurry. Nanfeng glanced at his panel. Level 44, 18%. He is now in the depths of the ancient forest. In this month, he killed 2 level 44 beasts. He also killed 20 level 43 beasts. Nanfeng can no longer remember how many level 42 and 41 beasts he killed. Anyway, he killed them whenever he met them, without holding back. This ancient forest is indeed the place with the most concentrated ferocious beasts in the primitive world. In just 1 month, Nanfeng has upgraded more than half a level. If the natives knew about this, I don't know how jealous they would be. It will take at least 1 or 2 months to upgrade to level 45. Nanfeng made a rough estimate. The further you go, the harder it will be to upgrade. Now he can't gain much experience by hunting level 41 beasts. Nanfeng could only go deeper into the ancient forest, to the center of the forest, to see if he could kill a few more level 44 beasts. As for the level 45 beasts, they were not included in Nanfeng's hunting range for the time being, because a dozen days ago, a level 45 firebird flew over his head, and the terrifying pressure was no less than that of a level 45 emperor. Too scary. Nanfeng didn't think he could beat the firebird, so in the past 10 days, Nanfeng has been holding a laser cannon in his right hand and a teleportation array in his left hand, ready to run away at any time. If you continue to go deeper, the probability of encountering the firebird will increase. Nanfeng walked deeper cautiously. He was very close to the fog, only about 50 to 60 kilometers away. This was the first time that Nanfeng was so close to the fog. I've been killing people in the forest for a month, from south to north. But how come I didn't even see a clone of Xiao Luo? And he didn't reply to the message I sent him a month ago. Nanfeng suddenly thought of this, stopped where he was, and sent another message to Xiao Luo. No reply. Still no reply. Is this guy injured? The kind of paralyzed and unable to reply to messages? Or was he kidnapped? Why did he start to disappear? Nanfeng entered the handsome guy group. Nanfeng at everyone. Guys, does anyone know what Xiao Luo did? Huang Yuanming, I don't know. I've been digging holes every day this month, and have no time to chat in the group. Nanfeng, You're the fastest responder. Shinpan, speaking of which, Brother Luo really hasn't spoken for a long time. Wu Yuansheng, head. It looks like it's still lit. Not dead. Probably leveling up. Su Ming, Nanshan and Luo Gu are both level 44. Damn. They level up so fast. They're really far ahead. Huang Yuanming, wait. Brothers. Guess what I saw? Nan Feng, what did you see? Did you see the sun? Huang Yuanming, no. I seem to see a fierce beast. Shinpan, TSK. I thought you saw a female ghost. Huang Yuanming, but I'm in Nancheng. Nan Feng reacted and was shocked. Fierce beasts appeared in the mist? When they first came to the primitive world, they saw a fierce beast called Bronze Stone Spider in the mist. And also saw 2 spider leaders. Silver Moon Spider and Golden Rose Spider. Apart from that, no ferocious beasts have appeared in the mist. Moreover, since Xiaonan bravely broke into the spider cave alone and killed the Golden Rose Spider, even the Bronze Stone Spider has disappeared in the mist. But today, Huang Yuanming saw a ferocious beast in the mist. Ne Feng looked up and looked into the distance, looking at the increasingly thin mist in front of him. This mist may soon dissipate? It can't even stop the ferocious beast from entering it. Ne Feng hurriedly said at Suzerain. Quickly protect the old man and the child. At Huang Yuanming. What level is the ferocious beast? Huang Yuanming, it's in the sky. A little far away. And it's not very clear. After a few seconds. Huang Yuanming, at first glance. It's a turkey. With fire all over its body. Like a sun. Ne Feng broke out in a cold sweat after listening to Huang Yuanming's description. Isn't this the firebird I met some time ago? How did it turn around and run into the fog? In the handsome guys group, everyone has not realized the seriousness of the problem. Wu Yuansheng, which direction is that turkey? I'll go shoot it down and give my brothers a snack tonight. Su Ming, in ancient times, Hou shot the sun. And now there is Lao Wu shooting Kun. Wu Yuansheng, haha. It's glowing. One is enough. Ne Feng, that's a level 45 beast. Hide quickly. Ne Feng sent this message and then immediately teleported back to the laboratory in Nancheng, ignoring the 2 engineering men who were discussing fiercely. Ne Feng rushed out like the wind, spread his devil's wings and flew over Nancheng. In this dark night sky, the firebird with fire all over its body is very eye-catching. Swoosh. Ne Feng said nothing, aimed at the firebird in the sky, and fired a dragon beam cannon. This shot was easily dodged by the firebird as expected. Mute. The firebird made a sharp roar, and then spoke in human language. You ignorant thing. How dare you attack me? I'm just warning you. Nanfeng's voice was like thunder, spreading several kilometers away, reminding those chosen ones, who had not yet discovered the abnormality. The firebird's voice was crisp and pleasant. Warning me? Warn me about what? Ne Feng said word by word, warning you. Fierce beasts are forbidden in the territory of Nancheng. A crow flew by, with 6 black spots. Sigma caret equals. Below. Huang Yuanming's mouth twitched slightly. What's the matter with Nanshan's words? It's a bit awkward. Wu Yuansheng disagreed. No. I think it's very exciting. Su Ming, is this exciting? Where is it exciting? It's obviously very awkward. Shinpan, it's mainly because Nanshan's level is not as high as that firebird, and his momentum is slightly insufficient, which seems a bit awkward. In the air in the distance, the firebird laughed like a silver bell, as if laughing at Ne Feng. Humph! Beasts are forbidden to move? Why do you, a weak human like you, have the right to ban me? The firebird flapped its wings, and the surrounding goose feather snow melted instantly. It turned into a small sun and smashed towards Nancheng. Swish! The knife flashed, cutting a tiny crack in the air. The firebird stopped suddenly, stopped at the edge of the crack, and looked forward with a serious look. I saw Xiao Luo, wearing a hood and a black dress, slowly flying into the air. His voice was hoarse and low. Our city lord said that fierce beasts are forbidden to enter the southern city. Didn't you hear it? The firebird chuckled. Humph. I thought you were so powerful. But you're just a level 45 kid? It didn't even look at Xiao Luo. It spread its wings again and rushed towards Nancheng. Hula! The fierce fist wind blew the flames around the firebird and made them shake. Long Woody's figure flashed and appeared in the air. Laughing, my brother Feng said that fierce beasts are forbidden in Nancheng. Can't you hear it? After being intercepted twice, the Firebird was also angry. The chosen one who just broke through level 45? You are very strong. But you are not qualified to talk to me like this. The flames rose again. And this time, the magic power in the Firebird surged wildly, turning itself into a huge fireball that covered the sky. The sun was blocked. And now it is the sun. But it did not rush towards Nanchung, but stared at a little girl in Nanchung with doubt. The little girl laughed. My brother said that fierce beasts are forbidden in Nanchung. Don't you have ears? Chapter 634 Hee? No hee. In the territory of South City, fierce beasts are forbidden to travel. When Nanfeng said this, the Firebird sneered. When Xiao Luo and Long Wudi said this, the Firebird also sneered. When Xiaonan said this, the Firebird even wanted to laugh. The three chosen ones in front. The weakest is also level 44. Anyway, it is considered to have some strength. It is normal to be arrogant. But what do you mean? Little girl, you dared to shout here at level 39? I even suspected that I was short-sighted. The Firebird stared at Xiaonan in surprise and doubt. And after confirming that she was only level 39, he laughed. It turns out that she is only level 39. What strength do you have? Hula! The wind suddenly rose, and the flames roared. The Firebird, which was interrupted 3 times in a row, finally rushed to Nanchung. The raging fire melted the frost on the ground. The chosen ones in Nanchung were sweating profusely in an instant. This was not caused by fear, but by the heat. Ice beam cannon. Nanfeng fired the first shot. The milky white extreme cold beam cut through the sky. With the addition of the weather, the power of this shot was even greater. Mute. The Firebird let out a long cry and spit out a flame ray from its mouth. One red and one white light wave collided. After only a few tenths of a second, the milky white ice beam cannon fell into a disadvantage. So strong. Nanfeng gritted his teeth. The magic power in his body surged, and he poured it into the laser cannon frantically. Since ancient times, the left side of the wave is lost. Now I, Nan, am standing on the right side. There is no reason for me to lose to you. A turkey. But he still underestimated the strength of the Firebird. No matter how much magic power he consumed, the white beam was still suppressed. The fiery red flame ray was about to hit the muzzle. I'll do it. Xiaonan appeared in the air with a swish, blocking Xiao Luo and Long Wudi, who wanted to attack. You little turkey. How dare you mock your lord Xiaonan? Xiaonan held 2 stones in his mouth and spoke incoherently. Just happened to settle the old and new grudges together. The Firebird looked terrified. In its eyes, Xiaonan's momentum was rising step by step. In just a moment, it rose from level 39 to level 45. And it was still rising. You? The Firebird recalled the stone that Xiaonan had put in his mouth, and suddenly thought of something. Are you the little girl in the forest before? Aren't you dead? Xiaonan didn't have time to pay attention to it. She opened her mouth and spit out a big golden fireball. The fireball went up to the flame ray, swallowed it, and became bigger and bigger, and more powerful. This one is the real sun. Wait! Feeling the power of this big fireball, the Firebird knew that he was really short-sighted. This little girl is the most powerful in the fog. Wait! The Firebird shouted. This fireball has locked it, and it has nowhere to hide. Although it is confident that it can withstand this blow with its strong body. What about the next blow? What about the next blow? This little girl's strength is far above it. Resisting it is not the best solution. Begging for mercy is. Wait! The Firebird burst into a sharp cry. I haven't entered the territory of Nanchung yet. It was agreed that fierce beasts are prohibited in the territory of Nanchung. But I am wandering outside Nanchung now. Why are you hitting me? Xiaonan was stunned when he heard this, and tilted his head to think. Nanfeng said, Xiaonan, ignore it. It was the first to attack. Xiaonan said, oh, yes. It killed me once before. The golden fireball was more aggressive, and went straight to the Firebird. The Firebird flapped its wings, and flew rapidly in circles in the sky. Chosen one. You are slandering me. The Firebird screamed while flying. I just came in for a stroll, and you inexplicably gave me a move. Who attacked me first? Nanfeng's face did not change. He looked at the Firebird flying over his head, and said in a deep voice, you are now entering the territory of Nanchung. Firebird? No. There is a big fireball chasing me behind my buttocks. You can't see it. Right? It said, As if I wanted to fly here by myself? Huh? Suddenly, the Firebird's eyes turned and it dived down directly into Nanchung. Then it transformed into a red-dressed beauty, looking at the big fireball above her head with a playful look in her eyes. Sure enough, the fireball stopped in midair and did not fall. Hee hee. The red-dressed beauty covered her mouth and chuckled, saying arrogantly, "Come on. Smash me to death." Swish. 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 Silver light flashed. The chosen ones in the South City all used the teleportation array to leave here, seeing the chosen ones around her decrease one by one. The red-dressed beauty panicked visibly. "No. Your family doesn't want it anymore? Running so fast. Hee hee. Let's see if you still laugh." Xiaonan slowly pressed down with one hand, and the golden fireball followed her little hand and slowly fell. "No. I won't laugh anymore." The red-dressed beauty's eyes were full of grievance. "If your fireball comes down, this city will be ruined. It's unnecessary. Really unnecessary. Look, I didn't do anything bad. Why do you want to kill me? Little sister, I'm leaving now. What do you think?" Xiaonan glared at her. "How old are you? And you call me little sister? Call me aunt." The red-dressed beauty was also flexible, and immediately shouted affectionately, "Aunt, I finally found you. I've been looking for you so hard. Good, good, good life." In the sky, Nanfeng and others looked at each other. Xiaonan said softly, "Brother, the magic power in her body is surging, and she seems to want to fight." Long Wudi shook his head and said, "She doesn't want to fight. She wants to fight to the death. Once we have the intention to kill, she will fight to the death with us." Nanfeng touched his chin. "That won't work. If we fight, both Nancheng and Longcheng will be finished." Xiao Luo's voice was hoarse, and he said in a deep voice, "We can trick her outside first, and then kill her." On the ground, the red-clothed beauty's face froze. "No. Are you so blatant about this kind of thing? I'm not really deaf." Nanfeng thought for a moment, but still waved his hand. "Forget it. The battle between level 45 has too large a range, so let her go." Mainly, Nanfeng also considered a point. He was afraid that Xiaonan would use too much power and attract his attention. That would be more trouble than gain. And it's better to keep this Firebird. After Nanfeng reaches level 45, he can kill it himself to extract experience. This abacus is really brilliant. After listening to Nanfeng's words, Xiaonan nodded gently, opened her mouth, and sucked the golden fireball into her mouth. Energy cannot be wasted. On the ground, the beauty in red breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that no one was going to take action. Those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future. I have a vague feeling that I will be able to break through after returning. The beauty in red thought so. But Xiaonan's crisp voice reached her ears. Today's matter can be forgotten. But how about the last time you killed me? The beauty in red blinked her eyes and pretended to be confused and asked, "Kill you? I didn't. You are still alive and well." Chapter 635 Xiao Luo's question. Nancheng. In the hall of the city lord's mansion, the red-dressed beauty looked left and right, and seemed extremely curious about everything in the hall. In her eyes, everything here was a novelty. Half an hour ago, under the coercion of Xiaonan and the inducement of Nanfeng, the red-dressed beauty successfully joined the beautiful family of Nancheng and became an extremely glorious non-staff member. Her job was also very simple, which was to hover over Nancheng and Longcheng for 3 hours every day as a substitute for the sun. Originally, Nanfeng wanted her to hover for 12 hours. But such an inhumane working time naturally aroused the strong opposition of the red-dressed beauty. After a 2.5-minute negotiation between the two sides, the red-dressed beauty finally negotiated her working time to 3 hours a day. For the long-lived beasts, 3 hours is just a blink of an eye, and the red-dressed beauty just took it as a daily walk. Where can you find such a good thing as taking a 3-hour walk every day to save your life? For Nanfeng, it is definitely a great deal to be able to solve the problem peacefully without fighting and to trick a little son back to Nancheng. The two parties happily reached a cooperative relationship. So, as a non-staff member of Nancheng, the beauty in red did not regard herself as an outsider and swaggered around the city. When she walked to the city lord's mansion, she was attracted by all kinds of novel gadgets in the hall. What is this? The beauty in red picked up a large wooden board with several movable small wooden boards in it. This is called Huarongdao, and it's played like this. Wang Yuanming in the hall just answered and demonstrated enthusiastically. The red-dressed beauty played for a while, but soon got bored, and pointed to another thing and said, "What is this?" "This is Dragon Country chess. Only smart people can play it. Do you want me to teach you?" "No. I'm not a human." "What is this?" "This is Lubon Lock. That's the wooden flowing ox and horse. And that one over there is a model of an aircraft carrier." The red-dressed beauty walked around and looked at the various exhibits in the hall. She was amazed at the various exhibits in the hall. Suddenly, she reached out and picked up a wooden sculpture and asked, "Who is this sculpture?" Wang Yuanming pondered for a moment. "This is Ultra Buddha, an ultra warrior who returned from studying in the Buddha country. His special move is laser illumination, which can emit stream rays from the back of his head to kill all enemies." The red-clothed beauty said, "Oh," and nodded. "It sounds very powerful. Actually, it's just SOSO. Definitely not as powerful as you, girl." Huang Yuanming laughed. "By the way, my name is Huang Yuanming. I don't know your name, girl. Just call me Hutong." The red-clothed beauty answered casually. "Hutong? What a good name." Huang Yuanming followed her and boasted, "Miss Hutong. In fact, most of the collections in this city lord's mansion are from my hands." "Who am I?" It's me." "Really? You made all these?" "Of course. In fact, before coming here, I was a world-famous artist. The paintings I drew casually are regarded as national treasures by the world. The figures I carved casually are regarded as the pinnacle of art. The songs I hummed casually are regarded as classics." After a pause, Huang Yuanming raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Miss Hutong, do you want me to sing a song for you?" Hutong nodded with interest and said, "Okay. Then you sing a song." "A hymn." Huang Yuanming cleared his throat and sang, "If you are a firebird, I must be the flame. Burning you burn you burn. Burn! Firebird." "Hutong, this guy is like a sick person." Stupid star. Outside the South City, while Nanfeng and Hutong were bargaining for a few hours of work every day, Xiao Luo silently teleported away without leaving a word. By the time Nanfeng reacted, "Where was Xiao Luo?" "Yeah. Where's Xiao Luo? He left without a word?" Nanfeng looked around for a long time, but didn't see Xiao Luo. "Is it necessary to work so hard to level up? You look lazy." Long Wudi put his hands behind his back and said, "This brother Xiao Luo. Something is not right." Nanfeng nodded. "Yes, but I don't know what's wrong. He won't tell me when I ask him. The knife he just used was very powerful." Long Wudi said, "I guess his experience value is full, but he has encountered a bottleneck and can't break through." Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. "Bottleneck? Does breaking through level 45 also require defeating the inner demon or something like that?" Long Wudi, "I don't know." Nanfeng, "Aren't you level 45? How come you don't know?" Long Wudi smiled confidently. "Oh, I don't have a bottleneck. I broke through smoothly." "Fuck. I didn't ask this question." Nanfeng rolled his eyes. "This is like asking a nerd if the exam is difficult. And the nerd says, just have hands." "Brother Feng, didn't you notice that Xiao Luo's level is rising too fast? He's almost catching up with me." Long Wudi's tone suddenly became serious. After hearing this, Nanfeng glanced at his panel. Level 44, 18%. If Xiao Luo's current experience value is 44, 99%, then the upgrade speed is a bit too fast. Before in the ancient forest, Nanfeng and Xiao Luo's experience value was not much different, and the two were chasing each other and competing for the first place in the level list. But only 1.5 months have passed, and Xiao Luo's level has far surpassed Nanfeng. Even if Nanfeng has been digging holes for half a month and has not upgraded, the difference should not be so big. And in the past month, I haven't seen Xiao Luo in the ancient forest, Nanfeng said to himself. Long Wudi spoke at this time. "By the way, I just happen to have some information here that I can share with you. In the past month, a large number of level 43 and 44 masters have fallen in the Falling Sun Empire, and their death methods are exactly the same, being cut to death by thousands of knives." Nanfeng instantly understood what Long Wudi meant. This explains it. Killing people is indeed faster than hunting beasts to level up. In the past month, Xiao Luo has been killing people. Xiao Luo. Is he crazy? Nanfeng murmured. Going to the Falling Sun Empire to kill people? Aren't you afraid of meeting the Emperor? Long Wudi. The Emperor may still be in the sky, but he may come back at any time. So brother Feng, you'd better go as soon as possible. Find Xiao Luo back. And by the way, find out what's wrong with him. Ne Feng nodded silently. No need for Long Woody to say. He would do the same. And he must find Xiao Luo back before the Emperor returns from the moon. Chapter 636, All People Travel Through Time. I can upgrade by breathing. Late at night. Dragon City. In fact, the primitive world now has no distinction between day and night. Because the day is as dark as the night. Ordinary people have long lost the concept of day and night. Only the chosen can distinguish between day and night according to the time on the panel. In the hut, Long Woody sat alone at the table, writing furiously. On the bookshelf next to him, there were a lot of books, all of which he had looted from the primitive world. These included Basic Cultivation Manual, How to Contract the Destiny Divine Weapon, Advanced How to Become a Master, and various cultivation methods, etc. Long Woody had already read these books several times, and the contents were all clear in his mind. He took the essence and removed the dross, and combined with the characteristics of the Blue Star people, he created a set of exercises that are more suitable for the Blue Star people to practice. At this time, Long Woody had been writing furiously for more than 5 hours. He wanted to write down everything he thought in his heart. Finally, he let out a long breath and slowly put down the pen in his hand. This is the first version. If you have other insights in the future, you can slowly improve it. While muttering, Long Woody read what he wrote from beginning to end, and then nodded with satisfaction. He arranged the papers on the table in order, took out a blank paper, and put it on the top. Then, Long Woody picked up the pen and wrote a line of words on the blank paper. Everyone travels through time. I can upgrade by breathing. After thinking about it, he added a few small words at the end. Author, Long Woody. Nan Maoren. Okay. Done. With this set of cultivation skills, the old people and children of Blue Star can also practice. Compared to this set of skills is more suitable for children to practice. If they are too old, they may encounter some unknown troubles when practicing. However, this is enough for those old people to reach level 5-8 within 2 years. Although it is not strong, it can strengthen the body and will not be so fragile. In the primitive world, people below level 5 are generally called ordinary people. Level 5-8 means that they have a little self-protection ability and can be called strong ordinary people. If the old people can really reach this level, they are not weak. At least they will not walk on the roadside and be bitten to death by small ants of 1 or 2 levels. Facing the extreme temperature of -20 to 30 degrees, they can also withstand it for a while. In the hut, having completed his first book, Long Woody was very happy. What should I do next? It seems that there is nothing to do. He sat cross-legged on the chair and thought for a moment. Then adjust your state and go to heaven to see. He closed his eyes and instantly entered a state of retreat. After a while, the shadow under him twisted and climbed up from the ground. Shadow of the Night, seeing that Long Woody did not take care of himself, he picked up the cultivation method on the table, found a corner, squatted on the ground and read it by himself. Next to Longcheng is Nancheng. There is no obvious dividing line between these two adjacent cities. Instead, the intersection in the middle is more prosperous. At this time, it was snowing heavily. Nanfeng was sitting in a barbecue restaurant at the junction of the two cities, eating skewers. With him were Xiaonan, Huatong, and Huang Yuanming, who insisted on following. Nanfeng looked at the bamboo sticks on the table and said speechlessly, "No. I brought my sister to eat skewers. Why are you two following me?" Xiaonan gnawed on the chicken leg and replied vaguely, "Yes. I'm eating skewers with my brother. Why are you two following me?" Huatong picked up a string of chicken feet, looked left and right, and still didn't eat it. Instead, he picked up the mutton skewers and ate them. "Yes. I followed my aunt out to eat skewers. Why are you here?" Instantly, the eyes of the three people were focused on Huang Yuanming's face. Huang Yuanming thought for a while, took out a handful of copper coins, and slapped them on the table. "I'll pay." "What? There is such a good thing?" Nanfeng immediately waved and shouted, "Boss! Give me your menu again from beginning to end." The boss smiled so hard. "Okay." Huang Yuanming's face turned pale. "No. Can the three of you eat so much? It's a waste if you order too much." "Brother." Beep beep. Nanfeng's panel started shaking. He opened it and saw a message from Suzerain. "Suzerain, I found out where Luogu is." "Nafeng, I'll be there soon. After turning off the panel, Nefeng patted Xiaonan on the shoulder. Xiaonan, eat hard. If you choke, ask Huang Yuanming to buy milk tea. Don't be polite to him. Xiaonan was so busy showing off that he didn't even look up at Nefeng. Under Huang Yuanming's resentful gaze, Nefeng took out the teleportation array and teleported to Su Zhen's side. A few hours ago, after solving the Firebird incident, Xiao Luo teleported away quietly. After that, no matter who contacted him, he didn't reply to the message. There was no other way. So Nefeng had to ask Su Zhen to mobilize all the chosen ones in the city to find Xiao Luo's whereabouts. This was not an easy task, because Xiao Luo must have bypassed Nanjiang City and went to the interior of the Falling Sun Empire. Nanqing's hand could not reach that far. Fortunately, with the help of the Tang family and the natives bribed by Longcheng, a huge intelligence network was formed, and Xiao Luo's trace was successfully discovered. So, where is Xiao Luo now? Nefeng asked straight to the point. Su Zhen picked up a wooden stick and pointed to the map on the wall. Look, this is Nanjiang City. Go around the right side of Nanjiang City and cross a mountain to reach Tang Village. 1 hour ago, Luo Gu showed up in Tang Village. Tang Village? A small village? Nefeng frowned slightly. There must be no masters in such a small village. This is not his destination. Su Zhen nodded in agreement. Of course, Luo Gu should just be passing by. He may go to. The wooden stick wandered on the map and finally stopped at a city northwest of Tang Village, Haiyan City. Haiyan City? Nefeng nodded silently. Looking at the map, Haiyan City is quite large, and there must be strong people in charge. Xiao Luo is very likely to go here. Okay, then I'll go to Haiyan City to take a look, Nefeng said, taking out the teleportation array. Su Zhen said, you can teleport to Yixingwen. He is the closest to Nanjiang City now, so you can walk less distance. Luo Gu also teleported him before. Okay. With a flash of silver light, Nanfeng's figure disappeared in the city lord's mansion. Chapter 637. Another beast enters the mist. The next morning, a small red sun climbed up into the sky and hovered over South City and Dragon City. The incarnation of the sun, Huitong, began her first day of work. These two cities are as small as sesame seeds. Do I still need to hover over them? Huitong flapped her wings and looked down at South City and Dragon City below. There was no need to hover. She only needed to hover in the air, and the raging fire burning on her body was enough to transfer heat to every corner of South City and Dragon City. The firelight illuminated the earth, and the ice and snow in the city were melting rapidly. She was really like the sun. Old people and children came out of the underground shelter. They raised their heads, felt the warmth of the firelight, and a knowing smile appeared on their faces. Look! The sun is out. This is not the sun. This is the golden crow. Nonsense. This is clearly a phoenix. 3 children arguing about the sun. Brothers, let's have a snowball fight. We are a group of junior high school students, fighting against those elementary school students. Ah? I'm only in the 1st grade. Are you going to fight me too? After more than half a month, the South City has once again been filled with the breath of life. No longer so dead. In the sky, Huitong's eyes turned, taking in all the scenery in the city. In addition to the chosen ones, there are so many ordinary people in the city. These ordinary people are the weak points of the chosen ones, and we can find ways to use them. However, we still have to get that little girl out of the way. Otherwise, I won't have a chance to do it. Huitong hovered quietly in the air, planning a series of plans in her mind. Suddenly, her eyes condensed, and she turned her head to look into the distance. Her eyesight was extremely terrifying. She could see at a glance that a fierce beast was cautiously crawling in from the faint mist hundreds of kilometers away. It was a huge dragon hundreds of meters long. Is it? Huitong narrowed his eyes and sneered. This huge dragon was also an old resident of the ancient forest. Its territory was very close to Huitong's territory. The two often fought over trivial matters. But since Huitong transformed, the huge dragon has been much more low-key and rarely clashed with Huitong, because he couldn't beat him. This stinky earthworm followed me into the mist. Is it secretly in love with me? Huitong let out a long cry, flapped his wings, and rushed to the edge of the mist like a meteor. Hiss! The huge dragon, who had just entered the mist, had not yet figured out the surrounding situation. when he saw a small sun flying rapidly from hundreds of kilometers away. There was no way. In such a dark environment, Hwatong was too conspicuous. It was impossible not to see it. The little sun fell in front of the big dragon and turned into a graceful beauty in red. Stinky earthworm. What are you doing here? Hwatong raised his head with an arrogant look. Dead sparrow. This is not your home. Why can't I come? The big dragon spoke in human language and looked around to see if there was any danger nearby. This should be the territory of the chosen ones. Right? How about it? Are there many chosen ones inside? Hwatong showed disdain. You can't even transform. And you still want to compete with me for the chosen ones? Dead sparrow. Don't try to provoke me with words. I won't transform. The big dragon said proudly. Only a stupid bird like you will be in a hurry to transform. I want to transform into a dragon first. Then into a human. And then, I will be more than 100 times stronger than you. In fact, the big dragon could have transformed long ago. The reason why it still maintains the dragon body is that it wants to transform into a dragon first. And then into a human. It originally thought that Hwatong would make the same choice, first fly to the branch and become a phoenix. And then transform into a human from the body of a phoenix. Unexpectedly, Hwatong has long hair and short knowledge. In order to see the scenery of the world, he hurriedly transformed into a human, resulting in a large gap between the upper limit and the big dragon. Hwatong said angrily, Who do you say is a stupid bird? The big dragon laughed. There is only one bird here. Who do you think I am talking about? Hwatong's body was on fire, and he was about to fight. But the big dragon hurriedly said, Wait! If the two of us fight, those chosen ones will sense the danger, and will definitely run away. Why bother? Hwatong heard the words. His eyes rolled around, and slowly withdrew his hand. You have a point. Of course. My wisdom is unmatched. The big dragon shook his head, his tone full of pride. Little sparrow. How about you and I join forces? We will share the captured chosen ones equally. Hwatong pretended to think for a moment and agreed. Okay. There are many chosen ones ahead. I will drive them over. You just sit here and wait for them. Understand? Yes. Sit here and wait for someone. The big dragon laughed. Little sparrow. Your knowledge is still a little shallow. I'm shallow. You? Hwatong sneered. Stop talking nonsense. Just stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon. After that, without giving the big dragon time to react, Hwatong turned into a big fireball and flew towards the South City with a whoosh. Hee hee. There is a chosen one to eat. The big dragon spit out a long tongue and laughed out loud. South City. Hwatong put away the flames all over her body and landed in South City. She found Xiaonan, who was playing snowballs with elementary school students in the square, and hurriedly said, Auntie. Auntie. I have something important to report. Xiaonan turned around and threw a snowball, hitting Hwatong in the face. I don't care about it. If you have something, find my brother. I want to play snowballs. The fire flashed, and the snow on Hwatong's face turned into steam. Auntie. It's very important. Hwatong's tone was solemn. There is a level 45 beast coming. In this direction. Hwatong pointed to the location of the big dragon. Xiaonan's eyes lit up. What kind of beast is it? Can it be used as a mount? The upper limit of the pony speed 7 is too low. Xiaonan spent a lot of energy and could only train it to level 40, which is almost the upper limit. A level 40 mount obviously cannot satisfy Xiaonan, so she wants to catch a new mount now. It's best to have a majestic one. Hwatong nodded quickly. Of course. That guy is about to turn into a dragon. Oh! Dragon Knight? Xiaonan's snowballs are not big anymore, holding a colorful stone in her mouth, and she rushed out of South City in an instant. Hwatong's mouth corners slightly raised, and she sneered. You are such a little brat. It's so easy to get rid of you. That big dragon is not weak. It should be able to delay a lot of time. I can at least eat 10 chosen ones, and then run away after eating. Exciting. With this thought, Hwatong swept his eyes and looked for the chosen ones in the crowd. The first person who came into view was Huang Yuanming with a frank smile on his face. Miss Hwatong, you're off work so soon? I saw you in the sky just now. Hwatong came over with a smile on his face. How are you? You must be very tired after a day's work. Do you want me to treat you to a foot massage? Hwatong grinned, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth. Chapter 638 New Mount. Mantis Shrimp. What's your name? Hwatong took 2 steps forward and whispered in Huang Yuanming's ear. Huang Yuanming felt numb all over, as if he had been electrocuted. My name is Huang. He was halfway through his words, when a sloppy voice came from behind him. Hey, Miss Turkey. Long Woody put his hands in his pockets and walked over in 2 or 3 steps, saying with a smile, Miss Turkey, you only worked for half an hour today, and you will be deducted for absenteeism. Hutong's eyes condensed, and she looked at Long Woody cautiously. She had heard about Long Woody's deeds when she was eating skewers last night. He is the strongest among the chosen ones of this year, with amazing talent, and hunting beasts is as easy as eating and drinking water. Although he has only been at level 45 for less than 2 days, Hutong still dare not underestimate him. Even if I am stronger than him, it will take a long time to kill him. This time is enough for my Aunt Ba. Enough for that brat to come back. No, I can't do it. I'll find a chance next time. These thoughts instantly appeared in Hutong's mind. She put away her sharp little tiger teeth and said shyly, Oh, I don't feel well today. I want to take a leave. Huang Yuanming hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Yes. Girls always have those days every month. You know, Brother Long. Long Woody shook his head slowly. No. Brother Feng asked me to keep an eye on you. You are not allowed to come down before flying for 3 hours. Hutong pouted and said coquettishly, Oh, we have been flying for a long time just now. That's it for today. Huang Yuanming was about to say something, but Long Woody had already stretched out his fist. Miss Turkey, if you don't understand human language, I also know a little bit of boxing. Hutong's face turned cold, and he snorted at Long Woody, and spread his wings and flew into the sky. You bunch of trash. You are arrogant and don't know anything. If it weren't for my Aunt Ba, if it weren't for that little brat who is so powerful, I would see if I would eat you. You are still playing snowballs over there. I will kill you with heat. The flames on Hutong's body burned more vigorously, and the temperature of Nancheng and Longcheng immediately increased a lot, and the snow on the ground melted quickly. At this time, a rumbling sound suddenly sounded outside the city. A big dragon with a swollen nose and face came out of the woods, and on its head, there was a little girl with her hands on her hips and laughing. Go, Pippy Shrimp. Go. Hee hee. This mount is good. It runs fast. In the sky, Hutong's face changed slightly. This stinky earthworm was dealt with so quickly. It's really a waste. Fortunately, I didn't do it just now. At this time, Hutong was extremely grateful that Long Woody suddenly appeared and stopped her from doing it. Otherwise, before the chosen 182, Xiaonan would come back riding the big dragon. How embarrassing. Stop. Outside the city, Xiaonan patted the big dragon's head and asked it to stop. You will stay outside the city in the future. If other beasts dare to approach, you will bite them to death. Do you understand? The big dragon nodded repeatedly. Xiaonan clapped his hands happily, jumped into the South City, and continued to play snowballs. Seeing this, Hutong quickly restrained the flames on his body to avoid making this little girl unhappy. The big dragon huddled in the snow, trying to use the cold snow to relieve the burns on its body. In the sky, the fire pupils circled above the big dragon's head. The two beasts looked at each other, then quickly turned their heads away, with a hint of embarrassment in their eyes. Yunri Empire. Tang Village. Nanfeng walked into the village wearing a tattered cloth, holding a lantern in his hand, and a rusty hoe on his shoulder. The village was very quiet. On such a snowy day, the villagers hid in their beds, and were unwilling to come out. Only a few villagers, who had no food at home, would risk freezing to death, and go out to find food. Nanfeng's arrival still attracted the attention of several families. Hey, that little brother. Where are you from? Why are you in our village? A villager stood by the window, and shouted to Nanfeng outside the window. Nanfeng came over and said with a simple smile, Big brother, I followed people from the same village to find food, but I got lost and somehow came to your village. Is that so? The villager lowered his head and thought for a while. Not long ago, a man came to our village to ask for directions. Could he be from your village? Nanfeng nodded quickly. Yes. Yes. Did that man go to Haishang City? The villager frowned. No. He went to the direction of Nanjiang City. Nanfeng was stunned. Xiao Lua went to Nanjiang City. No. You went to Nanjiang City. Why did you go around so much? Can't you just go directly from Heishui City? Nanfeng asked doubtfully. Big brother, Is that man tall, handsome, and wearing a black dress? The villager nodded. Nan Feng continued to ask, did he say anything else? The villager thought for a moment and shook his head. He just asked how to get to Nanjiang City, and didn't say anything else. And his voice was a little hoarse. Maybe he had a cold. It's still a long way from here to Nanjiang City. I don't know if he can get home safely. The voice was hoarse. So it should be Xiao Luo. This guy didn't go to Haishang City, but turned around and went to Nanjiang City again? Does he deliberately not want us to find him? Nan Feng thanked him. Thank you, brother. That guy is from the same village as me. I will chase him now. Hey, wait a minute. The villager stopped Nan Feng, then returned to the room and took out a steamed bun that was hard enough to kill people. I see you don't have any dry food on you. If you go back like this, you will definitely starve to death on the road. I don't have much to eat at home. I can only give you a steamed bun. You can make do with it. Nan Feng was silent for 2 seconds and bowed. Thank you, brother. After taking the steamed bun, Nan Feng quickly left the village and came to a mountain not far away. He searched on the mountain for half an hour, and finally found a shivering level 13 beast in a cave 4-legged chicken. Nan Feng smashed the 4-legged chicken to death with a frozen steamed bun, then returned to the village and threw the chicken in front of the door of the family who gave him the steamed bun. After doing all this, Nan Feng strode towards the direction of Nanjiang City. What on earth is this Xiao Luo doing? Is he deliberately leading me to Haishang City? Fortunately, I came to Tang Village. Otherwise, I wouldn't know that he went to Nanjiang City. Huh? Wait. Nan Feng suddenly stopped, and a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. The big brother just said that Xiao Luo asked him how to get to Nanjiang City? This is not right. Why did Xiao Luo ask for directions? Isn't there a map in the system panel? Although the places he hasn't been to are all dark, he doesn't know where Nanjiang City is roughly. There is no need to ask for directions at all. Combined with the fact that Xiao Luo has not replied to the message, a bold idea flashed through Nanfeng's mind. Could it be Xiao Luo was taken over by one of his clones, so he couldn't open the panel? Chapter 639 Dragon Invincible Ascends to Heaven. Nan Feng didn't quite believe that Xiao Luo would be controlled by one of his clones. Those clones were incomplete personalities, and there was no reason why they could suppress Xiao Luo's main consciousness. And Nan Feng remembered one thing. That is, when the Firebird appeared outside Nancheng, Xiao Luo returned to Nancheng as soon as possible. This means that he had been watching the chat messages in the group, and when he found that Nancheng was in danger, he immediately rushed back. Then, there is no such thing as not being able to open the system panel. Since the panel can be opened, why does he still ask for directions? Is it a deliberate smoke bomb? In fact, he is not going to Nanjiang City? Why is it so difficult to find someone? Nan Feng stood there and pondered for a moment, and decided to go back to the village just now to ask the big brother who gave him the steamed buns. He was not far from the village, and walked back in less than half a minute. He just saw the big brother open the door, and picked up the 4-legged chicken with a happy face. Great, my dear. We have something to eat tonight, the eldest brother said to the house. A gentle female voice came from the house. Let me see. What? The 4-legged chicken hit the door? What nonsense are you talking about? The eldest brother walked into the house, closed the door, and whispered, I got this chicken according to the instructions of the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man never lied to me. The woman said, It is our family's honor to meet the black-clothed man. We have meat to eat tonight. Tactical headset transmitted the conversation in the room to Nanfeng's ears completely. Nanfeng's face turned cold. It seems that Nan, have been plotted against? Nan Feng took 2 or 3 steps forward and gently pushed the inferior wooden door open. Inside the house, a man and a woman looked at Nan Feng with terrified faces and trembling. Don't be afraid. I'll ask you a few questions. As long as you don't tell lies, you won't die. Nan Feng had a cold face and swung the hoe casually, smashing the table next to him. Master, you ask? I just beg you not to hurt my wife. The elder brother who had just given Nan Feng steamed buns protected his wife behind him, and knelt on the ground tremblingly begging. Nan Feng said coldly, Get up first. I'm not used to others kneeling to me. The elder brother still knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Forget it, Nan Feng asked. Tell me everything that the black-clothed man you just mentioned said to you. Word for word. The eldest brother swallowed his saliva, looked back at his wife, gritted his teeth and said, "The black-clothed man said that soon someone might come to the village to ask for directions. I just need to say that he went to Nanjiang City and give the person who asked for directions a steamed bun, and I can get a sumptuous dinner." Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. "That's it? Nothing else?" The eldest brother nodded vigorously. "Yes." The black-clothed man said these and left without saying anything else. Nanfeng asked again, "Where did he go?" The eldest brother cried, "My lord, it's not that I don't tell you. It's that I really don't know." The black-clothed man disappeared in a flash. "I really don't know." Seeing that the eldest brother was about to cry, Nanfeng was too lazy to embarrass him anymore. With Xiao Luo's strength, he didn't want the eldest brother to see where he was going. And the eldest brother couldn't see it. Even if he saw it, it was Xiao Luo who deliberately let him see it. Maybe it was a fake movement to confuse Nanfeng. "Okay, you guys can close the door yourself." Nanfeng left this sentence and left the village again. He stood in the heavy snow, feeling a little troubled. Xiao Luo, this guy, is playing palace tricks with me here? And he is guiding passers-by to plot against me? Wait until I find you, and see if I will cut you off. But did he go to Nanjiang City or Haishang City? Nanfeng murmured. "I can't guess it. Since I can't guess it, I'll ask the intelligence team." Nanfeng opened the panel and sent a message to Su Zuran and Long Wudi, asking them if they had any new clues. Taking advantage of this free time, Nanfeng opened the cross-world chat channel and went in to see what everyone was talking about. What caught his eye was Huang Yuanming's essay. Cross-world chat channel. Huang Yuanming, you all should know that we caught a firebird in Nancheng as the incarnation of the sun. Huang Yuanming, this firebird can transform into a beautiful woman in red. I saw that she was pretty, so I wanted to make friends with her. Huang Yuanming, guess what happened? This firebird wanted to eat me. Huang Yuanming, oh my god. It's so scary. I treated the beauty with my heart. But who would have thought that the beauty treated me with a little bit of kindness? Xuancheng, are you trying to make friends with her? I'm embarrassed to tell you. Andre, I know. This is called greedy for someone's body. Nanfeng at Huang Yuanming. What's going on? The firebird wants to eat you? Huang Yuanming, I don't know what happened. Long Wudi said that the firebird wanted to kill me and eat me. Nanfeng, are you pestering her? Humans and demons are different. Buddy, there is no bitter tree in this world. Huang Yuanming, I really just want to make friends with her. Long Wudi, brother Feng. Remember to ask your little sister to take care of the firebird. She has a lot of little thoughts. Nanfeng, understood. Huang Yuanming. Tell Xiaonan immediately and ask her to hang Huadong up and beat her. Huang Yuanming, this isn't good? She hasn't done anything yet. Nanfeng, you can just die under her skirt. Long Wudi, brother Feng. I'm going to go up to the sky to take a look. I don't know when I can come down. In Longcheng, I have to trouble your brothers in Nancheng to help look after it. Nanfeng, you are being polite. Go ahead. In the mist, seeing Nanfeng's reply, Long Wudi nodded, turned off the panel, and flew into the sky. The light mist above his head could no longer prevent Long Wudi from leaving, nor could it teleport him to other places. Long Wudi broke through the mist smoothly, and rushed straight to the 9 heavens without any obstacles. Going to space in the flesh should be something that every blue star person has dreamed of. Now, this childhood fantasy, Long Wudi is going to realize it. On the other side, in the heavy snow, Nanfeng received a long list of information sent by Su Zuran. There was nothing about Xiao Luo in these information, all of which were information about the strong in Nanjiang City and Haishang City. At the end of the information, there was also Su Zuran's analysis. Su Zuran, brother Luo should want to break through level 45. His best choice should be to go to Nanjiang City. There are 2 level 44 masters in Nanjiang City, who are very good hunting targets. But Nanfeng shook his head slowly. Xiao Luo's level is already level 44, 99%. And he is not short of experience. Killing those 2 level 44 masters is not very meaningful. According to Long Wudi, there is a certain bottleneck from level 44 to level 45. If Xiao Luo wants to break through this bottleneck, the best way should be go hunt for level 45 masters. Nanfeng looked at the information about Hai Shangqing. Among them, there is a master who just broke through level 45 8 years ago, which seems to meet Xiao Luo's needs. Chapter 640 Hai Shangqing. On such a cold day, you are so far away from me. Na Fong carried a hoe on his shoulder, humming a little tune, and walked in the heavy snow. The world in front of him was pitch black, but Na Fong could still vaguely see the outline of the city in front of him. That should be Heishangcheng, right? Na Fong opened the panel and took a look, confirming that the direction was correct, and then continued to move forward. His pace was very slow, like an old man taking a walk, but every step he took could cover a distance of dozens or hundreds of meters, like a ghost in the snowy night. A few minutes later, Na Fong found a little fire in front of him. In this extreme weather, there are still people in the wild? Na Fong slowed down and approached slowly. I saw two middle-aged men, wearing thick clothes and holding axes in their hands, chopping trees. Beside them, there were two lanterns, and the faint fire that Na Fong saw just now came from here. Two brothers. It's so cold. Why are you still out chopping trees? Na Fong suddenly spoke up after appearing behind the two men like a ghost. Fuck. You scared me. One of them was so frightened that he almost chopped Na Fong with an axe. The other one picked up the lantern, looked Na Fong up and down, and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't panic. My brother. This is a young man, not a beast. My brother took a few deep breaths to calm down, and then spoke up. Young man, do you know that scaring people can kill them? Na Fong spread his hands. I didn't scare you. I was just a little curious. Why are you chopping trees here in such a cold day? Nonsense. It's because the weather is too cold that we have to chop down trees. Otherwise, how can we keep warm without firewood? Mina looked at Na Fong speechlessly. This young man looks decent, but why would he ask such a stupid question? Is he a fool? Na Fong was puzzled, but the tree has been soaked by snow water and can't be ignited. Mina shook his head with a look of disappointment, raised his axe and continued to chop trees. Old Six. You explained to him. I want to continue working. On the side, Old Six, who was holding a lantern, patiently answered Na Fong's question. We still have some firewood at home, and we can burn it for a few more days. We just need to put these wet trees by the fire and roast them for a while, and they can be used. Hearing this, Na Fong nodded in understanding. Lao Lu asked back, what about you? Young man? It's snowing heavily. Why are you out here instead of staying at home? Na Fong pondered for a moment and said, obviously, I came out to farm. He patted the rusty hoe on his shoulder. It's snowing so heavily. And he came out to farm? What a fool. Lao Lu looked at Na Fong with some pity. Young man, where do you live? It's too cold outside. You should go back quickly. Na Fong shook his head. I don't know where my home is. The starling who was cutting trees glanced back and said helplessly, alas. You are wearing thin clothes. You are probably almost frozen to death. Come back with us later, and stay at my house for 2 days first. This damn weather. I don't know when the sun will come out. Na Fong asked, do you live in Haishang City? Beige nodded and said, yes, you know Haishang City. But you don't know where your home is? You are such a strange guy. Beige muttered while chopping trees vigorously. His hands were red from the cold, and they were covered with chilblains of various sizes, which hurt just by looking at them. Half an hour later, Lao Lu and Beige finally chopped down 2 giant trees. They cut off the extra branches, and each of them carried a round tree trunk and walked back. Lao Lu held a lantern and said, young man, keep up. It will take more than an hour to go back from here. If you freeze to death on the road, we can't save you. Na Fong followed the two silently. He wanted to go up to help, but when he thought of what happened in Tang village before, he hesitated again. Could these two people also be arranged by Xiao Luo here to wait for me? It shouldn't be. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Lao Lu and Beige were so tired that they could only put down the tree trunk and rest on the spot. Huh? This job is not for humans. It's so cold. Beige, my ears are about to fall off from the cold. Hold on a little longer. We'll be home soon. The two chatted for a while, then stopped talking and calmed their breathing to recover their strength. A rustling sound came from the jungle not far away. Na Fong turned his head and saw a prairie wolf staring at the three people with red eyes. Seeing that Na Fong had discovered it, the prairie wolf roared and pounced on it. Roar! This dull roar scared Lao Lu and Beige so much that they almost jumped up. They turned around and saw the sharp teeth of the grassland wolf, and they trembled all over. What a bad luck. They actually encountered a ferocious beast. Mina, run! Lao Lu didn't even want the lantern, and ran away with a shout. You Lao Lu. You didn't even wait for me. Mina cursed inwardly and hurriedly followed. He also reminded Nin Feng, young man, don't be dazed. Run. Seeing this, the grassland wolf decisively locked the first target on the scared Nin Feng. It jumped high and pounced on Nin Feng, and the bloody mouth exuded a foul smell. Nin Feng calmly swung the hoe and smashed the grassland wolf's head. Oh! A level 11 ferocious beast? You are not as powerful as the four-legged chicken in the first 2 chapters. The Mina and Lao Lu were so scared that they ran away without looking back. And they didn't realize that the danger had been solved by Nin Feng. Nin Feng shrugged, put the body of the prairie wolf into his backpack, and then carried a hoe on his left shoulder and a tree trunk on his right shoulder, preparing to sneak into Haishang City in this appearance. Swish! Nin Feng passed by the running Beige and Lao Lu like the wind, and ran straight to Haishang City. Beige said in a terrified tone, Lao Lu, did you see something just now? Something swish past by? Lao Lu swallowed his saliva. It was too dark. I couldn't see clearly. Beige, never mind. Run quickly. Alas, it's a pity for that stupid boy. He filled the stomach of the beast for us. At this time, Nin Feng had already arrived outside the gate of Haishang City before them. He saw many people, all carrying bundles of firewood, walking back from the woods outside the city. Their hands and feet were red from the cold, and they were exhausted. In this extreme weather, if these civilians want to survive, they must go to the woods to chop wood in the heavy snow and risk being hunted by ferocious beasts. Fire is their hope for survival. Aunt Zhao, why are you alone? Where is Uncle Zhao? Hearing the conversation behind him, Nin Feng subconsciously glanced back. Behind him, there was a woman with lifeless eyes, walking in the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. There were 2 lines of ice crystals on her face. Obviously she had just cried, but the tears were frozen on her face before they fell to the ground. Hearing someone calling her, Aunt Zhao turned her head stiffly and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Your Uncle Zhao. He was eaten by a ferocious beast just now to protect me. Alas, I didn't want to run away. I thought that dying with him would be enough in this life. But there is a little granddaughter at home. I can't be so selfish. I have to send back the firewood he collected with all his efforts. As she spoke, Aunt Zhao hugged a bundle of firewood tightly and walked past Nin Feng. Nin Feng looked at her for a moment. For the first time, he understood the meaning of despair. Chapter 641 Butcher Zhang Laobao. Entering Haishang City is much easier than expected, because this world is too dark. In this pitch-dark situation, the city defense soldiers are too lazy to check people coming in and out. Just take a look and let them go. However, when Nin Feng entered the city, he was still questioned by one of the city defense soldiers. You kid, why don't you carry a lantern? It's so dark outside. Can you see clearly? Nin Feng replied calmly. The lantern fell on the road. The city defense soldier looked at the hoe on Nin Feng's shoulder again and asked in confusion, You went out of the city to chop trees. Why do you carry a hoe? Nin Feng immediately replied, My family is poor, and I don't have money to buy an axe. I can only use this hoe passed down from my ancestors. I've told too many lies, and now I can really tell them without hesitation. Seeing that Nin Feng answered so clearly, the city defense soldiers stopped asking questions and waved their hands to let Nin Feng enter the city. The lights in Haishang City were bright, and the fire was swaying. At the door of every household, there is a big lantern hanging, lighting up the street in front of the door. From time to time, someone would clean the snow on the lantern to prevent the snow from being too thick and covering the firelight. Nin Feng carried the tree trunk and walked aimlessly on the street. The street was very deserted. Without a single vendor, no one would take out the food from home to sell to others at this time. Unless he didn't want to live. Where does that level 45 strongman live? Will Xiao Luo be here? Nin Feng pondered these 2 questions in his mind. In such a big city, it is not easy to find a person without any clues. What's more, the person he was looking for was Xiao Luo, who could split himself. Xiao Luo's eyes might be in any corner. He might have been staring at Nin Feng in the dark. Fortunately, Nin Feng's tactical mask was very powerful, turning him into a passerby with an average face, and the more powerful tactical mecha perfectly concealed his breath. At this time, Nin Feng was the ceiling of the camouflage world. Even if Xiao Luo walked by Nin Feng, he might not recognize him. I have to keep a low profile, not reveal my strength. nor reveal my identity as the chosen one. Nanfeng originally wanted to put the huge tree trunk into his backpack, because it was a bit troublesome to carry it on his shoulders. But he was afraid that he would be seen by Xiao Luo's clone. So he had to give up. He wandered around the city for more than half an hour, trying to find Xiao Luo by chance. But obviously, his luck was average. Not only did he fail to find Xiao Luo, but he also attracted inquiries from the city defense army. Boy, I've been watching you for a long time. Why are you wandering around here carrying a tree instead of going home? A city defense soldier stopped in front of Nanfeng and asked with a bad face. Nanfeng showed a silly smile. Big brother, I can't find where my home is. Several city defense soldiers in front of him looked at each other and suddenly realized. It turned out that this was a fool. Fool, who are the people in your family? Do you remember? Another city defense soldier asked. Nanfeng thought about it and smiled. Silly, I remember. There is a man named Lao Lu and another one named Beige. Lao Lu. Beige? Several city defense soldiers discussed in a low voice for a moment and finally came to a conclusion. They should be the family of Zhang the Butcher in the west of the city. Butcher Zhang Lao Ba and Zhang Lao Lu. People usually call them Lao Lu and Ba Gu. As he said that, a city defense soldier pointed to the west. Boy, if you go in this direction, you can go home. Thank you, brother. Nanfeng thanked him repeatedly and prepared to leave with the tree trunk. But those city defense soldiers did not intend to give way. Wait a minute. Nanfeng asked in confusion. What's wrong, brother? The city defense soldier smiled coldly. You carry such a big tree and walk around the street. Do you know how bad the impact is? We confiscated this tree. Give it to you. Nanfeng frowned slightly. What does it mean? These city defense soldiers want to steal my tree? Then I'll give it to you. It's troublesome for me to carry it anyway. Nanfeng put the trunk on the ground and said with a simple smile. Okay, big brother. The tree is for you. I'm going home. After that, Nanfeng carried the hoe and walked westward. The laughter of the city defense army came from behind. This idiot. He has no firewood. But he is still laughing so happily. Come on. Everyone cut down this tree and take some back. This damn weather is too cold. Hai Shangqing, west of the city. After some inquiries, Nanfeng finally found the residence of Lao Lu and Beige. Let's stay at their house first. I don't know if they are back. Nanfeng muttered to himself and came to a small courtyard. As a butcher, Beige's family still has a little money. At least the place they live is much larger than ordinary people. If it were normal times, their family would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. But now is the end of the world. Even if Beige has a lot of money in his pocket, it is difficult to buy firewood, so he can only go out to chop it. As soon as he walked out of the yard, Nanfeng heard a series of quarrels, women's screams, and children's cries coming from the yard. Something is happening. Nanfeng took a step and appeared on the wall, overlooking the scene in the yard. The snow in the yard was stained red with blood, and a woman covered her abdomen and fell in the snow, shaking all over. Next to the woman, Beige knelt on the ground with tears on his face. Chapter 642. Mina is not a coward. You beasts. You are really beasts. Mina cried and shouted. If you want to eat meat, just take it away. Why did you kill my wife? Why? In front of Mina was a squad of city defense soldiers. The squad leader held 2 frozen fat pigs in his hands and sneered. Who allowed you to hide so much food at home? Don't you know that these should be presented to the city lord? Mina had a lot of snot and tears, and kept repeating in his mouth, why did you kill my wife? Why? He and Lao Lu had just returned from outside the city, before he had time to celebrate that he had saved his life from the beast. He saw his wife being stabbed by the city defense soldiers. At that moment, Mina felt like the sky had fallen. It's not our fault, the captain said coldly. Who told this woman to be so ignorant that she had to come up to stop me? She deserved to die. You. Beige glared at the captain of the city defense army angrily, intending to rush up and fight to the death. Beige. Lao Lu was behind him, holding his shoulders and whispering. Calm down. Beige, you still have a child. This sentence was like a basin of cold water poured on Beige's head. He looked at his little son, who was crying loudly beside him, and his clenched fist slowly loosened. Don't be impulsive. Any one of these city defense soldiers can kill him, his children, and Lao Lu's family. No. Impulsive. The captain of the city defense army felt a little boring when he saw that Beige had no intention of taking action. He snorted lightly and said disdainfully, "Coward. You dare not take action even if your wife is dead. Let's go." The captain threw 2 big fat pigs to his men and walked out of the yard. With their strength, they naturally didn't notice that Na Fong was standing on the wall next to them, staring at them coldly. That look seemed to be looking at a group of dead people. Xiao Chui. After the city defense army went away, Beige burst into tears again and hugged his seriously injured wife tightly in his arms. On the wall, Nanfeng's mouth twitched slightly. "She's not dead yet. Why are you yelling so loudly?" "Beige." Lao You's family stood behind, looking sad, not knowing what to say. Lao and Beige were good friends who grew up together. They learned skills from their master, slaughtered pigs and sheep, saved a lot of money, and bought this yard together. Lao lived in the east of the yard, and Beige lived in the west of the yard. Although they had no blood relationship, they had already been like a family. Lao was also very sad about the death of his sister-in-law, and he also wanted the city defense army to pay for their lives. But he didn't have the strength. He couldn't do it. Moreover, he had to persuade Beige not to be impulsive. Otherwise, it would not be just my sister-in-law who died, but 2 families in this yard. Amid Beige's desperate cries, Na Fong carried a hoe and strode into the yard. "2 big brothers? So you live here? I've been looking for you for a long time." Lao Lu stared at Na Fong blankly, with a little surprise on his face. Even Beige was stunned for a moment, and his crying stopped for a moment. This silly boy didn't die in the mouth of the beast? How did he do it? Na Fong ignored the surprised 2 people, walked quickly to Beige's sister-in-law, squatted down, and stuffed a few chi shui fruits into her mouth. "Mina, you are not allowed to sleep in the snow. Take your sister-in-law back." "What are you doing?" When Mina saw Na Fong stuffing something into his wife's mouth, he was furious and tried to push Na Fong away. But Na Fong was like a mountain, squatting on the ground motionless. "You?" Mina looked at Na Fong in horror, combined with the incident of Na Fong escaping from the mouth of the grassland wolf. Even if Mina was stupid, he understood something at this time. The handsome guy in front of him was not a stupid boy, but a peerless master hidden in the world. "Mina, if you don't take your sister-in-law back, she will be frozen to death." Na Fong stood up, carried the hoe on his shoulder, and walked out of the yard slowly. "By the way, Mina, remember to prepare a room for me. I will stay here tonight." After Na Fong walked away, Mina came back to his senses. He took a look at the wound on his wife's abdomen and found that the wound was healing quickly. "Sixth brother, hurry up and help me open the door." Mina was overjoyed, picked up his wife and returned to the room, and quickly made a fire to warm her. On the other side, Na Fong turned 2 corners and caught up with the city defense team just now. These city defense soldiers were still laughing and discussing what had just happened. In their opinion, Mina's appearance of being angry but not daring to speak, wanting to fight but not daring to do it was really funny. What a coward. That's right. If my wife was stabbed, I would definitely fight him to death. It's a pity that the captain acted too quickly. In fact, the butcher's wife is still quite pretty. Why didn't you take advantage of the situation just now? Ha ha ha. The city defense soldiers laughed playfully and lasciviously, and the streets were filled with a joyful atmosphere. Na Fong dodged and blocked the city defense team. "Who is it?" the team leader shouted. Na Fong said calmly, "He is not a coward." "Huh? What?" The team leader frowned slightly, not quite understanding what Na Fong meant. Na Fong dragged the hoe and walked slowly forward. The hoe dragged a long trail in the snow, like the sickle of the god of death, to reap the lives of the city defense soldiers. I said, Beige is not a coward. He just has people he wants to protect. You guys who bully the weak and fear the strong are cowards. Chapter 643, For a bunch of scum. You want to be my enemy? Mina is not a coward. You are? Na Fong waved his hand, and the rusty hoe hit the captain's head directly. Under normal circumstances, this inferior hoe can't break the captain's defense at all. But Na Fong is too strong. Even if he just casually swings a blow, it is enough to knock the captain's head open. Swish. Suddenly, a sharp knife light flashed, splitting the hoe into 2 pieces. Nanfeng's eyes condensed, and he turned his head to the left. I don't know when. A man in black stood on the left side of the street, quietly, as if integrated with nature. If he hadn't slashed this knife, Nanfeng wouldn't have noticed his existence. You still don't leave. Are you waiting to die? The man in black said in a low and hoarse voice. Everything just happened too fast. And the city defense troops only reacted now. With horror in their eyes, they looked at Nanfeng and slowly retreated. As city defense troops, they still have some foresight. Nanfeng's lightning-like attack just now can definitely kill their team leader in an instant. If it weren't for the black-clothed man next to him, who suddenly stopped him, all the city defense troops would have died at Nanfeng's hands. These two people are both strong men. At least level 40 strong men. They are not something that a small group of city defense troops can afford to offend. Thank you for your help. Sir. I, Wang Qin, will repay you next time we meet. The team leader bowed to the black-clothed man, and then stared at Nanfeng with cold eyes. He remembered Nanfeng's face firmly in his mind, and then quickly evacuated the place with his men and reported the matter. A few seconds later, only Nanfeng and the man in black were left on the street. The breeze blew, and snowflakes flew. The lanterns on both sides of the street swayed, pulling the shadows of the two people farther and closer. Nanfeng was silent for a long time, and was the first to speak. Why do you want to save them? The man in black laughed hoarsely. He. Save people? There is no reason. I want to save them. Nanfeng took a deep breath. Do you know what they did? The man in black smiled. I know. Didn't they just stab that woman? So, Lord City Lord, is this the reason why you want to kill them? Nanfeng stared straight at the man in black in front of him, and for a moment, he felt that he was a little strange. This Xiao Luo was not the Xiao Luo he was familiar with. But Nanfeng still patiently said, no matter who you are, get off Xiao Luo immediately. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The man in black laughed. I am not anyone. I am Xiao Luo. Nanfeng, the Xiao Luo I know will not save a group of scum. Maybe as you said, they are indeed a group of scum. The man in black laughed. But you want to kill them just because they hurt a woman? This is not very reasonable. Nanfeng laughed angrily, as if he heard a joke. You mean I am too radical? In fact, these scums are not guilty of death and are worth redemption. I didn't say that, the man in black said, and suddenly dodged and rushed into the alley next to him. Nanfeng reacted very quickly, and chased after him in an instant, grabbing the corner of the man in black's clothes. Don't run. Follow me back to South City, Nanfeng said in a deep voice. You are not in the right state. Come back with me, and we will help you solve it together. No problem for me. The man in black suddenly turned back and slashed his knife, brushing Nanfeng's neck. Nanfeng took a breath of cold air. What a fast knife! Fortunately, this knife did not trigger the knife energy. Otherwise Nanfeng would definitely be injured. At the same time, Nanfeng was also angry. Damn it. I talked to you and you didn't listen. Right? Then I, Nan, will be furious. Gone! Desert Eagle appeared in his hand. Nanfeng aimed at Xiao Luo's legs and pulled the trigger directly. Run? I told you to run. Duh. The man in black quickly pulled away, and the short knife in his hand danced wildly, blocking most of the bullets. But a few bullets still hit his calves. The expected blood did not splash out. Nanfeng was slightly stunned when he saw this, and put down the Desert Eagle and stopped pulling the trigger, because he found that the man in black in front of him was not Xiao Luo himself, but just a clone. Is your clone so powerful? It's enough to be real. Even I can't tell the difference. He. I am much stronger than you now. It's normal that you can't tell the difference. The man in black laughed strangely, put away the 7-star thunder, and disappeared into the darkness in a flash. Nanfeng didn't chase him. He looked at the back of the black shadow going away and sighed slightly. Xiao Luo's current problem is not ordinary serious. Xiao Luo. Have you really turned evil? You would actually become my enemy for a bunch of scum? It's really difficult. I can't handle it alone with so many clones. It seems that I need to find more brothers to help me catch you. Nanfeng muttered to himself, turned around to pick up the hoe that was broken in two on the ground, and walked towards the yard of Beige. The Scum City Defense Army, who was lucky enough not to die this time, will definitely cause trouble for Beige's family again. Nanfeng decided to stay at Beige's house for a few days while looking for Xiao Luo. When the City Defense Army comes to the door, give them a big surprise. Chapter 644. So you are the coward. In the handsome guys group. Su Ming, what? Luo Ge has turned evil. Huang Yuanming, Nanshan. You asked us to help, but we can't beat Luo Ji's clone. What if he cuts us? Shenpan, I'm not afraid. I run fast. Nanfeng, no need to fight Xiao Luo. You just need to help me find his body. I'll take him back. Wu Yuansheng, no. We are just chatting in the group? It's so open. Luo Ge must have seen everything. Huang Yuanming, why don't we kick Luo Ge out first? And add him back when he gets better? Nanfeng, no. I doubt he can open the panel now, and can't see our chat. Su Zurin, then let's make a rescue plan first. Everyone brainstormed in the handsome guys group and proposed more than a dozen strict arrest Xiao Luo plans. Hai Mall. A room in the beige courtyard. While Nafeng was making various seemingly good suggestions in the handsome guys group, he was chatting privately with Su Zurin and formulating the arrest Xiao Luo 2.0 plan. The plan proposed in the handsome guys group was specifically for Xiao Luo to see. To confuse him. Regardless of whether he could see it or not. That set of plans would not be actually used. The plan they really wanted to implement was version 2.0. This method is indeed very likely to lead Xiao Luo's body out. Nanfeng looked at the chat record with Su Zurin and thought to himself. Dong dong dong. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Nanfeng turned off the panel and stood up. Zhang Laoba pushed open the door and looked at Nanfeng cautiously. Here. Sir. The meal is ready. Do you want to eat something? Of course you must. Eating is a major event in life. How can you not eat? Nanfeng walked out of the room and patted Zhang Laoba on the shoulder. My dear. Don't be so nervous. Just treat me as a fool. When my dear heard this, he was frightened and knelt on the ground. My dear, I didn't know your noble status before. And I offended you. Please punish me. Alas, people in this world really want to kneel down at any time. And Nafeng is not used to it. We are the outstanding young people of the 21st century. And we don't like this. Okay. Mina, get up quickly. Nafeng said. Don't call me adult. I'm not an adult. You can call me Xiaoshuai in the future. Zhang Laoba shook his head vigorously. How can that be? Adults are noble. I dare not call adults by their names. Nafeng was speechless. I want to hide my identity. If you keep calling me adult, won't it expose me? Be obedient and call me Xiaoshuai. This? Zhang Laoba hesitated for a while. Nodded slowly. Okay, Xiaoshuai. Hey. This is much more comfortable to hear. Let's go. Let's go eat first. What are we having today? Eat cold pork head. Stir-fried bull whip. Spicy chicken feet. Zhang Laoba introduced today's dinner and took Nanfeng to another room. Nanfeng's saliva was about to flow down. You actually have so much food in your house. And it's all meat? No wonder those scumbag city defense forces came to rob you. Do you know the principle of not showing off your wealth? In another room? Lao Lu. Lu's wife. Lu's son. And Ba's son were all waiting here. Ba's wife was still lying on the bed because she was injured and did not come over. Duh. Xiaoshuai. Let me introduce you. This is Lao Lu. You have met him. This is... Zhang Laoba introduced everyone one by one. Nanfeng nodded. Hello. My name is Xiaoshuai. You can call me Xiaoshuai directly. If you don't dare to call me by my full name, you can call me Xiaoshuai brother. Okay. Xiaoshuai brother. They all knew that Nanfeng was a super master. And he also saved Ba's wife's life. So naturally they didn't dare to disobey Nanfeng's words. Okay. Let's eat first. Nanfeng didn't care about them. He found a seat, sat down and started to eat heartily. While eating, Nanfeng was also thinking about what happened today. It's strange that the scumbag city defense army didn't come back to trouble Zhang Laoba's family. In theory, they should report to the city defense army commander, and then bring a large force to kill directly. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and then rob Zhang Laoba's family. Why is there no movement at all? Nanfeng decided to go out to inquire about the situation after finishing his meal. Of course, before going out, he had to ask a few brothers from Nanshan to come and protect Zhang Laoba's family, lest he go out and his house be robbed. Hai Shangqing, west of the city. T Street. Team leader Wang Qian had a gloomy face and walked towards his home in a depressed mood. After escaping from Nanfeng's Ho, Wang Qian immediately returned to the city defense army camp and reported the matter. His immediate superior, the captain of the city defense army, Jia Run, immediately became serious when he heard that someone wanted to attack the city defense army, and he called up his troops to seek revenge. But when he heard Wang Qin say that the opponent was most likely a level 40 warrior, Captain Jia Run became timid. He said he would report the matter to the commander of the city defense army, asking Wang Qin not to act rashly and send Wang Qin home. So, Wang Qin could only return with a lot of anger. On the way, he was still thinking about whether to go to Zhang Leba's house and kill Zhang Laolu and Zhang Leba's families. But he was afraid of encountering the south wind, so he had to give up. What the hell? A level 40 warrior wants to kill me. A city defense soldier. For those few people? Is he crazy? Level 40. So what? Can a level 40 warrior do whatever he wants? Our commander is a level 43 warrior, and he can be crushed to death with one hand. Wang Qin cursed and pushed open the gate and returned to his home. The candlelight in the room was bright, and Wang Qin saw two figures printed on the window. Two shadows? Wang Qin was slightly stunned. He and his wife were the only two people living in this house. Who was the other person in the room? He quickly thought of something. His face changed, and he was furious. Okay, I got off work early today, and I just caught you cheating. Right? You stinky woman. Dare to cheat on me? I'll kill you today. Wang Qin drew out the sword from his waist, strode forward, and kicked the door open. Adulterer. Adulterer. You, Is it you? Wang Qin was slightly stunned after seeing the scene in the room clearly. In the room, his wife looked at Wang Qin in panic, asking for help. Next to his wife, there stood a young man covered in a black robe. Wang Qin recognized him at a glance. This was the man in black who had saved his life before. Wang Qin asked cautiously, Sir, why did you come to my house? The man in black said in a low and hoarse voice, I'm here to verify something. Verify something? Wang Qin was stunned, not understanding what the man in black meant. Sir, what do you want to verify? The corner of the man in black's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wicked smile. I heard you say before, if your wife was stabbed, you would fight the murderer to the death. Let me verify whether what you said is true. As soon as the words fell, the man in black shook his wrist, and the saber in Wang Qin's hand was sucked over. In Wang Qin's shocked eyes, the man in black stabbed Wang Qin's wife in the stomach. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Wang Qin's wife's pupils shrank sharply, and her whole body trembled. But she couldn't scream. He. The man in black laughed and looked at Wang Qin. Come! Come! Fight with me. Wang Qin froze in place, with a look of horror on his face. Your wife still has a chance of survival. Come! Fight with me. As long as you kill me, your wife can still live. The voice of the man in black, like a devil, surrounded Wang Qin's ears. Wang Qin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, didn't even look at his wife, turned around and ran out of the house. Madman. This man in black is a madman. Today is really a hell of a day. I actually encountered two lunatics in a row. Both of them are lunatics above level 40. No. This is too dangerous. I must report this as soon as possible. But before Wang Qin ran out of the yard, a dark knife flashed by and blocked him. The short knife was placed on Wang Qin's neck. It was his own sword. Wang Qin's face was terrified. His lips trembled, and he wanted to beg for mercy. But the man in black did not give Wang Qin a chance to speak. He leaned forward, leaned close to Wang Qin's ear, and spoke softly in a hoarse voice. He. Wang Qin. So you are the one. Coward.